who is the champ now that the new DLC has arrived? Lytical, it's been an interesting journey. MarineLorD, I think something that a lot of people expected to see here. If people have been attuned and paying attention to every single tournament of recent months, maybe loueMT was in the running as well. But it still feels like MarineLorD, especially after what we saw yesterday, is the big boogeyman that everyone has to beat.
He is. He is probably the most accomplished player of competitive AoE 4, and every single tournament you go in, you have to ask yourself the question, who is the one that's beating Beastie? Who is the one that's beating MarineLorD? Well, we already have the answer about who's beating Beastie. It was MarineLorD 4-0 in the semifinals, and very, very convincing set by MarineLorD. Now the question becomes, can loueMT, who has delivered a really outstanding performance across the tournament, undefeated in the group stage, defeated MarineLorD in the group stage 3-2, can he put the dot on the I? Can he cross the T's and finish this off with a tournament championship? It's going to be a tough one for him, though. Historically, MarineLorD has been dominating this series, 10-2 series win rate. Although, you got to give some credit here to loueMT. The game differential is much, much smaller than what you would anticipate from the series differential.
Yeah, and you also have to remember, like, that, very different times, loueMT 2024, 2025. I'd say loueMT is a player who was expected to do wonders in 2024 based on the start of the year, and then fell short of expectations. Probably the ones he set on himself as well. But 2025 begins, and, he started to come out the door swinging, looking more and more impressive as the months have gone on. So I don't think, like, those stats are truly indicative. I think what's going to be interesting, though, is whether you have that issue of showing too much. Like, there's this thing that happens in group stage clashes, and it's a big reason why you usually see the table flip entirely later on, is you might beat your opponent there, but there is then a worry, oh, did I reveal too much? Like, what did I tell him? What did I give away? If you give away too much, next time you go to meet, you may already not be aware there's a bunch of chinks in your armor that have now been exposed. And that's especially a dangerous variable when you consider they clashed at the end of the group stage, and then on top of that, they qualified straight through to semis. So it's not like there was already more opportunities for those weaknesses to be exposed and them to kind of calibrate and fix them. There's a lot that could potentially just be left on the table for your opponent to take advantage of.
Yeah, I think just going back for a moment into that head-to-head that we've just looked at, it's heavily biased by both 2024 and 2023 here. And, a lot of this differential comes from the fact that back in the days, Elite Classic 1, Call to Arms, EGC Finals 2023, all of those were sweeps in the favor of MarineLorD. And then, as you said, while Louis became more competitive in 2024, that was still a very MarineLorD-dominated era. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two match up. I do agree with you in terms of the representative value of that group stage match. Louis won 3-2. And let's be honest, even if you do not show all the stats, that is something that you need to keep in the back of your mind. It takes more than just strategy to win a game against any of these top players. At the same time, the players need to be considerate of the fact that they might be saving strategies for the playoffs. You don't want to show every single thing you have during the group stage. And I think when you look at this whole matchup, the question becomes, are we going to see a pattern that we've seen in the group stage with loueMT having the upper hand against MarineLorD? Or are we going to see the pattern that we've seen yesterday, MarineLorD very, very strong 4-0ing Beastie? Which of these is more true than the other? That is the question, I feel.
Yeah, and also you got to think about map pull in this regard. Like, when you talk about these types of maps that we're seeing, for example, Gorge, Dry Arabia, Lipany, Cliffside, Frisian, these are all what can now be classified as legacy maps. They've existed for a very long time, long before Lou was competing, a time when MarineLorD was competing at the top of the game. There's an argument he has a lot more reps there. Now, you might think, okay, but does that not be good for Louis? He's kind of like, finesse his strategies and he's like, optimize them down to that pure perfection in a tiny bottle. Yes, but you could also argue that these new strategies to be discovered could be the thing to catch your opponent completely off guard. So, like, maps where I could see loueMT having a huge edge would be things like Enlightened Horizon, Relic River, Sacred Grove all come to mind. But Louis in particular, because he's been playing the KPMMs, the Midweek Musters, he would have played a lot of Sacred Grove there. Relic River and Enlightened Horizons also appeared there. So, like, these could be places where he has an edge. Definitely looking at the draft, one that comes to mind is Enlightened Horizon with Ottomans being picked. That is a very powerful pick on that map. It is, I think at this point, fair to say, the most desired pick on that map. MarineLorD probably is thinking either, I'd say, like, you either aberrant kind of ignore the map or you do something like House of Lancaster there. Obviously, we could see a redraft before then, but my feeling is if loueMT feels backed in the corner, like goes a game or two down, every player likes to have a map and a matchup that in their mind is their soft reset. Like when you get English or mountain clearing. And I think for Louis, that's going to be Ottomans for Horizon.
Fair point. And this is something that we always need to highlight when you look at a longer series. In the semis, we've seen best of sevens. Across the group stage, across the previous rounds of the playoffs, you've seen best of fives. Best of 9 plays out in a totally different manner. You have to plan ahead with your civilization, picks a lot more for the maps. You have to really look at the order at which you're picking these maps. Some of these series can drag for 3-4 hours even. Is there a map that you would prefer to play early on and, while you're still fresh? Is there a map that's comfortable for you once you are 3 hours in and exhausted? There's a lot more strategy when it comes to distributing the maps and civilizations in a long series like this.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Like, you always want to be mindful of the possibility your opponent could go to X map or Y map, right? It's why we might get a best of 9 draft and Holy Island gets drafted, but you can't go, well, I'm not planning to pick it yet, and then ignore English, Shushi, Knights Templar, because your opponent can always force it. If they lose a game, they have the option to. So opening map being Gorge, we are going to have Malians versus Chinese to kick us off. This matchup is quite interesting. I feel like it's been kind of pivoting ever since the Pro Scouts changes and now moving to Season 10. Normally, I feel like we more often see China still go full Pro Scouts, whereas Malians, I've seen a few players actually try to opt towards maybe all-inning or denying instead of playing for Pro Scouts themselves, which kind of leans into what you do as Malians anyway. Normally, when Malian players want to do Pro Scouts, they always begin by denying yours because of how good their own scouts are.
Yeah, it's a matchup that I like Malians a lot more than I like Chinese. And that worries me a little for loueMT. Then again, you have to keep in mind, there could be matchups where they simply say, I gotta play a throwaway civilization. There's nothing I have that I like here, or I do not want to concede this civilization because I'm saving it for another map. But this matchup feels a lot more comfortable for Malians.
What do you like so much about it against China?
I like your ability to play Warrior Scouts at the beginning, which gives you nice tempo advantage. You can try to shut down Pro Scouts builds. And in general, I like the passive resource ability against most of these eco-heavy civs. Because Chinese, your main line of playing, especially once you get to mid-late game, is off the back of a strong economy. The Malians can match that, in fact, usually outperform you with just basing their economy on a strong passive resource income and then flooding units. So I feel like, in a way, especially in mid-game, the style of play is very similar, but Malians just have a slightly stronger economy, unless the Chinese are going for an extremely greedy boom.
Yeah, I mean, that boom usually comes in the shape of Pro Scouts these days, not in TC, even though TC was a classic against Malians. So, with this matchup, what's interesting is your point of, opening Warrior Scouts. China's very good at just pumping out Spearmen. And I think the crazy thing is, old meta, you go back a year or two, I can see where you're coming from. Malians feels very good. They scale very organically. China's a little bit more cumbersome in the early game. But ever since around this time last year when they buffed Imperial Academy, I feel like all the weaknesses that made sense about China, very good late game, very weak early game, evaporated, right? They got gommaged out of existence. And all of a sudden, you've just got this Civ that doesn't care at any stage of the game. They can play aggressive, they can play greed, and they do both phenomenally well. That's why China is edging on the point of banning. Only reason we don't see it banned is because Acher and Roos are the uncontestable kings of picks right now in AoE4.
Yeah, I'm looking at the rest of the draft over here. Classic bans, Roos and HRE, the two most banned civilizations of the tournament. You got Jushi out there, House of Lancaster. We have an Abbasid sneaking in towards the back here for MarineLorD. On the other side, Ayabids and OOTD. So some of the not so frequently played civilization get appearance in this draft. Of course, we do not have enough civilizations to cover the whole best of 9, so towards the middle of the set, we will have a redraft, as it is commonplace in many tournaments. So this is only a fraction of what you see in terms of the map draft, but this is what you're going to have to work with for the first half of the series. I like the combo of French and Jeanne d'Arc for Louis, though. A lot of knight civs. I think he's gambling a lot on being effective with knights. And do keep in mind, taking those away from MarineLorD is also good, because MarineLorD himself is an awesome knight player.
Yeah, and I think like the way, if this is CSO, the way he played knights very different than the way Louis does. Like both of these players use knights to exploit small weaknesses, whereas like we know CSO, as we saw in that last series, tries to use knights just to overwhelm you entirely. So for MarineLorD, statistically, like his approach to knight civs is to use them to eke out an advantage, to scale an advantage. So with French, build a few knights, chip 3 or 4 villages, and then hunker down and make your opponent come to you. For Louis, it's a little bit different. Like what Louis does really well, his biggest strength actually of late has been his ability to flank raid with minimal losses. You might have a player like, you think old school BC like a year and a half ago. He was that guy who get the late game, punt 50 horsemen into your base, kill you, like many players would. MarineLorD will do that as well. Louis somehow does that and doesn't lose half the horsemen, right? He somehow just keeps them going. It's very reminiscent of, I think like people got the wrong idea and called Louis like a Chinese beastie. I was one of them. The more I've been seeing him develop, it feels more like a Chinese Lucifer at his prime.
I was gonna say that. I would have been very upset if you said any other name but Lucifer.
Yeah, he fits the bill, right? Like, he's not all in like Vortex was. He doesn't necessarily look for that late game, but he's phenomenal in it. I think Louis has become a really well-rounded player because of that detail. And that's why this could be a crazy clash, because MarineLorD is, I think, for that playstyle, the ultimate test. He's a little bit more defensive if he thinks he has an edge, and he's phenomenal at these micro-engagements early on. So, like, if Louis can beat MarineLorD here, I feel like that's just a statement play that this is Louis' year. Like, I will just drop the keyboard there and say, this is the king to beat throughout the entire year.
And you talk about this in the context of the previous set. One of the cool things to see in recent memory, especially with the new DLC in, is soft reset with civilizations and maps. But it has been very refreshing to see not just the fact that new people are joining the scene and competing, but that they are able to contest and oftentimes even defeat some of the big names of the scene. It's one thing when you have a bunch of players joining, but they are just competing to be top 32, top 16 perhaps. It is really nice to see that now you're looking at, a list of 8 people who are all able to mutually beat each other. And, an additional step towards that could be a win here from loueMT today, but it's going to be tough. Historical statistics do not lie. If loueMT beats MarineLorD here, I agree with you. It is easily the best performance of his career, and it's going to be a great year for him. At the same time, it's easier said than done. A lot of people came in back in the past challenging MarineLorD in grand finals. Few managed to defeat him.
Now, you got to be careful with historical stats, Lytical. Statistically, historically, my country has claimed ownership over more land than almost any country in existence. But you wouldn't really back us to do that again in the year 2025, right? Especially the state of the economy. So, like, that's what we need to be cognizant of, is in the last few months, how have things looked? That's going to be the key focus here. And loueMT has been an open book in some ways. He has been constantly playing these open configuration tournaments, these smaller tournaments, as we said, while MarineLorD has been secretive. People have been aware of the looming threat. They know he's been scrimming. We know what he's like when he locks in as well. It's really a testament to see which one's going to work. Because I think the other thing is, like, with a new patch, new DLC, etc., clashing with people more openly, it almost creates like an experimental battleground. And we saw this from Louis a lot in the midweek masters, like him and B in particular, back and forth at it. And I think they both thrive because of it. And also, like, it's quite interesting with Louis, he recently started winning it over B in those series as well, where constantly he was getting beaten out at the last second. So, yeah, I think the biggest challenges for me here, we said it's going to be whether he can actually deal with the tempo that MarineLorD sets early on. But the other thing to me, you mentioned it earlier, is a best-of-9 format. How much experience does Louis have doing this? Because when you're drafting and you're doing practice rounds with your scrim mates, you're usually doing BO3, BO5, BO7. I don't feel like BO9 comes up that often. It's not that you don't want to be like overly ambitious in your ability to go late in tournaments. It's just statistically, you're going to have more of the other types of series compared to BO9s.
Yeah. It's a great point that you bring up. Indeed, experience is a big factor under these circumstances. And speaking of experience, though, there is another way to look at this, which is experience playing on the big stage, experience playing against some of the biggest names out there. experience that Louis did not have for a long time, simply because he never managed to get there all the way to the end into the grand finals. When he did, he was inexperienced under those circumstances. Over the last year and a half, he accumulated that experience. One of the things that a lot of pro players are saying is that when you are a startup player, one of the reasons why it's so good to play against the elite players, even if you get absolutely obliterated at the beginning, is because you gain experience playing against the best players out there.
Yeah. You do need to understand what to get anything out of that, right?
Exactly.
Like, if you don't understand, it's worthless. Like, it's why I always warn people when they're like low rank and they'll play like these open formats and they'll go up against MarineLorD. Like, dude, don't play it for 30 minutes. Play the first 10 and GG out, because like all the important lessons happen then. Anything after that, you're too bloated and deep in. But I think one thing that's worked out phenomenally for Louis is like, I saw him at the LAN, man, always a smile on his face. Like, there's something very positive air about him. I don't think I've ever heard of a situation where he's been tilted, at least to my knowledge, right? And I think that's a superpower. Really, that is. Like, if you have that type of positivity where you're just having fun while also being able to dominate like this, it is the perfect storm, because there's no easy way to shake you off. There's no easy way to force you off your game. There's no emotional attachment that you can exploit, which, I mean, I don't think like we have too many players that like to do that, but we know MarineLorD likes to talk a little bit of smack, so maybe for him it's like a little bit of a D-power.
But it's time, KP. The grand finals finally here. MarineLorD facing a new challenger, loueMT. We head into game number 1 on Gorge.
Truly the rise of the new guard versus the old. MarineLorD decorated time and time again in the Age of Empires 4 ecosystem. loueMT coming close at times, cheeking in with wins on LAN. For example, he did win the Garrison up against BCQE. No small feat. But I think this is the true statement. We talked about it at Lidical. Someone's playstyle that should be the true testament of whether Louis is ready to take the mantle and be the champion. Can he do it here in a BO9 against MarineLorD? We're going to kick off in Gorge to find out now. loueMT, Chinese is really where his journey began. It felt like that was the one he mained and fiended the most. So comfortable way to start the series. But MarineLorD on the Malians, I feel like Malians has been growing in popularity again, which is weird after a Pro Scouts meta where they're already so good. In fact, we've even seen certain players like the Canadians quite often first pick priority them.
Malian economy is still so difficult to shake up. That is why it has been a beloved civilization in tournaments ever since it was released. If you're untouched at the beginning of the game, if your opponent isn't able to do a lot of damage to you, your economy will just skyrocket with the pit mines. On a map like this, with the cattle, the fact that you do not necessarily have to move out to the deer, to the berries, it is so immensely valuable on an open map like this. And on the other side, Chinese, classic civilization. As you said, loueMT, he started with Chinese. He has a team game background. Chinese, one of the more beloved team game civilizations in the early days of the game. Generally, very powerful economy. One thing I love about the Chinese here, though, and that could be very valuable against MarineLorD, is the ability to quickly pivot unit compositions. You have the supervisability, you can quickly change the unit type that you're making, and that could be immensely valuable to just shake things up mid-game.
Mm-hmm. And this is the thing, right? Like, with the Pro Scouts nerfs, and the timing still being good for China, it's very easy for them to get their first in because they can switch into spears, as you mentioned, very fluidly. Whereas Malians always feels a little bit weird to spear rush with. It's not that the Donzos are bad, but if you're in a rush, they can feel a little bit awkward because they're usually something gradually scaled into. So curious to see how MarineLorD alleviates that concern. Whether he goes Pro Scouts at all. I think he could shove in his initial deer. Can we check the ones to the east side of his Mansa Quarry? Because I don't think those got lamed, right? No, so this is an easy shove-in for him that makes sense. He already took out Louis' plan there. Louis' close deer have already been hit down. So if MarineLorD wanted, he could do kind of like a feudal push build where you just rely on the deer and then don't go into Pro Scouts. So I wonder, Louis, Imperial Academy always going to be the obvious one here, especially the no IO builds. I think like this, maybe the only upside in like understanding China's plan is that you know exactly what they're going to do because you see no Imperial official knows going to be Academy. But even that just doesn't feel like an advantage here because of just how damn good that landmark choice is.
Yeah, to me, this is an Academy setup. No surprise about that. One quarry on the other side. One thing to keep in mind is that that mill, the one that's being used, or the one that will be used to make the cattle, is very much to the front. So if any harassment comes in, it could be a little more challenging to keep these alive, to keep the cattle alive.
Yeah, but I like MarineLorD start here. Wheelbarrow coming in, which tells you Pro Scout shouldn't really be a priority here with the deer shove as well. And then likely, I mean, against this, I think you normally want to be thinking racks if you want to open. Just because like there is that threat that if you go archery range, your opponent already should have stables for horsemen. And we do have the Pro Scouts being locked in by Louis to be expected.
Yeah, he's going to have Pro Scouts in there. Rex is the response. So no Warrior Scouts from MarineLorD. It's not uncommon that, at least on some of the maps, especially maps like Boldland, Malians open with Warrior Scouts and just straight up try to match the Pro Scouts build of the opponent.
Mm-hmm. Like the tricky thing with Donzos is definitely the fact you pay a premium. But usually when you're playing against China like this, you're expecting them to go horseman, spearman. Because like, you don't really want to be putting archers against Malians normally due to the javelin threat. So it's kind of this expectation and reality check. But if you do give China an opening to justify archers, it's kind of crazy how impactful it is due to the taxation generation. Like I've seen games at 80 minutes of archer spam where the China player has like over 1.5k gold through just tax alone. It's pretty wild. Okay, so it looks like Louis just getting confirmation on whether there is going to be additional things added in. Unfortunately, that scout, I don't think he saw the archery range, so really nicely placed there by MarineLorD. He intentionally pushed to the west side to mask the javelin switch. And look at the response. Louis is taking the bait into archers.
Oh, that's such a nice little detail out there. As you said, the fact that you tuck away your range at the back means that it's not necessarily guaranteed that Louis is going to scout it in time. And do keep in mind as well, Louis wants to use those scouts to ferry in carcasses. So right now he's not actively scouting the enemy base. Means that MarineLorD is going to have those javelins out. And Louis doesn't really know about them. If he did, I don't think he would be this heavily relying on the archers.
No, like he would have started adding a few horsemen because you can tell by the fact he stopped at 4 scouts. So this has become a little bit more regular for anyone who's just like maybe skipped the last X weeks of AoE 4, come back just to watch the finals. We used to, back in like the last League Classic, like the EGC rather finals, we had, 8, 9 scouts. So it was just like, how many can I build and how many can you build? It was like our own mobile version of TC boom meta. But now most players, with how kind of slow it is to return the investment and how vulnerable it is, understand that you don't want to overburden. So 3 to 4 gets you enough deer home at this stage to constantly keep deer gathering going. And now, Louis, he has scouted what's coming. I love this. He actually kept 1 scout out where most players would just go out to the deer straight away. So he gets the early warning. Horseman now being added in.
Yeah, this is where the supervisability comes in clutch. He's outnumbered pretty badly, but he can catch up to this pretty quick. And do keep in mind, MarineLorD's army is slow-moving. So if he ever gets caught mid-map, Louis can completely clean him. That is one of the features of this map, Gorge. The mid-map is wide open. If you ever get wrapped with your infantry, you will likely get cleaned up.
Yeah, and MarineLorD, the way he's scaling jabs, this gives an option to go into Farimba, which has become insanely popular with the Pro Scouts meta, remains so even after it. It can work quite well against China, because China usually likes to open with, obvious fast plays in the castle and then go Lancers, but if you trickle out, you get sniped. And you'd think that Lancers would counter Javelineers, but genuinely the movement speed on these things is a little bit bonkers. We do have that second pit mine, by the way. MarineLorD, he was very delayed on going out for it, but it makes sense. The thing about Gorge that I found always made Malians a bit of a weird pick is you don't have an easy secondary gold. They're always just so far out your base.
Yeah, well, at the very least, you're getting a large pit mine, or a large gold mine, as your second pit mine, in comparison to many other maps like Dry Arabia, where your second pit mine would also be on a small gold vein.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Dry Arabia where you can get the real MarineLorD spawn with them all behind your base, right? Like, you're going to have to come out here. It's a little bit annoying for that reason. Right now, the scale looks good. MarineLorD isn't investing everything. He could definitely afford more production if he wants to. I think he's aware of where this is likely to trend. He wants to see a reason to stay long feudal.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to rush castle. For now, he's not getting any cattle out, and I think that's the big deal here. As long as there is no cattle, loueMT should be more than satisfied with this.
Like, where's the cutoff point is what I'm wondering. Where do you not feel comfortable? Because, like, the problem is, like, you can target the pit mines, but going into the base of Malians is always the uncomfortable conversation you don't want to have, right? Because of just how good the hybridized army is with the ranged attack, even on the Donzos.
Yeah, that's the big problem that you have against Malians. Donzo Javelin is a difficult comp to beat. Even if you don't get close with your cavalry, the Donzos can throw their spears and do a lot of damage on you. Javelins have a huge range for a feudal age unit, so really, MarineLorD can just sit inside his base and do a lot of damage even before loueMT gets close.
I wonder, if Louis wants to keep up this idea, does he even feel the need to go rams? Like, in fairness, he has a lot of horsemen. Oh, and this is good. Donzo's already out of the base. MarineLorD needs to be careful with that. That's a little bit greedy going for the stab. Archers are going to dive in just to get anyone off the berries. I think Louis doesn't really want the main engagement. He just wants to try and find trickle damage to slow MarineLorD down.
Yeah, I agree with you. Right now, I think it's more about denying the cattle. As long as that is the case, you see, MarineLorD has to go on hunt, and that gives opportunities for loueMT. It really, things get dicey against Malians when they have the cattle and you literally cannot hit their food eco. It's just so difficult to deal with Malians beyond that point. So loueMT playing very aggressive here. A lot of horsemen, quite a few archers, and when you see 20 villagers from the Malians on berries, that's where you know that your opponent is doing something right.
I think MarineLorD's done this very well in the deer, though. He's just alleviated the pro scout's concern and turned it into like a 50-50 divider. And Louis hasn't really been able to punish him for that yet. And the worry with that is, like, Louis' game plan here, very dangerous on only 2 deer stacks. Usually you want that third to guarantee it because he's going mass horseman. So, like, there is a play here towards Castle Age, but the tricky part about this type of composition is it usually feels like a one and done. If it hits, you win the game. If not, you go next.
Yeah, I think the other problem is that the compositions scale better for MarineLorD. Donzo Javelin is going to scale a lot better into mid-late feudal than here Horseman Spearmen will, or Horseman Archers will. And as you said, when loueMT runs out of food inside his base, and he's going for a super food-heavy composition, when he runs out of food, things could get dicey. He still has a board to the north that he could utilize. He is doing a decent amount of damage, though. Taking out some houses, idling a lot of villagers on MarineLorD's side as well.
And so far, MarineLorD hasn't like made a switch into going cattle and whatnot. He's just stuck to the age. Louis definitely got military mass on his side. And the best you can kind of do in this situation is try to force the brute moment, right? Like, if you have to slow trickle this, javelins will trade out better. But when it's a raw attack, the attack speed difference does make archers a lot more desirable here. Donzo's getting sniped out pretty easily, so I think Louis, overall, that was a decent trade. On top of that, he was rotating around the back, but great reaction. MarineLorD doesn't get caught in his tree line.
I like this for Louis. He hasn't shown all the cavalry he has, and now MarineLorD might be overextending a little here. MarineLorD doesn't have a scout here. I think MarineLorD is getting baited out. I don't think MarineLorD knows that this army is this big. Yeah, look at that. He's chasing the archers, not knowing about the horsemen, and now he might get caught off guard.
Yep, Rohirrim Riders come in. There's only, what, 7 Donzos here? That's not going to be enough. So Louis can just dive past this, just ignore them and run after it. There's not many more Donzos to follow us up either. MarineLorD down to just 8 in total. Meanwhile, there's going to be poke raids coming on the deer, so Louis just striking at multiple locations right now. A lot of idle time being achieved. Now, Louis, it looked like he was saving up, but the moment he was given that good fight, check what happened to the production. 8 more horsemen in queue.
And siege engineering. He feels like there is blood in the water. Now, he still has a lot of resources in the bank. Makes me wonder if he's still contemplating Castle Age, but I feel like you shouldn't do that. If you let Malians build up the cattle, you are done. And he has a rare opportunity to punish MarineLorD right now. 8 Donzos only against 20-plus horsemen, 30-plus archers. It's a 2-1 army lead right now for loueMT. He needs to pounce on this.
But he's playing MarineLorD at his own game. What just happened is he got, I wouldn't even say a small win, a medium win there. And it gave him the wiggle room to justify this. Because you say he needs more horsemen, but think about it this way. 22 horsemen's decent into 28 javelins. Vet them up, everything melts. It's actually not a bad idea. Even veteran archers into javelins is going to be super effective. So Louis just takes the safe play, because the thing you have to remember is he's playing one of the most busted civs in the game for transition timings. Once that tech up hits, he can have veterancy in less than half a minute.
And that's crazy. Veterancy in half a minute. Now he's hitting the wood line. He could mix in a couple of palace guards that MarineLorD has absolutely no answer to right now. And with the supervision ability, the palace guards can arrive in an instant. Now, this is a miss micro here by loueMT.
Oh, no.
But MarineLorD's army is out of position.
Yeah, but the number difference is not that big anymore, so Louis needs to be a little bit careful. That was a fragile loss. I think he lost, like, what, 8 horsemen in the last 30 seconds? Now Ram's coming.
Wow.
I mean,
it's almost an all-in.
The Rams are going to force, like, the reaction out of your opponent. And the reason you don't build clock tower Rams, is Cal's trying to highlight here, is they take too long. He's building them in the middle of the map, so they're a little bit quicker. You could just casually have one coming out, but, like, it's 35 seconds wait time. It's crazy.
MarineLorD is looking for castle age here. He only has 6 cattle to age up with, but he feels the need to get the tech back on track. He's now facing veteran units, but only 15 horsemen, a lot of them heavily damaged.
I think this is Farimba, because you can kite with Farimba. It's really important. Like, you don't... Then again, he's up to 8 cattle. I don't know. Like, it feels like you might need the Farimba upgrade just to try and survive this. Louis is going to start poking. He's already got the veterancy. Range damage 2 is on the way in. It's going to be there in just a few seconds. Builds on the front line, gathering the last bit of gold MarineLorD needs, because it's not just enough to get what he needs for tech up. He also needs to guarantee he can get those vets in. Horsemen are going to brute force it. Baits the Donzos out of position. Louis, these Rams took a million years to arrive. They're finally hitting into the housing, and MarineLorD does not have much leeway in terms of extra pop space. The problem, though, is Louis, I mean, this army doesn't look that big. Has he been... I think he kept them back at home. This is like half of his military, Bob, no?
Yeah, this is most of what Louis has here, and he doesn't really have a good front line. A lot of the horsemen are getting picked apart, but I think he is just all-inning this almost. He feels like there is no way that he would beat Malians mid-late castle age if he is just letting up on the pressure. He's just trying to trade as much as possible.
This is the collision point he's been looking for. Javelin count is getting quite low. Archers are pressing decently well, but he's going to have to fall back a little bit. The Rams are going to start moving over to the farms next. This is the big problem. The ranchers are going to be unprotected, because even though the archers might not be able to finish off, the problem is with no Donzos, MarineLorD technically has no answer to the siege now.
Villagers are being pulled to take out the Rams. Donzo's gone.
He's housed again. He wants to get his house.
Donzos against the horsemen.
No, and like, funnily enough, Louis could just switch into a few lancers. I think it'd be even easier to run this through, but the horsemen arrive at a quicker pace. Just allows them to fixate on the food. Now with the Rax is going down, ability to get anti-cav is falling fast. MarineLorD on the edge of what feels like a GG call here, especially now that he has to abandon the cows.
That is where things fall apart for MarineLorD. Having to abandon the cows, losing a lot of infrastructure, and as you said, Louis behind this, there is another wave of horsemen now moving in. There's so many
He's
Rams
going for the primary TC. Like, he's actually just sieging into it now. He's had enough of this. He's saying, get the hell out of my game. Did you think I was running out of steam here? He sells 1,400 food income, courtesy of the berries and the boar. Now, there is a fragile point approaching, but this is the genius of Louis sticking to archers this whole time. Archers makes you a lot more lean on your food usage. It allows the horsemen to be justified, and now we have the Nestabes being queued up. Would have been nice to have had this sooner, just a final nail in the coffin, so it's going to be a while for them to arrive. But no doubt about it, MarineLorD is in a shaky position here, falling behind economically. And the longer this difference in age goes on, the worse and worse it begins to feel.
Really, as you said, the only tipping point that could be seen is if Louis runs out of food. He should be close to depleting that boar, and because of this, he needs to continue doing damage here. His momentum could shrink a lot if he starts running out of food, but he's doing so much damage on the infrastructure. MarineLorD, just 4 cattle right now, not what you want to see for a Malian player, and with all these production buildings taken out, as you said, it's so difficult to get anti-cav going for MarineLorD.
What do you mean 4 cow? There's 13 cow right there. Delicious, plump T-bone steakers, all laid out on the ground. And what else is going to be laid out on the ground is a lot of these javelin horsemen dive hits big. Jav's not able to hold on, and GG gets called. The Chinese prodigy kid is going to open our grand finals with a win over the unstoppable MarineLorD.
I loved Louis' approach to this game because Malians, they can recover from so many precarious positions if you just leave them alone for 2 minutes. And there was a moment where it seemed like Louis was going to pull back and maybe regroup. That's where MarineLorD could have afforded trying to get the cattle going, trying to get the castle age. And then loueMT, after baiting out MarineLorD's army, after taking a good fight in the middle of the field, said, wait a minute, I have a chance to finish it right here and right now. And that is exactly what he ended up doing. I love his relentless approach against the Malians. This is exactly how you have to play against the Malians to prevent them from scaling that economy.
Yep, fantastic start to the series for Louis, and shows you exactly why China was considered one of his signatures. Now, the next one is going to be another signature civ. Like, his journey in pro play may have been started with a focus on China, but the Ottomans is going to be the true test here, because MarineLorD, like, he allowed this through with Enlightened Horizon in the map pool. It may seem like not a big deal because we're looking at a BO9. It's only going to be a second game potentially in a row for Louis, but momentum is a real thing in competitive games. It gives you so much control, not just on an emotional level or morale level, but also the way you can play the draft, because when you're 2 games ahead, you can do odd things, right? Like a little bit like how this timing, this all-in relentlessly with mass archers into Malians would feel a little bit odd, and I think that has to be fresh on MarineLorD's mind.
That's something I agree with, KP. When you are up, let's say, 2 games in a best of 9, you can often roll the dice on strategies that you would otherwise not do if you're down 1 game or if it's neck and neck. So you highlighted Enlightened Horizon, Ottomans out there for loueMT. There was a chance that he saves this for darker times, for times where he is losing momentum and he needs a reset. Instead, it kind of feels like he's pouncing on this advantage that he has built in game number 1 and says, let's go to game number 2. I will take potentially the best matchup I can get and try to make this a 2-0 and secure that momentum advantage, which could set him up really well to potentially play some gamble strategies going into game number 3 and 4.
And it's interesting, so you have to remember that this was MarineLorD's choice, right? So after this didn't work out, like, there's got to be something in his mind, right? Like, this hasn't phased him at all. It's like, whatever, go next. Because in Enlightened Horizon, we've been bigging it up as Ottoman's hometown. It really feels that way. House of Lancaster is okay. I wouldn't rate them as top of the pack or anywhere like close to that. I mean, they can hunker down the corner. They have some efficiency there. But in terms of civs that play really well into this Dark Age aggression, you know, you're usually thinking things like Ottomans, Japanese, maybe even English above Lancaster because they have the early men-at-arms. Lancaster themselves are a little bit funky, a little bit different. So I'm curious to see what he's got in mind. You know, we've seen a lot of these just standard Lancaster castle builds. Possible that we see an Abbey of Kings. I think this is actually a really good map for Abbey of Kings. And the Lords of Lancaster could give you the edge you need against all those Ottoman variables that make Dark Age so good. But, man, Louis, props to him on this first game, though. I was impressed on the timings here. He just... You wouldn't... With the way he played that, you wouldn't talk of inexperience. I think he executed that elegantly in G1.
He did. It was a clean game. And really, it's not like MarineLorD did anything wrong. I think MarineLorD was playing perfectly fine. Really, the only instance where you could say, oh, shoot, something went actually bad for MarineLorD was when he got baited out of his base and his army got caught off guard. Beyond that point, it was really just loueMT slightly outperforming his opponent. And it's going to be interesting to see if he can maintain that, because if he starts running away with this, we could be in for what would probably be an upset in the book of many people.
Oh, yes, that's right. loueMT 2-0 up. Is it going to happen here? Because, like, reminder, what was after game 4, we're going to have a redraft. So, like, you have this very interesting situation where you get these early wins out with the strong pick civs. The interesting thing is loueMT will then get them again even easier because they seem less desirable, such as Otto. But on this map, they truly are the king. So let's get into it. Game number 2, loueMT leading after the first in our grand finals. And he's now going to go into Enlightened Horizon. This was MarineLorD's pick. But loueMT has the S-tier pick. Ottomans on this map feel almost unslayable. MarineLorD has something in mind, though. Gentlemate's boy is whipping out the Lancasters.
Both players just rushing that standard place of interest, as one would expect. And I think this is something that we have to talk about, KP. Places of interest, one of the new additions of this DLC. Something to shake up the classic map meta with an incentive to move out on the map early on.
Yeah, the points of interest are actually a great development for Age of Empires 4. It's one that I hope they take even further. I like this idea of diverse strategies, and I think like it's been refreshing because Ottomans on standard maps, no one really thinks of them. Here, it seems desirable. Now, some people won't like that polarizing dynamic, but that polarizing dynamic has always existed in Age of Empires 4. It's why we've talked about counter picks in the past, right? It's going to exist no matter what happens, but we get so much diversity to play when you have unique map mechanics like this. So really big shout out to the devs. I'm constantly this year praising them on this. I think this has been one of the most positive improvements in Age of Empires 4 since its release. So, focus on this, by the way, it is going to be moving towards the Wolf Dens. MarineLorD's doing a good job of keeping pace here. Now, the reason why I think he values Lancaster here, as some players do, part of it is the design of the map is really good for like yeoman timings. But the other big deal is that Lancaster gathers from sheep 20% quicker. It's a very powerful buff, and it allows you to compete with these civs that have other edges. Like, for example, Ottomans, they save 60 wood on their racks.
It's a bit of a race towards the Wolf's Den here. Players...
Yeah, but look at this. This is sick on the wrap.
Oh, nice.
Yep, that was kind of cool. The problem is MarineLorD lost the initial stab in. So, like, he didn't get the overwhelming edge he was looking for. But the idea is really cool there, like, trying to flank with that tree line.
Yeah, both players just rushing towards that Wolf's Den. 150 gold that you get for destroying the Wolf's Den is a huge buff in early game. So, obviously, that's part of the reason why both the players are challenging this. Looks like Louis is going to have to bail on this.
Yeah.
He still has his own side to go for. I wonder if MarineLorD will try to just force this engagement and then clean up the Wolf's Den with the next wave of Spearmen coming in.
You have to be very careful. It's a little about timings here. Like, the reason MarineLorD was able to win that is the initial stab in favored him, and then, of course, he has defender's advantage. Like, it's slight, but we've got Louis going diagonally versus MarineLorD in a straight line, so his units get here quicker. So it's all about finessing that timing. MarineLorD doesn't really want to get bogged down in a very long stead off, though, because that means Vizier points, and Vizier points is where Ottomans destroy you in Dark Age.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? With the Ottomans, it usually takes a long time for the Ottomans to scale up, but it's a completely different dynamic where you have to play early game, Dark Age combat, or early Feudal Age combat. Ottomans are actually very proficient at that. Back when they were released, they were your Dark Age rush civilization out there, but oh boy, now this is a problem for loueMT. MarineLorD has basically all the sheep.
Yeah, and on top of that, look at the way MarineLorD's playing these fights. Like, he got a small number advantage, and he's not hesitating to use it. Like, you'd think he blindfolded them and given them a spear. They're just charging in with no fear whatsoever, and it's actually kind of edging out an advantage here. And remember, like, he doesn't want to play hyper long Dark Age. He just wants to do enough that Louis leaves him the hell alone and lets him get his timing here. And remember,
he needs the gold for feudal.
Exactly. And this is really important, this timing, because it's been a longer Dark Age. The merchant camp's also been generating gold. So once you get the Wolf Den and you tech up, this could open the door for the Abbey of Kingsfield because you'll be able to afford additional lords.
And MarineLorD just decided to mine it at this point. Well, Lancaster Castle,
screw it.
Nicely tucked away.
Just the normie crap. Well, I tried. I done my part, everyone. I tried to invoke the Abbey of Kings. It's just not going to happen. A boy can dream. So split each way. loueMT going to likely be Madrissa here. Yeah. For a while, people really liked the trade option. But minimum Madrissa, like, I've always stood by this belief that it gives you more versatility. It's good for long feudal, but it also benefits you a lot in fast castle as well.
Having safe food is never a bad thing. It's, to a certain extent, it's very similar to what you would get from a Kura storehouse. You have a stability with your food income, and that's immensely valuable in mid-game.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like, in theory, on this map at least, the trade seems a bit more desirable because you have so little gold safely in your base. But, you know, with Ottomans, with passive production, the way that works, how you get it set up, you don't need a grand deal of gold to be competitive. Like, you can actually lean into things like Sipahi pretty hard, which is food and wood. So I guess MarineLorD is... like, is he going to do something a bit funky here? That Lancaster Castle is quite far forward. So I'm wondering if the plan is to build manors on the merchant camp so it can't be decapped, which is, I mean, quite creative. I haven't seen many people do that. Normally, you build it near your stone and your deer.
I think some of that positioning with the Lancaster Castle comes down to the protection of the gold as well. And also this deer pack. So even though it's going to get pushed all the way in, I think some of this is more aligned with the positioning of the natural resources rather than the camp, but I wouldn't be against it. It would be a nice little additional benefit from the positioning of that castle.
Yeah, it's just like, obviously, having it that far forward, it means your stone, your tree lines, like, they're all unguarded. Like, you're basically anchoring on your gold. It could be the food we talked about. And now we have the Imam point. This is what makes this map so good for Ottomans, is the Imam, followed up by meta, usually produced actively, gives you this very strong timing in the game. One that's hard to compete, because the Imam makes units not die, and then the meta accelerates that because of the double melee armor you can get. And because at this stage, both sides are spam spears, it's a bloody big edge for Ottomans. I wonder, does he just rush castle behind this, though? Like, he knows what it is now. He just ran the scout over, I believe. Okay, maybe not. He'll find out in a sec, though. So just a stare down at the moment. But Louis' macro definitely suggests like he's considering an age up. He's holding a lot of food in reserve. I think he added in military schools, which usually if you're adding in military schools at this timing, it's indicative of you going castle. Because like it's very, very weak at the beginning of feudal age.
I think it's also the imams. Like, realistically, as much as he can try to challenge this position, with the manors being nearby, it's going to be, well, with the castle being nearby, it's going to be a big no-no. He's going to try to decap this nonetheless and use the imams to heal, but the real value of the imams will come from picking up the relics if you actually go to castle. Nice little micro, by the way, using the healing and just exploiting the fact that the castle cannot reach all the spearmen to decap this position. In fact, not just decap this, but straight up cap it for himself.
It's strong because the thing is Lancaster Castle mana spam is good because of the gradual damage it does. It kind of sucks at bursting. Right? Like, look, oh wow, you almost hurt. Oh wow, oh. Damn, 1 damage? Oh, it'd be a shame if I could just like have someone wave at me and make me feel better, you know?
Yeah,
it's the morale damage.
It's good to be a healthcare provider in this area, I feel.
Like the thing is he's doing this, he's not losing any units, and he's teching. Right? He also has the meta on the way, which can be passively produced. That means that if this turns like remains in a weird melee stalemate, the thing about that is it's even better for Ottomans, because they'll have the heal and then the +2 armor. Which is, at this stage in the game, 25% of MarineLorD spearman damage.
And look at the distribution of the relics on this map. They are not scattered across the map. They're very much condensed. If you rush Castle Age like this, you can very quickly get to 3-4 relics. It's not like Frisian Marshes where you have to walk across the map and pick up the relics. He's going to be guaranteed 2 relics here, and I think he will be able to snag the ones from the middle as well. It's pretty much guaranteed that Louis has at least 4 relics in this game.
Yeah, very cozy position for him. However, in response, MarineLorD has got a lot of manners, and he is indeed mustering the nobles, so this could be a good timing to try and intercept. It is going to be into the space of a bunch of spears, so likely he'll have to try and stop the 3 relics further from the base, because the first 2 are pretty much locked in.
The first 2 should be locked in. Especially if Louis has a gate on that wall to the south of his base, then he can just get through the walls, and there's no gate, so he's going to have to walk around.
I think that's fine, though. Like, he's going to want to be north side of his base anyway to go and collect additional relics. So it doesn't really hurt his timing too much here. So takeout completes. We have got a mango and queue already. Most of the time at the moment with Ottomans, you actually cancel the mango and immediately queue up Springles instead, as they are insanely cost efficient and blob a lot faster. And there you go. There's the switch over.
I just got to say, Lancaster Castle into White Tower is the most turtle play that you can do on this planet.
And Sapahi as well. Yeah, like he's expecting a transition into Yeoman, but this is going to be a White Tower build from MarineLorD. Securing the gold. Could also secure the ball. I think like there's a timing here on Earl's Guard that could work really well for Lancaster.
Yeah, MarineLorD is playing ultra defensive. Now, one thing that could be a little worrisome for him is that all of these defensive landmarks are to the left. There is a wide open path into his base from the right that could be used by loueMT.
Well, tech up's complete. and it is going to be a priority of upgrading the spin first of all. Makes sense with the Sipahi factor. I mean, when you have this many manas, you do get tempted by the yeoman. You shouldn't, but you do. And I believe that's going to be, what, military school for Louis? Would make a lot of sense here.
Earlsguard are now moving out, and Louis actually decided to just drop off the relics back at home, not even garrison them. I guess he's racing for the other relics, but he hasn't gotten there. And right now, as things stand, MarineLorD might be able to deny the 3 relics in the middle. Look at that. Where are the...
It's the bloody demi-lancers. I'm telling you, like, they camp it out. The problem is, like, you've got spears, but spears don't move very fast, so... You're pretty much just going to get Benny Hills between them. And you don't want to overextend to protect one of those relics this early because you know your opponent has a similar count of units. So Louis instead just retracts back into the corner. Demi Lancers, which just got auto-upgraded, are going for the dive in. The villagers. Yeah, he didn't trust the Seek Shelter there. Doesn't go for the outburst.
I feel like Louis needs a little wall in this corner. On the other side, MarineLorD could use some walls as well, but he's not facing high mobility units. So this is more along the lines of making sure that these Demi-Lancers cannot do a lot of damage to loueMT. He's definitely struggling to keep track of them with spears only, so some walls would benefit him greatly. Yeah, there we go.
Louis walling? What are you implying? And MarineLorD must be inspired by a third place deciding game. We've got Fast Imp Lancaster coming in.
Yeah, I honestly feel like he looked at that Beastie game and said, wait a minute, this actually does make a lot of sense. It's rushing Imperial here, and the thing is that this is ultra difficult to punish with the Ottomans. Military schools take time to escalate, and more importantly, poor little sheep gets caught in this little fight. Just look at how MarineLorD's base is structured. He walled off the right side now. He has 2 castles on the left side of his base. It's just so difficult for loueMT to punish this. And Louis is just light years away, really, from aging.
I wonder. Is there? I don't like. This is the thing. The White Tower makes it very hard for Louis to now commit to an all-in to punish this. He's kind of stuck.
Yeah, that's the thing. This switch-up is so good with the Lancaster against the Ottomans, because mid-Castle Age is where you would feel comfortable about this matchup with the Ottomans, and MarineLorD just said, well, let's skip Castle Age as a whole, let's head to Imperial. And when you look at this setup for loueMT, he's got Spearman and Sipahi, he's very far away from Imperial, he's got no tools to punish this imp from MarineLorD. But rushing out Imperial would be ultra costly for him, and I'm not even sure if he would benefit much from that.
I mean, you do get a big acceleration to your production rates on military schools. It's like not the worst idea possible. But with the supply scaling, it kind of feels like he wants to be a bit more aggressive. This is tricky though. Like, you know, the wall's already up in the short ramp. Now with the tech up, you don't even have confirmation it's not Berkshire, which is a little bit of a paranoia for you. And that's the perfect answer. Garrison command is exactly what you want to be doing here. The Sipahi are going to be completely scammed out of their role in this game.
And behind this, MarineLorD has the relic lead, which is remarkable considering that he was beaten to Castle Age, and Louis had monks ready to go from the very beginning.
Yeah, wolves still exist. I'm a little bit... This is one of the things I don't like about wolf dens. I don't know. Like, give someone 5 gold for killing those things. They're actually pains in the ass and difficult to kill. I do like the wolf dens. I hope they get a little bit more depth. I also would love to see them add in some point of interest that are kind of like the Forgotten Ruins that generate stone, but like, you know, maybe a neutral farm that's better than normal farms. Like a little... I don't know, like I think another idea has like a river with a guy like that sieves gold in the river. Stuff like that. Like, I don't know. Like, I was hyping out the points of interest at the start. I stand by it. They are incredible.
Yeah. MarineLorD is trying to secure the sacred sites as well. He's basically saying, well, if loueMT is not coming out of his base, I'm just going to start that timer. Louis is now moving out. And he's trying to get to Imperial. You can just see how much time it takes for him. I don't think Louis was anywhere near ready to age up, but he kind of has to pull the trigger now.
Yeah, it feels like Louis' goal here, his game plan, was to counteract an all-in castle timing that Lancaster's really good at. That's the mana spam into Yeoman pool. But MarineLorD read through it. Like, it's kind of ridiculous when you think about, like, why stay the age? Why stay the age when you can just as easily just hop to the next one? Especially against Ottomans that maybe are looking to more slowly scale to counter you versus an all-in timing. Like, you're not staring down the barrel of an HRE Burgrave Rush, for example.
Imperial will be on the way for loueMT. At the very least, he's walled back at home, so MarineLorD cannot really do a lot of damage to him, but with Robodoquin on the way, mass spearmen, we're getting into that pike and shot era. I'm not exactly sure what Louis can do against that. He's going very heavy into Springles, though.
You always do. It's the most efficient thing. Like, they are so damn good ever since the buffs with the increased radius on the penetration. Even after the slight damage nerf, it just doesn't matter. They are still the king thing to spam. Even more so when you look at what MarineLorD has. MarineLorD has literally just got spearmen, you know? Like, oh, what's that? You've got a big, long stick? Well, we shoot bigger, longer sticks at you. It's... I think that's how rock, paper, scissors works. Yeah, you know, like, you know when you play...
Here.
You know when you play, like, rock, paper, scissors? Like, the way you win is when they go rock and then you punch them in the face. It's just like, it's a bigger rock.
The worrisome detail for Louis is that he doesn't have a good front line in front of those Springles right now. The Sipahi will just melt to that many spearmen. Imperial Age is in. MarineLorD might be looking for a timing to punish this. But that's a lot of villagers having to move out for the gold.
I mean, you have to at this stage. Then again, he went for the north side as well. So this is ultra greedy. Yeah, he's splitting his gold, but he's using most of his economy to do it. We do have a great bombard now queued up. There is a possibility you go for the extra bombard here with the vizier points, because that would be the perfect answer to mass spear blob and Robodoquin play. The culverins is going to be the trickier thing for Louis to answer.
Big push on this gold mine, but at the same time, Louis is sending in his cavalry on the far left. So both players looking for a raid here. Louis is going to be the first one to find it.
Nice little poke with the horseman, but he does have the white town nearby, so it might be difficult to maintain a dive, especially considering the elite for the Sipahi is still 50 seconds off.
Yeah, third level for the manners just now coming in. So MarineLorD is only on 6 manners.
I mean, he's going to fix that soon. Scuttage, not really a priority just yet, but that's because he's got the white tower to secure the extra 4k gold, so he has some runway.
Where are the Springles
He's going to try to buy time. They're going to be chilling at home. There we go. Like, you don't want them outside the walls when those demi-lance is still looming. So we'll start poking. These choke points actually become kind of a graveyard for MarineLorD.
Sipahi coming in from the left side. They might be looking for a jump on the Robodoquin.
This is the thing, though. He needs that kill, because otherwise the Springles will just get picked one by one. There's a lot of Sipahi waiting here, but they're doing it in vision. Like, hey, just so you know, we're waiting for you to make a move.
Yeah, still, MarineLorD needs to respect the potential pincer move here. 30 Sipahi is nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, but it is 17. It's 79 elite spears. Like, come on. This is the thing. The Sipahi were trying to cut reinforcements, and then like, wait, why are we trying to cut reinforcements when it's the thing that kills us?
For now, it's going to be a reset. MarineLorD is swinging north with a bunch of spears. This is the thing that worries me for Louis. He's going so heavy on the Sipahi into 90 spearmen, that just feels like a losing recipe.
Yeah, like the Springles can do a lot of work, but there's really not many of them, considering the culverins. Sipahi are going to win that fight, though. Okay, so like if MarineLorD keeps doing that, we have the path to victory for Louis. He just needs 5 more of those.
And you do keep in mind, spearmen take longer to reinforce in the middle of the map. They're slow moving. So right now we're looking at 70 spears for MarineLorD. This looks more like 40, 50. I don't think everybody is here on the battlefield.
No, he's holding a group in reserve on his boar and his gold because he thought he was going to get raided again.
So he needs to be careful about that. Because 80 spears look good, but when you only have 40 against 40 Sipahi and a bunch of Springolds, it suddenly looks a lot better for Louis.
The comps are so weird from a range perspective. Like, instead of building actual units that have bows or guns, it's just siege. Siege is their backline, right? Like, you've got Springold Great Bombards versus Robodoquin Culverins.
And this army is once again isolated.
Wait, but the Robodoquins are out of position here. He's going to slow down a little bit. The Spearman is starting to turn a bit of a sandwich, so Louis needs to flood and overwhelm on the north side and get out. He's got Springs arriving. Nice pen shot from the side, but Colvin's going to start counteracting that.
Reinforcing is going to be so difficult here for MarineLorD, though.
Louis, he's just cleaning up the troops they trickle in. Springs are now going to be dove onto by the Spearmen. It has been reached, but the Sipahi are coming back now, and the Great Bombard starts to counterplay into the Revoltiquins. And Sipahi, also not that bad of a counter either, stabs in, finds him for what feels like for free. Louis' count is falling fast, but the problem is MarineLorD just, as you said, doesn't have the military force here. It's a throwaway of all the siege, and an easy reset for Louis.
Oh, this is exactly what Louis needed. MarineLorD has 50 spearmen, none to be found back here, and now the siege is gone. Now you have nothing to deal with these Springles, just mass spearmen. This is as good as it gets for loueMT. If MarineLorD had 20 more spears here, this would have been terrible.
Or if he had that. Elite Army Tactics wasn't there. MarineLorD thought he could just, raid the gold with impunity and there would not be a response?
I wonder if he got baited again.
I mean, something was wrong in his mind there.
Blacksmith upgrades are lacking as well. Not a single blacksmith upgrade.
But the thing is, I think genuinely he was expecting that raid on the gold and borderline again. That was his paranoia. That's why he was keeping spears back, I think. And Louis just read straight through it. A pure soul read here. And now he does have those Sipahi out roaming when these spears come in force. The problem is now, you've just got a massive cannons building that the spears don't really want to dive into.
And the villagers will be gone. MarineLorD doesn't have a lot of mobility on a wide open map like this, so it doesn't really have the tools to chase this. Then again, I still hate how Louis is fighting Sipahi into spears. Even if you isolate a group like this is not something that Louis is supposed to do.
No, and the difference is he had biology this whole time, right? Elite Army Tactics wasn't there. I don't think he realized EAT just came in. It's a big difference maker. Spearman now just chasing down villagers as well. And the Sprills are overextending. The Great Bombard to be targeted here is just going to wrap around the back. You need to be careful. When you trickle like this, that's how Sipahi can win. The villagers are essentially like a pseudo meat shield now. Great Bombards, if they get some good hits in here, maybe. But it's too many spears. No, the Sipahi are starting to fail him.
It should. That is the thing. It should. Sipahi are great, but new wave coming in here, and
that's going to be Great Bombard's dead.
At the end of the day, you're fighting cavalry into spears, which should never work. That's the problem for Louis. You cannot sustain fighting cav into spears.
We saw it from CSO. He spammed knights into arbitrary and spears. Apparently, it's just a Team Elephant, Team Strat at this point. And it seems that it's going to go the same way it did for his teammate in that third place match. Great Bombard's barely holding on. Villagers trying to come in clutch to the repair, but that's going to be one splinter down. Sipahi count about to be down to single digits. And a Knight switch, but that's only passive gen. Remember, loueMT only has relic gold in his corner. There is no active gold gathering allowed in this game.
He's also down by 20 eco. MarineLorD behind all of this killed 23 villagers. loueMT's eco is looking grim. I think MarineLorD has this. And when you look at this game, some of this comes down to the civ differential. But you cannot ignore the fact that as good as that first fight that Louis took was, he kept slamming cavalry into spears, and that just does not work.
No, I think it's also the deception of how well it worked the first time, and maybe not respecting the fact that tech differences were on the way. I do wonder if Louis looks back this, was there maybe an archer switch that made sense, or possibly just active siege workshop Springle production that could have maybe counteracted what MarineLorD was doing, because this is just, let's just call it what it is. This looks dented. This man has spent the last 25 minutes spamming spears. He started this game in Age 1 building spears. Lytical, what did he change between Age 2, 3, and 4?
He got a couple of Revoltiquins. That was it, KP.
He built more spears. This is like when you ask a pro for his build, his tactical build, or how do you win this game? Just build spears. Okay, but is there any build spears? So when you want me to, do I need to switch at 20 minutes and build spears and win the game?
And Ace Spears, they're just now getting the feudal age upgrades on the melee.
GG, I can't believe it. What a crazy way for Ottomans to lose what's seen as their best map. Just spears.
I don't know what to say. The efficiency was on the side of MarineLorD all along. Obviously, once Louis lost 20 or so villagers, it was all done for. But truly, as you said, make spears and wait for Louis to respond. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And frankly, Louis never really responded to the spears. Sure, you had the springles, sure, you had the great bombards, but it's a wide open map. They got picked off, and there was just nothing following up to deal with the spears.
Yep, I mean, that many spears, and it just felt like Louis couldn't see the point, which explains why the horsemen ran into them so freely. So we get a 1-1 scoreline, a little bit more depth of the series, but like a crazy way to do it. You know, this series is already taking kind of crazy turns, and I'm excited for the next one, actually. Like, Frisian Marshes for game number 3 with Abbassids and Order Dragon, we'll just set that in a little bit, but in terms of like rounding out what the hell is going on here, like why did Louis only build horsemen, and why did MarineLorD only build spears? Well, obviously MarineLorD didn't need to switch. For Louis, like you got to be asking the question, why not go archers? I think there was a paranoia that House of Lancaster would then just switch yeomen, and that's even better for them. So what does that leave you with? You don't want to do your gunpowder units because those get counted by yeomen as well. Men at arms going to be very weird when Earlsguard can just be a lot better. And there's Rebaldaquins. I think for Louis, he was just looking to maybe swell Sipahi count, raid, and then just get the Great Bombard count up to like 6. But wasn't expecting this many spears.
I think one of the problems that you face here is that this was a 1TC build from both of the players. Under such circumstances, the manners escalate very, very quickly. So there was a substantial eco differential on the side of MarineLorD, and do keep in mind, Louis was beaten to Imperial by a massive margin. Louis had to squeeze out the resources to even get to Imperial. He really didn't have that economical prowess to get to Imperial and then get a bunch of premium units out once he's in Imp.
Yeah, and you know, like we always talk about Ottomans being the kings of Imp, but we see why it's like it's never that simple. Yes, if you're talking about like critical mass, 200 pop, late game, I get it. Like Sipahi, incredible. Janissary, incredible. Great Bombard's incredible. But like maybe the challenge is getting here. Like even though you had a lot of Sipahi, you can see how difficult it was to sustain that count this late into the game without any like mass food production behind it. So just like a great read by MarineLorD. We'll be real. It looked, I think the word is a little bit dented at first. It maybe looked like he was throwing the game because he's just palming off these spears to a massacre. But seems he understood the attritional value. Like, you know, his production rate was just going to be superior courtesy of the manners. And once the siege went down, like, this didn't look close anymore, right? Like, the reason why the fight before it looked so good for Louis is partially because MarineLorD overextended, but it was also those Springolds. Springolds that in this fight just didn't exist.
Yeah, and also MarineLorD had abysmal upgrades on those spears.
Yeah,
so
he didn't have any army
upgrades
tactics.
Came in,
yeah,
no blacksmith upgrades, no elite army tactics. Once the upgrades came in, it just became even more one-sided towards him.
So, Order Dragon versus Abbassids. I don't know, I wonder if this is going to be maybe Canadian-inspired and maybe we've got like a 2TC OTD build. More likely, it's probably going to be just a classic Burgrave rush. Order Dragon is pretty decent on this map for that because of the short distance, the predictability, and also the abundance of food you have to work with.
Yeah, the first thing that popped into my mind looking at this civilization matchup is that this is kind of the, well, not so popular civilizations, to say the least, of the tournament facing off against one another, Abbassids and the OOTD. So both the players came in with civilizations that are less highly regarded as some of the others are. Now, Frisian Marshes is interesting. We've seen Abbassids, and Abbassids are on the side of MarineLorD. You mentioned in this game House of Lancaster. Maybe it was inspired by Beastie's Lancaster game, this Fast Imperial. What if this Abbasid play is inspired by what we've seen from CSO in the third place match? Louis with the Order of the Dragon in blue, MarineLorD with the Abbassids in pink as we Frisian Marshes.
And we have got that fishing beginning. MarineLorD skips no beats on this one. Now, a lot of players have been experimenting with the trade, but when you put this boy in the pink and on the Abbassids, it's going to be something a little bit different. So it gets the efficiency of those sheep docks on the ponds. Meanwhile, for loueMT, nothing too wacky. But then again, I feel like Order of the Dragon don't have that many crazy openings that come to mind here. The question mark is going to be whether this is some sort of 2TC greed or just a classic fast castle for the dragons.
I wonder if he's going to try to get at least one or two gilded horsemen out. Oftentimes, at least in the early days of OOTD, that was an approach being taken. Gilded Horsemen kind of being a knight-ish unit in Feudal Age that you can use to harass. It's expensive, obviously, but it could give you a tool that allows you to do some harassment at the beginning.
Yeah, it's good to like find bio targets. Obviously, the burn down can be quite slow, is the annoyance. And also, like, this is the other thing that kind of makes it feel a little bit awkward is docks take a long time to kill, and they're very cheap for Abassets. So, like, it's quite valuable for them to have you light harass into their docks. It's almost like if you want to take them out, you need to put a lot on the line. Because, like, I've seen players do this strategy where they go 3-4 docks. They just don't stop because in total, like, you can see on MarineLorD's map, there is 8 ponds to play with. And some of them sometimes have weird overlaps. Like, if we look at the one near the relic in the south from MarineLorD, sometimes you can drop a dock. I don't think that one's close enough, but sometimes there's so little land, you can drop a dock and then spawn fishing boats on both sides. Yeah, that one maybe. It feels like it's still a little bit too wide, but I've seen it. I think B in particular was like doing this a lot when we had Frisian in rotation. He was just dropping them, and you have to like force rally point them, but it can kind of like push them out of the dock the other way. It's very weird.
That's a lot of sheep for Louis. And nice little Aachen Chapel.
Can we check the sheep count, actually? I think Louis... I mean, it seems like a lot, but we have to remember this map has an insane amount of sheep. Good old Adney, when he was around, was like a little bit obsessed with them.
Yeah, this is a very food-heavy map. Both in terms of sheep and, of course, the extra food on... or in the ponds, I should say.
It looks like he's actually going to be hanging around. See, guys, it's not him just saying, oh, look at all the sheep I have, you suck. No, he just wants to know what the choice is going to be, because trade is expected here. And there you go. Yeah, it's pretty even. 20 and 23. And then remember, MarineLorD is like just been diversifying into wood earlier, so like they were very close. You might argue MarineLorD got actually quite a bit more. And it is confirmation. Trade wing is what it's up against. So, Louis, you mentioned the idea going for the horseman. Could be viable here, actually. Yes, there's a debuff, but remember, the Gilded Horseman hit a lot harder.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you play Gilded Horseman, it's almost like a knight. It's a little more fragile against ranged attacks, so you cannot really justify running into DC fire with that. But at the same time, when you look at the damage output, it's actually very, very nice. It's something in the high 20s, I do believe, which is almost something that matches with the damage output of knights.
For the horseman?
Yeah, the Gilded Horseman.
It's 15. So 15
is
feudal.
It?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, my math might be off. Nevertheless,
units...
the HP is quite respectable.
The HP is, yes, the HP is like very high. But like the thing you have to remember is like the way they map things out. So it's 250 HP, which is more than a feudal knight. Obviously, you don't have the armor though for melee. But the thing you have to remember is like the reason why they didn't just raw double damage everything is like if you just say it out loud. So like a base horseman is 9, 18 damage on a horseman in feudal age is kind of wild.
It's wild.
Like, it's ridiculous. So
and do keep in mind, horsemen are faster than knights, so there's more to this than just the actual plain raw DPS.
Mm-hmm. So maybe we see if those fishing boats can sneak over. It's close. It might work. It looks ridiculous when you watch it. The catch is like sometimes you have to manually drop off because the dock technically isn't close enough to be rallied to.
Yeah. MarineLorD is going very greedy on the economy, by the way. Multiple docks for fishing boats and a trade wing. Very clear approach for an eco-heavy build, and on the other side, 2 TCs for loueMT.
Yeah. Okay, so one's been inspired by 3D Clan, the other's been inspired by Canada. That's what I'm getting from this. Because like MarineLorD, what he's doing, when we had Frisian in rotation, he was doing it constantly. Can we check? I don't think... Yeah, I think his fishing boat couldn't get out. So if you check the dock between the 2 ponds, he rallied it to the west side, got pushed out in the east. So not close enough. He won't get the absurd efficiency of this dock. But yeah, for the other side, loueMT with all the dragon, that was like, I call that the Canadian build. Like I think Wham and Poppypaw are more obsessed with 2TC dragon than anyone else I know.
It can be a juggernaut of a build if you think about it. DD lives and dies with strong resource income, because once you have that, you can just get some extremely expensive but high quality premium units out, very population efficient. It's actually quite the opposite of what you have for the Abbasids. Abbasids get armies out very quickly, but you don't have that high level premium composition that the OOTD does.
Yeah, like Order of the Dragon's kind of like funky sometimes. Like there's certain areas where they benefit big. Like there's some matchups where you just really wish you could Gilded Archer. I don't know if this is one of them, just because of Bastards having their own kind of version of Gilded Archers in Castle Age. Because like that's the thing. Like if you want to make archers work, you're looking towards Castle as the play. For people playing on ladder, the choice is obvious. You go for the crossbowmen, but we have a tuning pack so that they don't shoot like Chuganu. So it's a little bit harder to make Dragon work in competitive. Like this is why I remind people to not trust ladder statistics, because I think if you were to check statistics probably on the ladder right now, I guess Order of the Dragon's doing quite well. In fact, yeah, if you look at across all ranks, they are the highest win rate Civ in the game.
Yeah,
well,
the glitch stuff has been patched out for the tournament.
Yes, which is why, for anyone wondering, I don't get it. It's everywhere for me and like not for you guys. I think they maybe did fix it with the most recent hotfix. Well, yeah, it was fixed, I think, a few days ago. But like, obviously, the stats that people will check on things like AoE 4 worlds are going to be for bumps at this stage.
Exactly. Those stats are very heavily inflated by the performance in the previous weeks. Nevertheless, now we're back on track, and it's going to be a fast castle here for Louis. He is going to have a decent head start in comparison to MarineLorD. MarineLorD decided not to run across the map with the traders. So, unlike CSO in the previous series,
first, no?
He might have done that at the beginning. I've honestly not looked, but
yeah. So like
he's shifting to his side a lot quicker than CSO did in the third place match.
Yeah, so the idea is like you start with it because your opponent doesn't have an answer. Even more so when he goes to TC. But then when there's a risk, you pull back from it. Now, because MarineLorD hadn't been intercepted at all and just scouted across to see nothing, he should know that it's castle on castle. So Burgrave Rush coming in. MarineLorD's response, military wing can make sense here. Culture could be justified as well, because like military wing feels better when you can think archer, but your opponent's probably thinking men-at-arms, so you need a cleaner answer to that. But okay, melee wing it is. So we'll have the 2 camels, which is kind of a reset on tempo. And then I imagine it's going to be straight up crossbow scaling for the Abbasids.
Yeah, I think you have to do that. And I like this a lot for loueMT. It's a bit of an all-in-ish play. Burgrave often is, even with the HRE. But at the same time, one of the issues that the Abbasids have here is that they're slow. You have to wait 80 more seconds for Castle Age, and that you do not have the means to accelerate your production like the Chinese do with supervision, for example. So it's going to take quite some time until MarineLorD gets anything out against those initial men-at-arms, and that opens a nice little window for loueMT.
Yeah, the important thing to remember here is, like, with Order of the Dragon, Burgrave just feels a lot nicer than with HRE. I don't think it's as much timing with this Civ, because of the amount of resources you save per minute with constant production, especially when you go up to Military Academy. It's, like, better than having free relics. It's kind of crazy, actually, how good it can be for that reason. So you still play for relics, you still get, like, the gradual, like, gen. But, like, the other thing is, like, it's so much safer while being just as good, because when you do Regnets, the issue with Regnets with Order of the Dragon is you can only start playing towards relics when someone hears the tech up. Whereas HRE starts going for relics before they hear the tech up. So that's like a very big advantage on timing that usually punishes Dragon players over and over.
Yeah, Gilded Knight is on the way, though, so it's not just the Burgrave with the man-at-arms. There is a Gilded Knight coming out as well, and Gilded Knights are real chads. If you want one unit, like if you can have one unit alone raiding the enemy trade, you probably want a Gilded Knight.
Yeah, but that guy is going to do a lot less damage as the challenge because you're high base damage against traders. I guess Louis is just like, well, I need something fast that intercepts. And the problem is also going to be the double camel rider. So first relic gets picked up. Well, it's going to be used to protect himself, but we already have MarineLorD queuing up both the knights and the crossbow. So pretty much the entire answer to what Louis is currently producing.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Burgrave build. By the time your men-at-arms arrive, the window might already be closed. And that seems to be the case here, at least for the time being. Wars are also coming up, so it's going to get increasingly difficult for loueMT to hit the traders.
Yeah, and those knights, like, they do feel so slow to produce. It's 42 seconds per Gilded Knight. Just honestly feels like you get up from your like PC, go have a bathroom break, come back, and you'll still be waiting for them to come out. So, MarineLorD has pretty ridiculous scale at this stage. And I believe that, is that Armored Caravans? Yeah, coming in again. Now, this is a game where it just makes a lot of sense. You're already reducing the base damage pretty heavily. And remember, those camels are obnoxiously fast. So it's very hard for Gilded Knights to stick to them, let alone kill them.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you can reduce the damage output, the camels kind of run away from those knights. It's difficult for the knights to gap close. Speaking of gap closing, that's that monk.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing, by the way, about like the Gilded Knight strategy here. It's like, I get what Louis trying to envision, but usually to deal with these camels, with cavalry, what you actually need, as this guy just needs to claim some souls for Imhotep, what you really need is enough knights to trap traders. And that is a deal breaker for Gilded Knights. These things cost 5,000 resources each.
Yeah, I think once you have that many Gilded Knights, you dive TCs.
Yeah, like at that point, you're like, well, I mean, I got this many, I just win in the game. Who cares about the traders? It's just getting there is so difficult. By the time you would have built 7 of these, you could have went Imperial Age.
Yeah, we could see that one Gilded Knight just standing under the TC fire for like a minute. And that was without the range defense upgrades. Those guys can dive under TCs, they can pick off villagers, and if you're Louis, maybe you prefer to just hit that wood line at the back and try to wipe out some villagers instead. I
mean, I'd straight up just sit one of those Gilded Knights underneath the TC and stand ground, you know, like a statement play. But I think Louis wants to win the game is the thing. 2 relics already home, third is on the way. MarineLorD's doing a good job of pressing him here. He can't turn around because of the crossbow threat. Louis has 0 answers, reliable answers to crossbows. And almost loses one of those pricey Gilded Knights there. Barely gets away.
Yeah, this is the problem with the OOTD in late feudal, early castle. They don't really have the good numbers. And because every unit they make is so expensive, making unit switches is very challenging and difficult. So when you're facing off against crossbows, which counter everything you have, it's very difficult to make a pivot into a different type of a unit.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, like, Dragon, I think more than any other Civ, relies on the ability to be ahead on a transition because you get double the impact, is the logic. But it also just means you struggle and you're doubly behind when you're wrong about the comp. And the problem right now for Louis' comp is, like, everything feels wrong against crossbows. Even this horseman play, because there's already camels and knights. So Gilded Archers, I mean, that makes a little bit more sense. Like, realistically, the most sensible comp here feels like Gilded Crossbowmen. I'm wondering why he doesn't want to do it, though.
It's tricky, because if you do that, MarineLorD can still go for composite bows on the archers. Like, that is not...
That's true.
Playing heavy archers here with the OOTD is actually a bad idea, because Abbasids are more than happy playing a ranged war.
Well, the thing about Gilded Crossbowmen, why they're meant to be so good, is the extra range. So you just, like, can't be touched. Because I think at this rate, Louis is going to be stuck in his base anyway. Probably just feels like Gilded Crossbows is too expensive, too slow. Whereas archers are cheaper and produce a little bit faster. And he does have that scale armor to match up better against crossbows initially. It's just, now you have this question mark over solving for the knight issue. The count's getting pretty high.
Yeah, and behind this, let's not forget, MarineLorD has a 20-ish eco lead. Numbers are always a little weird with the OOTD villagers, but he had 20-something traders a few minutes ago. So realistically...
Yeah, and it's just getting better.
Yeah, when you look at the overall resource income at the top of the screen, it's a night and day difference.
Yeah, like, even if Louis still had those extra villages, what is he doing with it? Like, this is the challenge of being pinned in the corner. You can get food and you can get wood. That's it. So, like, that's another reason why I think we're seeing Spear and Gilded Archers, is he knows, like, gold is going to become a big conundrum. He definitely can't afford to keep doing Gilded Knights. Landsknechte are going to be off the menu. It's a tricky predicament.
I need you to repeat that.
A tricky predicament?
No, I meant the unit.
Oh, Landsknechte are off the menu. Was that better?
Yeah, I mean... You're going to have to practice that, KP.
No, I think I, like, nailed it. Like, Jesus to a cross. It's perfect. So Louis has got a decent number of farms online. Like, what's his key objective next? I mean, you could play stone into, like, a castle drop. That would give you some, like, control on the map. Like, I was about to say, what Louis needs is his patented walls. loueMT is by far one of the most prolific wallers we have in this game. So much so that even the thought of walling has frozen MarineLorD on the spot.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Like he is petrified of loueMT's walls and his land.
All right.
I think like with the pause, the way I pronounced it that time probably made people think the whole stream had just crashed. Okay, so I think we've just got something happening with the in-game replay. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to it in just a second.
Yeah, anyway, while we're at it, KP, I think...
Oh yeah, okay. Where are we going now? What else do you want me to pronounce?
No, I was going to talk about the resource income. Okay, there we go.
Oh, okay.
A little slow-mo.
I think Louis would rather we don't talk about the resource income.
Well, we kind of have to, because we just have to explain what on earth is going on in this game. And right now, the story behind this game is the fact that this trait has been untouched for the entirety of the game, and Louis just simply doesn't have the economy to match up against that.
No, and look at this from MarineLorD. He's pivoting into the archers. With composite bows, you're going to kind of feel like a good archer. I mean, this is already a rough enough fight for Louis, I think, but the thing is, MarineLorD can hide the archer intent until Louis is overinvested. And look at that. He's now going to be the Gilded Crossbowman. And wow, look at that, man. The Gilded Crossbowmen are so powerful that the game just disappeared.
Wow. All right, we're going to hear from production about this.
Clearly, they
looks
didn't
like we have a
patch
backup.
Crossbowman. Yeah, we have. Blessed be, we have a backup. The replay is being a little bit funky. Apologies for that, folks. I think it's counting again. Are we going to have audio on this one, though? That's going to be the question. We'll see. Hopefully, the broadcast has audio at least. And we do have other problems happening. It's okay, though. I think we're able to start moving along. You know, I'm used to this from Dota 2. I used to have to cast Chinese games on like 1 frame a second. So we are going to have the army trying to march in. We have to disengage onto the east side here. He doesn't want to dive right now. He's just probing for an attack point. Maybe if you can deny the relic, it's going to feel pretty good. But the E-repairs is going to make that difficult. Turns around for the charge for a moment. But in a choke point, that's not going to feel great with the mass cav. And remember, as time goes on, we are going to be seeing more and more gilded archers and crossbows arriving. So it's a little bit difficult for MarineLorD to dive in this. And don't be deceived, folks. You look at the count on the top. You need to switch them around. MarineLorD is the east side. Louis on the west. MarineLorD realizes what's best is to not dive here. He's going to back away. He's going to wait for the tech into Imperial Age. And then he's going to win the game in 3 minutes, which in frames term for this recording will be 12 frames.
Yeah. Yeah, next frame, please. By the way, MarineLorD is aging to Imperial.
Yes, like, that's what we said. Like, by the way, like this is hilarious because this is almost like one of those what happens next moments. The chat just gets to vote. But we're gonna have the clash coming in now. The night count is pretty decent, but on the front line they're not all here just yet. There is no backstab coming in. The walls are already in, so Louis is like full hunkered in the corner. The problem is like he's not in a good position to exploit the tech up detail right now. MarineLorD pretty much just discarding Cav to try and keep him pinned in the space. loueMT, only 8 spearmen remaining though, down to 6 now. That's right, all of a sudden Thanos snap and they disappear. And that's good for MarineLorD. He's going to be scaling into Horsemen, 20 seconds out in the tech up, Military Academy to complete. Food income is decent to start vomiting ponies as well, which is going to be the perfect counter to all that loueMT has left here.
Yeah, Louis just doesn't have the ability to remass here. That's plain and simple. That is the difference between the two players. MarineLorD reaches Imperial, and at the end of the day, it really comes down to the fact that Louis is pinned inside a corner, and just look at the minimap. All those traders going across for MarineLorD. He's got an untouched economy, 160 population against 130, and it's just so difficult for Louis to trade when you have, Louis to trade armies when you have such a massive differential in the economies.
This is the thing. All he needs to do is retreat. He's got elite techs on the way in about 20, 30 seconds. He's got preservation knowledge to make the Imperial University techs even cheaper. And now loueMT's worst enemy is also his best friend. It's walls. He can't get through them because he threw away all of the melee in that clash. So this is going to buy the time necessary for MarineLorD to get the edge. loueMT doesn't really have an Imperial response available to him here. Instead, I think he needs to get some damage done. So slow breakthrough on the wall. Really gonna be slow about that though. And I think maybe, just maybe, the slideshow is beyond us. It. But this is an educational lesson as to why you guys should be so appreciative for your 60 frames plus gameplay you get in 2025. All right? back when Lidicor was a kid, a little baby babushka in his mother's arms, they didn't have these type of frames. No. Like his video game was a book.
Oh. No, KP. I started playing on a Commodore 64, okay?
There it is, yeah. they didn't even know what a frame rate was back then, but we have frames for days. Horsemen clashing in. Elite tech upgrade is in. MarineLorD. He's waiting on the incendiary. That's going to turn these archers into machine guns here. loueMT does still have the military edge in terms of population. loueMT is starting to scale his economy a little bit, but I think he's going to be stuck blobbing horsemen. Just getting more difficult as those unitechs kick in, though.
Yeah, that's where things get dicey here. loueMT is 1 age behind, and we talked about this, KP. When you go Archer Crossbow with the Order of the Dragon, it's the worst thing that can happen against Abbasids. Abbasids' composite bows, they'll be more than happy to just play the Archer game.
And that's the thing, like, you have got the scale armor, but you could argue, like, this removal damage loses some value when Scenario now coming in. It's just kind of Eclipse. And the Gatling gun mode has been activated. Military lead now from MarineLorD, and this just feels like it's going to be at this rate. loueMT going to be pushed back in his base. More wolves coming through to buy time. Likely going to be forced to L's back, which isn't a problem considering he went 2TC. The real problem is going to be resource gains here. What do you have going for you? Remember, MarineLorD still hasn't got all techs. He's got biology coming. On top of that, we have additional trade techs available to him. And he did get preservation and knowledge, which is making this all so cheap. He's building a huge gold reserve, which could easily go into siege.
Yeah, I was going to say that in this case, you might need an Elsbuck to try and hold this bush, but this is going to be the perfect timing for MarineLorD. Striking your opponent when he's aging. He already has battering rams on the way. It's going to be difficult to push into the Elsbuck Palace, but he might just bypass it altogether.
I mean, like, you don't need Schwabia. There are 87 villages and you have 2TC anyway. Like, Elsbach was always the idea with this build. It's going to buy him some time, but I mean, his position's a little bit shaky in this game. Now, we have got the players on the opposite side on the top UI, so it's a bit confusing. We'll get that flipped in a second. But MarineLorD is now prioritizing siege. He's got rams coming in. Siege works on the way. He's going to go after the housing to pop block Louis. Then again, like, Louis has got quite a lot of pop still to wiggle with. And we do have the L's back, now garrison with the relics. Wait, Louis, where's that one going? Louis, you can only put one inside. Calm down,
I think
sir.
he's saving the relics. I think he's
I know what he's here for.
Horsemen do pass by, and remember, these OOTD villagers are expensive. Losing every one of these villagers is so different from losing villagers as a normal civilization.
And of course, these horsemen just hit so hard at this stage. I mean, do we have textiles? Doesn't really feel like we have textiles. Makes you insanely tanky with gilded villagers. Army now arriving. It was just the raiders before, but now with the archers in position. I mean, this is where it gets truly tricky. Louis does not have great gold income. It's not like he can afford all the elite techs the way MarineLorD did. Which means he's still playing a losing battle. He's going to prioritize the elite on archers. But I still think you just get outgunned here. I mean, just look at these things.
Yeah, before he even gets the elite, he's being pushed back by incendiary arrows, composite bows. The tech differential is just too massive, and remassing is so difficult with the OOTD. Now half of the farms are denied, and indeed, MarineLorD is just bypassing the Elsbuck Palace altogether, saying, well, if you have that defensive structure up there, I'll just hit the bottom part of your base, clean up these farms. Behind this, MarineLorD has an untouched economy, 2 sacred sites, still counting down. There's not much that Louis can do here, I feel.
No, there we go. We have got the side set up because the important thing happened on the east side that's going to guarantee Louis can do nothing. Silk bowstrings, not to mention the camel aura. Just slap one of those bad boys in, and you basically have got scale armor at home. But yeah, this is, I think Louis just processing the loss. There's not really much left to pick at the bone here. And, well, I think in some ways maybe an expected outcome. Order of the Dragon have been struggling. You mentioned their stats looking pretty abysmal. 8 picks and not many wins. Abbasids in a similar position, but just makes a lot of sense for this map. Like, the new traders flourish in Frisian Marshes.
Exactly. Both of these civilizations were very underwhelming across the tournament on the very limited sample size that we've seen them with. But at the same time, Abbasids is still a civilization that plays very well into the features of this map in the trade. Whereas for OOTD, the biggest concern is, how do you even play this map? What makes OOTD stand out on this specific map? And I think that is not a question that Louis was able to answer in this game.
No, and you guys are probably like, I don't know about this, Pesty. I don't know if it's a good idea to hide the build order behind the Patreon, but you guys are probably wondering where that all disintegrate in the fight. I guess you'll just have to wait and find that in the VODs later. But I think even at that stage where maybe things got a little bit trippy on the frame rate, it's fair to say MarineLorD was kind of firmly in the driving seat. So like from that stage, you've kind of seen everything you need to kind of replicate the power of this trade build. And it's interesting, his trade felt like it got nerfed in a lot of ways. Like Armored Caravan moved to age 1, or age 2, sorry. Didn't feel like a buff. It definitely felt like a nerf. But MarineLorD just waking us up to the reality that there's still potency in the Civ. And I can tell you, by the way, like if we see more maps using that point of interest where you gather stone from the runes, that's another map where you'll see a Basset thrive. So, this is a Civ, I think, that with a little bit more map creation, we actually might see just catapult back into the meta without really any big changes.
There are civilizations in this game that are universally good. For example, HRE or Rus. That's part of the reason why you see them so frequently banned. Abbasids feel like one of the most map-dependent civilizations out there. And as you said, depending on the features of the map, they might be decent. They might be absolutely abysmal. For the map pool we have right here, most of the time they feel underwhelming in comparison to some of the other options. But doesn't mean that they're a bad save, and MarineLorD has just shown that. That makes this series 2-1. And while we're at it, KP, we got to give a big shout out to the production for the previous game, by the way. Some unexpected hiccups with the game. They managed to fix that as we went along. And hopefully those will not pop up back again as we're getting ready for game number 3 on Boldland.
Yeah, it's like the inherent issue of production that sometimes going to run into tech hiccups. I know someone's like, oh, but like insert streamer like doesn't have this issue. Yeah, but insert streamer is like a one-man army, like, and maybe not always to the better. We've got obviously feed being sent to not just us casters, but being sent to anyone who wants to use the clean feed to cast in different languages. Then of course we've got the fact that you've got screen in screen, replay, sheep count overlay, a need I go on, stat pull-ups. Like there's so many different things that go into it. Every once in a while something is definitely going to have a heart attack. So big shout out to production for getting it back on track in a reasonable time frame.
All right. Louis, he went for French.
Yep.
He went for Jeanne d'Arc, so very heavy on the knight side of things.
Wait, but like, I'm confused. Like, Louis Chinese and MarineLorD's French.
Now, Louis just picked up Chinese.
No, wait, but yeah. Louis just picked up French and MarineLorD just picked up China.
Yeah, I mean, we're past the point where Louis used up his own version of the China that was Gorge. Now we're heading into game number 3 with Boldland. Jushi versus Jeanne d'Arc, so the two variant civilizations.
We've seen this already today, Lidicor. It was an interesting matchup, one that I think Jushi can win if they're maybe a little bit less obsessed with knights. If you remember the Beastie CSO game, saw CSO exude his knightly aura to the truest extreme.
I think this is a must-win for Louis. We talked about this after game number 1. If Louis were to secure game number 2, you're looking at a pretty decent momentum. After game number 1, Louis looked really good, but 2 rather clean games for MarineLorD. Really, 2 games where you did not have a lot of questions. You feel like MarineLorD is picking up momentum. And if we see a 3rd consecutive game where MarineLorD is imposing his will on Louis, this could start snowballing out of control.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is, like, at the start, I talked about this idea that the newer maps might favor Louis compared to the older ones. But if you think about the way this series has played out so far, it's been a bit of a mixture. Gorge is a much older map, and Louis was able to win. And then you have the newest map being a win for MarineLorD on the Light Horizon. And then more of a legacy one, at least in competitive, that doesn't get seen on Pub Ladder, being MarineLorD favored. Boldland is another one that is newer, but obviously is not on the ladder. So, I think with that in mind, like this, I don't think there's a clear edge. Of the remaining maps, I'd say Dry Arabia favor MarineLorD, Lipany should favor him. Louis pretty crafty in Cliffside, but then Relic River could be like his S tier card up the sleeve alongside Sacred Grove. So there's still some potential, but I agree Boldland is like a pivotal moment here. It also guarantees who goes into the redraft advantageous, and that's a really big deal because it means you can get a bit wild with your first pick or your second pick to throw your opponent off their game plan.
Yeah, that's the thing. As you head into the redraft, How do you approach this? What is the score line at which you reach a redraft? 2-2 would be nice for both sides. 3-1 would be amazing for MarineLorD. Let's see if he can make this 3 in a row after a 1 win from loueMT, 2 in a row for MarineLorD. Let's head to Borderland to see who takes game number 4.
In just a second. You thought maths works like that, Lytical? No, like 0 is infinite, I'm afraid. You ever hear that story about casters like not starting the game because they want to talk more? That's what we're doing here, baby. So yeah, we are just loading in now.
We still need to make our bets on the game, right?
Oh yeah. So this matchup, I Sushi take it. we go game 5 now, right? I think that's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, we already know the results. Everybody knows that tournaments are rigged.
But like, I always found it funny making casters predict the game they're about to cast. It's like, well, now they just sound biased. So let's hop into the next game. It's time for game number 4. MarineLorD leading the set 2-1. Takes to the field in the Pink Cheese Legacy. loueMT's response is going to be another one of his signature civs. He was infamous for this one in the second half of 2024. It's Jean d'Arc. He was a truly creative force in the mid-late game. But we know in these matchups, early game is really what we're looking at on a map like Borderland.
One thing that's interesting about Borderland here, KP, and this is based on the sample that we've seen in this event and the previous one, EGC Winter, is that you look at this map and say, okay, it's a wide open map. It's a very cavalry-heavy map, but that actually becomes less and less of a thing as you go deeper and deeper into the game. And once you get to mid-late Castle Age, this map actually is very infantry-heavy in many players' books.
Yeah, if you can get the walls up, right? Like you start kind of in a corner-ish. It's tricky to navigate that early mid-game usually, because you know you're going to have to play a little bit wide because of the pro scouts. Like sometimes players do just play that infantry comp and just block the centrals because there is more DA statistically in the center than on the flanks. And if you guard the center, then you guard the flanks anyway because they have to come home. But one thing I am noticing, bit of an outrageous spawn here. One player got the good spawn, one got the bad. Can you figure out which is which?
Ooh, this is an interesting question. I like Louis' spot a lot better with the back gold. MarineLorD doesn't have that safe backup gold.
Exactly. If this is going to be a full night spam from both sides, the gold is most important. I think we did just have a little bit of 2-speed jitter to catch up to True Live, but I think we are now there. And Meditation Garden, oh, he goes deep. MarineLorD, yeah. Did he find the 8 stack? He must have.
Ooh, nice.
Okay, I thought maybe he leaned to the stone because, like, in this matchup, you're expecting a lot of knight aggression, so having passive stone gen to get 1 or 2 outpost hand cancelets is good. But I think, you know, he just wants to get that extra food wood. Does make me wonder if we're definitely getting pro scouts. I feel like with Sushi, you kind of have to. But normally, when you see Sushi go for food, it's because they're a little bit reluctant about following up with the scouts.
So on this map, the hunt is spread out quite a bit. So even if you do not have the military advantage, you can still play pro scouts. Because here's the thing, when MarineLorD opens with scouts, if he actually does, I think he will, based on that gold income for pro scouts, he is going to run into that knight coming out from loueMT. So he's going to have to try and avoid that. Likely will split some of his scouts to the north and some to the south. It's much more doable on this map than it is on some of the other maps that we've seen.
Yeah, like there's more opportunities to sneak in because you've kind of got this laning effect in a very wide way. Like we're going to see Sacred Grove a little bit later in the series potentially, and that has this similar laning concept. But Sacred Grove, I think, is a little bit more funneled, but also smushed together. Whereas this map is like so the best way to describe it is, I guess, it's almost like using brackets versus using C's to create like wide curves in terms of the way you move out on the map. So this map is more like a C shape when you want to rotate. So for that reason, most people don't try to mirror you on the flanks. They'll try to cut you on the center if they want to stop pro scouts. So opening though, Louis is going to be going into the knights. Looking at the gold gathering as it stands, this should just be pro scouts. In fact, has he set up a mill? I think he's just setting up now on the berries. So yeah, it just got set up. And PS on the way. So the way I always describe this type of matchup, by the way, is the next 3 minutes are likely to be quite boring, but then it explodes.
Yep. That's what I was going to say. It starts slow because of the Pro Scouts build. But oftentimes people forget that with all the deer under your town center, with the Chinese supervising the mill at which you drop off the food from the deer, the escalation is going to be very, very rapid. And we're going to see knight spam very quickly from Jeanne d'Arc and from MarineLorD, perhaps just fast castle into Lancers.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Like, it's a power point for you. Like, staying the age just kind of feels like a weak play. Like, I haven't seen too many all-in feudals that have felt good for Shushi. And he's going to build the spears. That's going to be to protect the play under the Pro Scouts. Not really too much more. And also, because he sees knights, you need to be a little bit careful about Jeanne. She can ruin your plans early unless you want to build a lot of spears. Yeah, I was just thinking, actually, like, Pro Scout and Pro Scouts, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Water Play. Like, Water Play has that too, where the start is a little bit slow, but then things just escalate insanely fast.
Fair point. Probably not as rapid as Water Play does, because Water Play is prolonged quite a bit, whereas with Pro Scouts, you start running out of it by the time you get to mid-feudal age, and then things slow down.
Well, I think it's also for casuals, it's very polarizing, because you're adding new units and unfamiliar, like, element to the game, because not too many people, like, play a lot of Water, right? So it's very different and maybe disorienting because of that pace. Whereas Pro Scouts, some people liked it when it first came in because although it had this delay into an immediate acceleration, you were playing with the mechanics they saw all the time.
I think the trick with the Pro Scouts is that it seems so good. Like, sure, it's a massive buff, but at the same time, you need to know how to use this. If you don't leverage the mobility of your scouts appropriately, you will just get denied of most of the carcasses, and it's a wasted investment.
Yeah.
Here, big spearman push coming through the middle, and that's going to deny those middle packs for loueMT. Louis is going to have to pivot to the north and the south.
And I think the thing is, like, the Pro Scouts nerfs were appropriate and good. And it's like, because the problem is that the pacing was polarizing. Like, the ease of safe food and the pace at which you got it was not reasonable. I wouldn't be against... I'm not going to say the entire way it played, but like the concept of it, if all pacing in AoE falls a little bit faster. But this is the problem. Like, when you have someone that accelerates the game so much and everything else is slow, it completely warps the balance of the game. So, like, you know, I've been shouting out the devs of POIs. Shout out to the Pro Scouts nerfs for actually getting us where we need to be. We're still seeing a decent amount of PS, especially from these particular civs. But I think that's partially because it does work in some matchups, but partially because it's residual. You know, like, after the 2TC meta got nerfed, still you saw some people trying to make it work with certain civs. It just takes time to figure out what next. And, you know, Borderlands a crazy map for Pro Scouts.
Yep. Archers now being mixed in here for Louis, standard Knight and Archer comp. On the other side, Horsemen are coming in, though, and in most cases, this setup favors Horsemen and Spearmen. It's a little different when you have Jeanne d'Arc in there, though. Like, that AoE damage from the melee version of Jeanne is such a game changer against mass Spearmen.
It's also a little bit different with Knights, because half your comp can always, like, break away quite safely and heal between fights. You know, if this was, for example, Roos, you'd be like, oh, crap, this might be a problem just going Knights, Archers. But it's not just the XP factor, it's not just the heal that you get from Jeanne, it's the heal that they get for themselves. So that's something that MarineLorD needs to be conscious of, which is why I'm expecting this to be play the age a little bit, but get the hell out. In fact, I think that get the hell out point might be coming in very soon.
Yep.
He's flowing resources. He's actually just looking for a reason to justify it. So, you know, if he doesn't see Louis all in him, he'll greed.
Yeah, right now, Louis is raiding. And it looks like MarineLorD is like, okay, if you're raiding at the back of my base, it's likely not going to be a direct push from the front. I can try to age, and that is exactly what he's thinking about. He's also looking to intercept a couple of scouts here. Finds one in the stealth forest.
Yeah.
So these carcasses will be delayed as well.
This is really smart, actually. Like, the full process there from MarineLorD, you kind of hit it on the head, but it's the follow-up detail is even more important. He sees the knights at the back, which means it's raiding, but it also means he knows the enemy archers have pulled back. You wouldn't leave archers on the other side of the base unguarded against horsemen. So he gets all this space. He'll either fish and find those archers hiding somewhere, or he finds these scouts. Either way, it's a win. And this is an even bigger one. Mount Lu Academy, I think, is so important. We saw loueMT's teammate do Shaolin Monastery in this matchup. Very difficult to do against knight spam. With the Mount Lu Academy, what it allows you to do is spam even more knights. And then once you have map control, you go normal monks and hoover them up.
Yeah, and now you're looking at loueMT. That's the problem that you face when you go heavy into knights. Even with the consecration, it's very taxing on both your food and gold income. So it's difficult to now justify clicking up the cost ledge without stopping knight production.
Now, the reason why Cal is hovering on the regional inspection is it gives an insane bloat point to this civ. It allows you to produce knights every something like 8 seconds. It's crazy how good that tech is. It's very, very expensive though. So sim players rush it. It's only good if you're looking for an initial surge timing. But MarineLorD is cooking different, man. This is not Lancer spam at all. He won't indulge that silliness. No, he's going for the biggest, fattest blob he can get the quickest. Horseman Spear.
Yeah, and that's a really nice blob to work with. When you have an age advantage, these archers will take some time to kill these spears, and the spears will just swarm the knights. If you do not let them do it, then you're just going to have to constantly pull your knights and archers back, and that buys a lot of time for MarineLorD to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and you know, you'd think with the gold, like, you'd want to go into the Lancers, but we mentioned for MarineLorD spawn, he has taxation gold, but reaching real gold is difficult because he didn't get that backwards one. So I think that's part of the plan as well as why we've got additional horsemen. He's going to add in a few Lancers now, but considering he got the veterancy for ponies, I imagine there is some idea of commitment here. Meanwhile, for Louis, still stuck in the age, he goes Steeled Arrow, so he's investing further into this. What on earth is the... How? I guess for him, he's just like, okay, it's a lot of spears. I'm definitely have to answer archers. Doesn't feel the best to do. Knights, however, if you have to build more of them, you're fine with that. But push is coming in, John. On level 2. A lot of XP to be grabbed here. MarineLorD maybe overextending. He's going to back up until reinforcements arrive. It's just not many cav. I think the archers is high enough that MarineLorD's just going to reset and wait. Louis, Guildhall seems viable here. I don't know if he's got the all-in timing for runs too. And because it's Horseman Spears in particular, like the idea of pivoting Arbitrary with Crossbow Stirrups early is not as good.
Yeah, this is not an easy matchup for him. Because MarineLorD's composition is very cost efficient. I think he's fine with Knights and Archers as long as MarineLorD only has like 6-7 horsemen, which is the case right now. Because he can still raid with these Knights and just hold off whatever is coming his way with the Archers. Things will get dicier once MarineLorD starts to ramp up production. I guess you could try playing just Arbaletier. It's a really good and cost-efficient front or backline unit, I guess.
It sucks against this comp though, which is why I think Raw Institute's weird, right? Like Guildhall probably makes more sense. And I think John likes that timing as well around Guildhall. Just gives you that scale point. And then eventually Arbitrary Mass with like level 4 John. Dive's going to come in. MarineLorD just punting a little bit more XP into the hands of Louis. Lancers are going to be cut off from the retreat, but I mean, you stuck them in the middle of the archers, actually. The spears are going to commit again.
Nice
a little bit ambitious there. Yeah, like MarineLorD. I mean, yes, you're an age ahead, but this unit is the counter to yours, right? Like, you've got to show a level of respect to this.
Speaking of level, Louis has Jean level 3 coming in just a moment. That's going to be a big game changer here, KP. So when it comes to the Arbaletier, just to get back to that conversation, when you only have 2 horsemen out there and it's mostly spearmen, Arbaletier has often proven to be a really good, just like, general purpose unit. So many times you see French players just playing heavy Arbaletier because it's affordable and it's just generally decent against everything that can come from the other player.
It definitely feels good now that MarineLorD has cut all horseman production. Like, if he'd been sticking horseman spears, Arbitrary would feel a bit odd. But, like, if you want to do Arb, I still think, usually you're thinking, like, Guildhall. Yeah, okay, so there you go. He's got 18 knights already. You think, well, that's great for Royal Bloodlines, but I think for Louis, he's respecting the uncomfortable nature of grabbing additional gold as this game goes on. Same with food, right? It's like the deal's been split. It's not like it was just you going for them. So you're going to run out of food eventually. Instead, he wants that safety wagon to be able to play to the fourth age.
This map drags into Imperial a lot more than people would anticipate. It's a wide open map. You would think that this is an aggro, quick, fast-paced map, but in so many cases, this map does drag into Imperial. And once you get to the mid-late Imperial stage, Royal Institute has limited use, whereas, as you said, Guildhall, it's going to be a lifeline under certain circumstances where you get cut off from the gold or the wood.
And like on top of that, the Guildhall, I feel like Louis just doesn't really go Royal Institute that much anymore. A few players just completely stripped it from their builds. I've maybe seen Louis do it like 5% of the time in the last month. Like, just a big believer in scaling that late game. It just makes sense. Louis, you know, it's what he was infamous for last year. He was so comfortable in the later phases. He was actually one of the hardest players to deal with there. Partially due to his crazy walling, but there's a bunch of different factors. So, you know, looking at this matchup, I don't think he's shy about the idea going later. The question now is whether MarineLorD's going to allow it. If he can actually do anything about it. It's still mass spears. More horsemen being produced again. And knights are poking at the back of MLord's base here.
Yeah, this composition is just so much better right now for Louis. Well, MarineLorD does have 7 Lancers, though, and that could change things very, very quickly. Lancer plus Spearman is better than Lancer plus Archer.
Also, keep in mind, Dali Horses is a tech. It is real. It can occasionally hurt you. Burn Town attempt's not going to work out here. Level 3 Sean in. Let's go show a little bit of respect. You'd think you can just turn around and instantly spear it down, but it can actually become problematic because then you don't brace for the Night Charge.
Yeah, MarineLorD is still boxing loueMT inside his base, though, and that has been the theme in the previous game as well. Maybe even the one before that, too. MarineLorD seemed to have been able to dictate the tempo of the game, and that seems to be the case once again, getting these low rates going. And again, this is happening with MarineLorD having 8 Lancers as opposed to 20 Knights on the other side.
Exactly. It's almost like the implied threat is stronger. You know, it's kind of like when someone attacks from the shadows and you can't see their real numbers, you're like, oh my god, they're really threatening. And that's kind of what's happening here. If we look at Louis' vision, he's a little bit blind to what actually is going on. So for him, he's in this position where he's like, oh, there's probably more coming behind this. He keeps attacking me. I think Louis had enough of that crap. You know, start sallying forth. 22 Knights is pretty powerful here. MarineLorD, he only just started the crossbow transition, so he wasn't ready for this.
That gold mine is more than exposed. We talked about this. The backup gold mine is not very well positioned for MarineLorD. And level 3 Jean is no pushover. It looks like Louis is going to think twice about this one. He cannot afford to get caught off guard.
Oh, the spears. MarineLorD just had so many waiting in reserve, so now it's a staggered retreat. With horsemen laid into the cake as well, it just means your archers are going to start dying fast. Also, by switching arbitrary, you see the weakness. It slows your retreat down even more.
And that's the problem on a map like this. Wide open in the middle. If you have to fall back, you will likely get pursued by the horsemen, and that's exactly what's happening. A lot of casualties here for Louis, and in fact, look at this for Louis. Everything but the knights are gone. There's nothing that can deal with the spearmen right now.
Yeah, he's at risk of melting here. MarineLorD gets good momentum here. Behind this, remember, he's rushing all the relics. So this is looking like an easy 5 relic game at this pacing. Knights will find a hit on the flank, though. Exactly what Louis needed in that moment. So MarineLorD, big idle time, and some losses to boot, and more to still come. Louis started to do a great job of playing this flank, which is what we hyped up the start of the series. Where he thrives is when he's playing almost like a Luciferon style of approach.
Yeah, he's done a really good job just hitting MarineLorD's economy. MarineLorD slowly leading villagers all across the board, really. At the same time, it doesn't matter if Louis' base just gets pushed by a bunch of spears and crossbows, something that he does not have an answer to.
But look what's happening, MarineLorD. Like, when he was approaching that base, why didn't he keep going? Because he's getting distracted. This is the thing. He gets distracted, and what Louis does very well is it doesn't just end up being one raid and then dead. It's, oh, the knights are still alive. You're still going to have to address them. It's about to hit the berries again from both sides. The villagers run away from the north into the southward knight. And once again, instead of pushing, look at what MarineLorD does on the minimap. He comes home. And once again, Louis says, oh, well, those are valuable. I don't want to lose them. Just walks it off. MarineLorD's like, I can raid too. Oh. I guess not.
MarineLorD having to drop a bunch of towers. Remember, he doesn't have a lot of passive stone income. In fact, I don't think he has any passive stone income. And that's a big game changer right now. You're talking about that in the context of that meditation garden placement. Getting any emplacements on these towers is a challenge for him. Now, if you're Louis, you have to be careful. You cannot afford to dive and lose all these knights. But as you said, he's doing a really nice job taking over the person who dictates tempo of the game. Now he's the one setting the tempo, and he's kind of forcing MarineLorD to respond to all these raids.
And think about what these raids are doing. What they're forcing MarineLorD to build. Crossbows, spears. Okay, Louis says, let's build more arbitrary. The true answer, because of Pavis, Gambesons, you can deal with all those things. Castle drop now coming in. This is, of course, Jean, not French, so it's just here to secure the gold, not to discount things. But the discounts are already adding up because of the Jean factor, right? She's able to discount those buildings anyway. And yeah, it is pivoting into arbitrary. So double archery and double stables, all with discounts from the consecration. And he's still poking those flanks. Knights will easily beat these horsemen. And MarineLorD realizes it, so has to just pull away. Just never getting raids, man. Like, Louis, just big props to him. This is really where I think he thrives. You said about MarineLorD stopping him and pinning him in the base, and you see what happens when you don't. It's a nightmare.
Literally, it's a nightmare. It's been really nice for the last few minutes for Louis. And that is why he loves French so much. With Chivalry, he's getting all the HP back. He dives in, picks off a couple of villagers, and then he disengages, he's gone. Now, still, you do have, or you are about to have 4 relics for MarineLorD, and it's only a 7 villager differential. So that needs to be understood. But MarineLorD needs to find a way to respond to these raids, because without a proper response, he's not going to be able to move out of his base.
Once again, another one goes down. I'm going to say once again in this cast a lot, because that's what it is with these raids. Every single time you look away, someone else pays the price. Or more than just one someone else. That's going to be, what, 3 more worker kills on that south side? A second TC now coming from MarineLorD.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Keep in mind, he's been losing villagers left and right, and he has to be concerned about the fact that he's just losing way too many villagers. He is, in fact, behind by 12 workers. That number could change very, very quickly. But behind this, loueMT secures the 2 sacred sites in the middle. He secures the large gold vein. So he really managed to just get... Oh, boy.
Okay, chases on. Can he actually pin them? Gets a few knights.
Nice little cleanup.
Yep. But remember, time is not necessarily on his side here. loueMT's locked the sacred sites, and he's done it at this exact moment for a good reason. There's a guild hall that is accruing the resources to make a sacred site victory feasible here.
Yeah, oh, he's gonna pull the food and imp with the Red Palace.
Oh my god.
And he does have the large gold vein as well.
Look at the timing on this as well, because I think, did he scout the 2 TC? So maybe understands that MarineLorD can't come out right now? Then again, like, MarineLorD actually has numerical advantage. Barely. But still. And what is that Red Palace? Louis. He's so greedy.
He wants the gold.
Yeah, but it's so greedy.
I don't mind it, though. If you're leading, you might as well close the game. If that Red Palace goes up, MarineLorD's position is going to be abysmal. No gold, no wood. That's going to be so rough. Now,
seems like he's aware.
Like, is MarineLorD expecting that?
I think he's suspicious. The way he moved to the north sacred site, why not just take the south? He moves the whole army north instead. Cleave's coming on the backside.
The villagers are running around the forest.
Yep, and Jean is having a party here. Like, this is not an ample defense for MarineLorD. No, he's going to go for an A-click. And there's so many bodies waiting to meet him here. Archers are forwarding. Villagers are... Wait. All right, that's one safe way of getting the Red Palace up. He just looped the north side tree line, goes completely unseen, and is now going up into Imperial. Meanwhile, MarineLorD still hasn't dealt with the Jean threat in the back of his base. And he's not managing to cleanly break through here.
A lot of the knights are badly bloodied, though, but the archers just cannot break through this line
That's
of
it.
arballetry,
GG.
and there it is.
He does it. loueMT, Sacre Bluey, gets a second on the board. And we find out that when you make them mirror each other's nationality, China is better as French.
Clutch. That's the word you gotta use for loueMT. Things looked grim mid-game, and we talked about the momentum swings. It was 2 in a row for MarineLorD, and there was a moment where it felt like MarineLorD is able to do the same thing that he did in the previous 2 games. Dictate the tempo, make Louis run around. And then Louis comes in, and as you said, one of his trademark moves, his incredible ability to just keep these raids going non-stop and totally flip a game upside down off the back of those. That is how it all started. And now we're looking at an even series. So before the redraft, we do have a 2-2 score. We could be in for a 9-game series here, KP, at this pace.
That is a possibility. That is how the numbers work. And with the way Louis played, feasible nature to it. I mean, this is exactly what MarineLorD needs to wake up to if he wants to shut down this nuisance from the east. He's so good when he gets these wide flank maps. And you got to remember, when you look at the map pool, we've got things like Sacred Grove still in there. Dry Arabia can sometimes be an open book. Lipany is a little bit of a coin flip, depends on the Civ matchups. But the takeaway is there is still multiple maps in the pool that could play exactly like this one. Flank rotations that would give Louis the dominant position that he thrives in.
So now, KP, it's time for a redraft. 4 games gone.
I think
And the next map coming up is going to be Relic River.
so. Mongol and Japanese,
So
right?
very much an off-meta map to go for.
Yeah, I think Japan's probably going to get banned out here, similar to how it did last time. Maybe it gets through just because Enlightened Horizon isn't there anymore. Mongols is a highly coveted Civ pick here. House of Lancaster can make sense in the redraft. I also rate Knights Templar quite highly. But we'll have to see what they get through the draft. But, I'm expecting French and Jean to probably be split between the two of them. And Shishi and plus Chinese could also be in there. Just considering remaining maps, like we've got Sacred Grove coming, so you need to have either Malian, China, Shushi, French, or Jean. Those are like the best civs for that map. And then like Cliffside makes a lot of sense for China being high prio. So wouldn't be surprised if we see Louis open his draft with that again.
So Relic River, this is very much an off-meta map. If Louis wants to steal one from MarineLorD, this is definitely one of the places that he can do that. But here's a caveat. So in the original draft, you had Louis with French as well. He would have very much loved to use French here, I believe. Well, on any map. But now that we have the redraft, MarineLorD will have the ability to potentially steal a couple of the Knight Civs for himself. I wonder how this draft is going to look like with that in mind.
Yeah, I think we can shift across that in a second. The interesting thing, though, is like when you consider Louis' desire to raid and how good he is at it, like the French civs are the most obvious prior bans away. I think like MarineLorD will understand that can be a little bit of a bait because as we've seen, when you give him someone like Chinese, he's just as much of a nuisance. And looks like we do have confirmation in. So I believe MarineLorD was on the right side of the draft, so that's gonna be Japanese for him, up against Mongols. Mongols. Okay, other way around. So it's gonna be Mongols for MarineLorD, Japanese for Louis. This matchup's a little bit funky. You'd think that actually like Mongols just dominate because of the Dark Age Rax integrations, but what is interesting is that Japan just gets a lot of value out of Rax for a deer shove. The negative on this map that's made Mongols usually feel like easily A tier, close to S tier, is the fishing on the south side. It's just something that you can grab because like you've seen it on other maps. Whenever there's a shared water like Himayama, if you see a Mongol pick, you're not going to dock drop. So because you don't dock drop, I get to, right? Like you have to assume I'm going to open Rax. And that's the trick. I can now get my greed because you think I'm not going to be greedy. You think I'm going to be aggressive.
Well, let's look at the other civilizations here. We have Chinese once again being the #1 pick for Louis.
Makes sense.
He did that for the opening draft. Obviously, HRE Ruse being banned, it's been a commonplace across the tournament. Well, loueMT said Chinese worked really well in game number 1. I'll try this again, and that's exactly what he did. Japanese number 2 pick is the one utilized for Relic River. Jean, a civilization that he won with, also again available. The back side of his draft is a little concerning to me. Abbasid's Ayyubids, they've not been performing well in this tournament. Could be good situationally, but it's not necessarily your wow combination for the backside of that draft.
Yeah.
At least in my point of view.
So you can play Ayyubid into French and do reasonably well there. Like, you are considered a counter pick. There is a counterplay for French where instead of playing knights, you hunker down and go for like arbitrary fast Imperial. But like outside that, it's also a blocker pick. It protects Jean. Jean is crippled by Ayyubids. With the Dervish opening and a Desert Raider or two, she loses all tempo in the game. So I think there's a layer of protection with that pick coming in from Louis. Other side of it, though, you know, we've got MarineLorD going in for French very early on. House of Lancaster coming through again. Cliffside is a very interesting map here as well. I imagine MarineLorD might be originally thinking something like Shushi there, or possibly House of Lancaster, because we've seen some people do that forward Lancaster castle build.
I'm thinking Lancaster for that map.
It's a mixed bag against Delhi, though. Delhi can just rip you asunder with Ghazi spam. Like, you know how one-sided the English-Delhi matchup feels? Lancaster suffers similar issues there. And on a map like Cliffside, you can at least stop the Sacred Site win condition a little bit. But from what I've seen so far, those type of builds, the Lancaster Castle does not feel anywhere near as good as a Barbican on the Sacred Sites. So curious to see if he goes to that one. Sacred Grove will probably be where Malians is reserved for, French. Knowing that it could be Jean, I think MarineLorD might just say French for there and then play like Malians on Dry Arabia. But outside that,
I'm thinking Jeanne d'Arc for the Dry Arabia here. That seems like a reasonable proposition. Delhi, Ayyubids, Abbasids, all an option for Lipany. I would not shut the door to a Chinese play on Cliffside. But my gut tells me that Chinese could get to Sacred Grove and try to play a Gorge-esque game.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got Jean, which would make sense for Sacred Grove anyway. It's just, if you're worried about French, it might be a bit tricky. I'm wondering if there's like any room for the Abbasids. If we see it, likely it's going to be Lipany. But that could be where Louis wants to punt Ayyubids. I think like that's maybe the polarizing element about his final 3 picks. They all make a lot of sense for Lipany. Whereas like Delhi, you can flex them to Cliffside. But we already talked about the negatives of the closer spawn. It might enable something like Lancaster. What is going to be key to keep an eye out for here is Ottomans, by the way. Ottomans at like the highest level, if you execute well, can solve the Delhi issue. It's very difficult to do, but I mean, I think MarineLorD is up to the challenge there, right? There's a few players that like I trust to execute that matchup. The reason is that Ghazi can easily get beaten by like Sipahi with the Imam, the meta, etc. But yeah, some interesting potential matchups, like a lot of theory crafting going on. I think the thing is when you've got Dry Arabia, Lipany, Cliffside, there's a lot of versatility on those maps with these type of drafts, so it's hard to full pinpoint them. Like Relic River is the obvious one here because I think like looking at the other picks for Louis.
Well, I mean, you know the picks for Relic River, so it's obvious now.
Yeah, but I'm saying if we didn't see it, like the only other pick that maybe would have made sense is like maybe Ayyubids here, and then on MarineLorD's side, I've seen a few people play House of Lancaster or Malians, but like House of Lancaster, I think there's just better maps to be honest with you, and Malians. Once again, like there's better maps. It's better to have a Civ that can leverage the fishing here. And that's why like these two get picked so much from Relic River.
Well, we just have 1 minute left to go, KP. Last time that these two have played was the group stage. In that series, loueMT defeated MarineLorD 3-2. And, you know, we talked about this coming into this series. Was some of that scoreline influenced by strategy saving? Was everybody playing 100%? What was saved for the playoffs? Yeah. Then, yesterday, MarineLorD 4-0's Beastie. loueMT defeats CSO 4-2. So you have to ask the question, what is the predicted scoreline for this series? Is, you know, MarineLorD going to be able to dominate like he did yesterday? Or maybe are we going to see loueMT being a kryptonite to MarineLorD like you would think based on the group stage results?
I can only see Louis getting 1, if not 2 more games with his draft. if not going all the way, right? Like China seems pretty strong here overall. And then I think the Delhi, a little bit more volatile, but if you pull it out at the right timing, great. Like this game, for momentum's sake, and also flexible in draft, is going to be critical. So let's see who's going to break the tie. Redraft complete. We head into game number 5 of the Elite Classic 3 finals. And it is going to be MarineLorD in the pink with the Mongols going up against loueMT's Japanese in the blue. And I mean, this is another civ that Louis has over time proven himself quite the crafty bugger with. And it is going to be that Dark Age beginning. Very popular right now with Japan. First thing MarineLorD's going to be looking for now is probably the deer. No? Is he just going to run away? He just scouted it, so he knows it's happening. That Uvu is really far out, but usually Japan doesn't rush your Uvu in this matchup. Yeah, they do this instead. That's surprising. Huh? Well, MarineLorD scouted it, right? Like, he saw it straight away, but he didn't care. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled by this because, like, usually when you see this type of play, you know it's going to be a deer shell from Japan, so you try to block it. I guess MarineLorD just really needs food. And where are all the sheep, actually? Because he didn't get... I'm scratching my head on this. He didn't get a lot.
Louis might have a lot.
Well, Louis' scout started shoving deer straight away, so, like, neither of them should really have many.
He's not shoving deer.
Yeah, he started, though. He started off shoving the deer and then moved across. It's like, MarineLorD, because he didn't do something similar, should have an advantage there. His spawn looks atrocious, by the way. Like, oh my god. Wait, I can't... Let me check myself. Did I just say MarineLorD has a bad spawn? Sorry, I'm pretty sure that's not allowed. That's an illegal statement.
It's 11 apiece, so really players just took their time finding the actual sheep. It was quite challenging to do so. Both players on spears now, and the deer shove is indeed happening.
Man, this is a familiar sight, actually. Last time we saw this matchup, it was in MarineLorD series, where Beastie was manning the Mongols, and that was not a pretty picture. A very quick game. The timing, like, for this Rax is quite slow for MarineLorD, right? Because, like, he built the Rax over at the TC, then packs it over. So he's not really in position to do any damage here. The deer have already been shoved in, which is why you do this as Japan. That's why you do Dark Age.
Yeah, I'm looking at the historical stats between these two, by the way. In the group stage, Relic River was game number 2 of the series, and Louis won that with Mongols against MarineLorD's Delhi. So Mongols won, but it wasn't against the Japanese in that case.
Yeah, I think I remember that game. It was a little bit funky. Some people trust in the Delhi because of the fishing play, basically. Because you can fishing drop, and then you have a scholar right next to a sticker site, and then you have fishing boats that can protect the dock as well. So, like, it's not a bad idea. I just think, like, there's probably better maps out there for a Delhi pick, and this one just makes a lot of sense for these particular two civs. I'm curious what MarineLorD's idea is here. Did he think it was going to be fishing? I mean, he's marching over the gold, so in theory he could block that out.
Perhaps?
Send play available, but we haven't got a villager pool, right? So, no outpost rush?
Nope, I don't think so. I wouldn't hate an outpost rush, by the way.
I mean, I think you kind of have to make it worthwhile, no? Because he's adding even more... Okay, this is crazy. He's adding more spears.
Yeah, now you almost have to. And if you hit this gold line...
Interesting.
A tower here would potentially harass the wood line as well. Like, there's a lot of value in this position that you could exploit to the tower.
Yeah, it's pretty smart. Look at the TC location. It's way too far away. So MarineLorD saw this and was like, okay, that's a harassable. So he's going to burn down the forge. And also that just guarantees that Louis can't skip on the edge into castle. An interesting approach here. I mean, the spears keep some value. If your opponent eventually gets to castle, it's going to be Mount Samurai anyway. Sometimes going spears does feel a little bit dangerous against Japan now because the Yumi got buffed. Like, they're a lot cheaper. So, you know, feudal Yumi play, I don't think it's as bad as it kind of seems now.
That's going to be a very wood-heavy Kura storehouse at the beginning.
Yeah, he's got like a house, lumber camp blocking a few, and I think it's got enough room between the TC and the Kura, right? It's just, you'd have to change the angle.
Yeah, I think
because
so.
the camera is like weird with perspective, because remember, TCs on this map start on high ground. Yeah, but like between the TC and the Kura, I think he has enough room as well.
Yeah, he should have it.
like go back to the original angle and just like yeah, you're like, huh? What a noob. He's placed it too close, man.
Ooh, it's a range opening directly.
Yeah. So the Yumi got buffed, right? It's 10% cheaper than it used to be. Which doesn't sound like a lot. For scale point, it actually matters significantly here. Like, usually the issue with feudal Yumi is you just couldn't get enough out quick enough, and it always fell apart. This changes, I think, flips a lot of details of these matchups, and your opponent did build 8 spears. You're kind of encouraged to do this.
Fair enough. I agree with you. This is a 1TC game on fragile economies. The problem with the Yumi is that they're individually super, super weak. You almost need to flood them. And if nothing else, having a couple of Yumi will help you deal with these spearmen, which are out here to harass you.
He's scouting the other side, so just trying to make sure he knows what MarineLorD is going to be doing. You know, there's a possibility you see something like Magadai here. He just wants to guarantee that like there's honesty in the age, and it's just going to be like a standard linear push of infantry, which we can see coming. And MarineLorD has some edges here over Yumi. So most notably is going to be the Khan Hunter for extra range. But then the other thing is, if you ever sneak an outpost or just bring the Deerstone up, you can kite Yumi indefinitely.
I would still love a tower on this wood line. Right now, Louis is taking a small wood line behind his base. That's going to get depleted soon. Now, at this point, you won't be able to challenge this gold mine with towers, with 2 towers coming in from loueMT. But you could play for the denial of this wood line, which might be pretty valuable. This is the only good wood line that Louis has accessible.
Arslet suggests Louis just done with the age, so double Yumi into she baited, leaving.
Yep, it's gonna be fast castle from loueMT coming in. On the other side, siege engineering for MarineLorD though, he wants to pounce on this. And here's the thing: if you rush castle, you need to be careful not to lose the gold income as you age. If you do, you will reach castle age and you won't have gold to make any of the premium units you want. So here for MarineLorD, if he times this right, he might be able to push that position and try to deny the gold before the mounted samurai arrive.
With his current position, though, he's fallen back so far. Your opponent's definitely going to get the age up. And the concern is, you know, if you don't get the time right, if you delay it just a little bit, the gold is going to accumulate to a point where you could just pivot veteran Yumi, which would clear everything. Like, it's a little bit shaky to get the all in. I like the board details. Going to give MarineLorD an accelerant here. He doesn't really have many accelerants right now. He didn't go fishing. He hasn't gone Silver Tree. It's a little bit of a weird position for an all-in, especially with outposts going up on the gold.
Yeah, to me, this is way too late. I don't know if he canceled siege engineering. He did not. This is
Ram's coming.
This is way too late. Because
Okay,
notice that Louis clicked now, and he's still heavy on the gold. By the time this ram arrives, Louis has enough gold to make 2 or 3 mounted samurai.
That is phenomenal position by MarineLorD, by the way. He's hidden in the shroud perfectly here. So the ram only gets seen once it's complete. But as you said, with so much gold being gathered already, it's already a little bit awkward for Louis, for MarineLorD, brother. But you know, Louis, like we said about the veterancy for Yumi being an option, look at his gold. It's not there yet. A little bit tricky to thread this. And he did not fortify those outposts whatsoever. No.
Yeah, he's bailing on this gold mine. He's got another gold to the north, but it takes quite
so
some
far
time
away.
to walk up there.
Yeah,
And he doesn't even have a stable.
No, this is awkward now because he just doesn't have enough gold to upgrade anything. Like, you could open with a few samurai here, but I don't think you're going to feel great about it.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of has to. He doesn't have a stable for mounted samurai. He doesn't even have the wood to drop a stable. He's got 4 Yumi. Even if you upgrade them to veterans, 12 archers are enough to deal with that, and MarineLorD knows it. He's going
He has
for
no
racks.
answer to this. Yeah, like, he's going to lose the racks, and look, this is difficult now. That Yorishiro drop on the archer range, you're committed. And the problem is your opponent has 12 archers. It's like, I'm a little bit surprised MarineLorD isn't switching, because I think actually, like, you get rid of this archery range, it just feels GG, right? Like, Louis has no options at that point. Instead, he's going to buy through to a veterancy for the Yumi is on the way.
It's going to take so much time, and once the racks are gone, you cannot even get Samurai out. MarineLorD is catching up for Castle Age. He's getting ready to click up. He's also swinging north to hit the Lumberjacks. In fact, he might just concede this ramp to hit the Lumberjacks. Thinks twice about it.
I'm surprised he didn't just camp on the archer range here. I mean, there's a repair crew nearby, but with archers, you can just keep trickling damage in there. Instead, he wants the easier worker kill, so he's going to rotate. Villagers are going to get caught running back. It's only Tawara, so no extra move speed. But the micro, not quite on point there from MarineLorD. Doesn't get himself any worker kills.
He's trying to just buy time here. I think he might be satisfied with the fact that there are no mounted samurai, and he made Louis commit into the archers. He's already mixing in Keshik, and he's going to click up very soon. I think he's just happy about the fact that Louis is stuck on archers right now. And Louis is stuck. He doesn't have the wood income to make new production buildings, basically.
Exactly, and he's got other problems, right? A lack of wood, because he keeps idling left to east, east to west, rather. And on top of that, he's losing buildings. Buildings that MarineLorD gets paid to burn every time.
And if he loses this house, he's going to be pop-capped as well.
Well, good guy MarineLorD is here to help with that. But let me just cull a few of those Yumi for you. That's an ambitious dive. He's just tossing the spears away. Like, you don't ever think that's going to be a good trade. Like, you shouldn't anyway. I think he's just trying to create space so that Ram can take out more farms, and he keeps forcing idle on food.
Yeah, MarineLorD is doubling down on this. He queued up 5 Keshiks. He's not yet clicking up 2 Castle Age. I think he realized that there is just, in general, blood in the water. The Yumi numbers aren't there.
This is interesting, by the way. Louis, like, I've been wondering where he's getting the gold from, and I didn't see a marketplace. He went cross-map. Check the northern corner. Yeah, he snuck out. That's the only reason he's alive right now, because I'm like looking, I'm like, where's he getting the gold for Undermesh? So he creeped it all the way north when MarineLorD wasn't looking. MarineLorD doesn't even know if that part of the map exists. For all he knows, this is a flat Earth, and it ends in a... What shape would I call that? Like, I don't know, a phallic fin shape. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one now. He has got relics at least coming home, but Keshiks are intercepting that.
And Louis doesn't have the wood to make more Yumi. Look at this. He's got 6 Yumi. He's being harassed on the wood line. Now the Keshik are arriving. It doesn't matter that Louis has the gold because he cannot make gold units, basically. The first mounted samurai are just now coming out, now that he's finally able to afford that stable.
Yeah, but the Yumi count is kind of underwhelming at this stage. The Keshik's going to be able to chow down on them, and the tech up not far behind from MarineLorD. Check the eco. He's almost there. And you know, this is the jackpot. This is why Kura Storehouse was considered to be the ultimate bad idea against Mongols. It's like, you know, it's the equivalent of feeding down mid in a MOBA. Because these farms spawn, which you have no control over, and then a Mongol player comes in and kills them. And then you're like, okay, well, shouldn't have placed the farms there, Lidicor, but at least they're gone now, right? Like, he can't get any more money out of me, right? Well,
they'll respawn.
Exactly. And it just turns into an infinite money glitch for Mongols, it feels like.
Yeah, MarineLorD still hasn't clicked, though. And now, loueMT is no longer being harassed. Uma Bannerman is out. You've got some mounted samurai on the way as well. I think this is the moment where Louis is going to start stabilizing.
MarineLorD can inject a lot of push, though. If you go step readout, which has been the new meta, like we've seen a shift back towards step readout after a long time of Kurotai. Yeah, and just makes sense. When you go Deerstone, you just need some sort of eco-inflation. This is why Mongols used to do this back in the day, but really powerful timing now to just spawn Keshiks. And if you can outnumber the samurai, it's trivial, right? Because you can just keep healing through the fights.
And that's the concern here for Louis is that he's outnumbered real bad. 15 Keshik, and remember, Keshik scale exponentially because of their healing ability.
Yeah, it's just a snowball effect, right? If you start losing fights a little bit with good micro, it just turns into an overwhelming lead.
It speaks for itself that MarineLorD is fighting into this with feudal troops. This is not a costly army. MarineLorD was willing to fight this with feudal age Keshik.
It's a little bit ballsy, though. Because the Yumi are doing decent damage. Yeah, that's the thing that's missing, though. Range damage 2 is on the way for Louis. Be quite some way out, though. Remember, veterancy for Keshiks does not take long. Stack of retreat. It's kind of annoying because Louis would prefer to just be able to raid with these mounted samurai. He's stuck in a back and forth tug of war, though. Nice micro does get the injured away.
Yeah, beautiful micro there. At the same time, it's 11 Kashik, 8 Mounted Samurai, though. If Louis can heal those back up, he's on par with his opponent. And look at the food income now from MarineLorD. He has been harassed on the boar. He's 180 food per minute, has to shift to the berries. He's finally up to Castle Age. But you feel like loueMT stabilized to a level where he can start taking over the tempo-setting role. And that's exactly where things started going bad in the previous game for MarineLorD. If Louis can once again start raiding with these mounted samurai, things could get dicey here for our Mongol player.
I do find it's a lot easier to kind of accelerate from here as Japan if you have relics garrisoned. And so far, that hasn't been happening. I think he's about to change that, though. We did get a new Shinto finally spawning. And the relics have gradually been making their way back towards his base. Now, what is interesting is this Onus Musha switch up from Louis. Makes a lot of sense. Counts Keshiks really well. MarineLorD is mirroring, though, with crossbows. And if you think about it, crossbows is just going to be the better option here, considering it's a little bit cheaper. So unless you can turn Onimusha into raiding, you're not going to be happy about this matchup. I wonder if there's a world in which Louis could just go horseman. I guess with this food income it's a little bit difficult, but like horseman Onimusha is surprisingly effective against what MarineLorD is building.
Perhaps. I just feel like it plays against what he would want to do under these circumstances. I think, based on the success in the previous game, he might be a believer that just going heavy cav and then raiding left and right is the way to go. It worked in the previous game, might as well try it now.
I mean, yeah, like the thing is the horsemen kind of give you a similar hit, especially with Uma Bannerman. It's just all about numbers, right? The idea is then you can dictate how you take the fights, which is really important when you play Onimusha. You need to make sure you have enough frontline to protect them. Otherwise, they just tend to fail you more than they succeed. We have still got a camp on the relic. Remember, MarineLorD is now going for that with the shaman. Already has one home, second one on the way, so he's winning the relic war.
He is, and this is not a position where you want to fight if you're loueMT. It's a massive army. He needs to pull back. He might lose the monk. Really,
yeah.
If you're a MarineLorD, the jackpot would be finding that gold mine to the north. That is such a big piece of the puzzle missing.
Yeah, and luckily for Louis, MarineLorD was a bit greedy there. Went for the attack speed arrow, hoping that Louis wasn't looking instead of the maneuver speed, which would have given him time to get the archers crossbows on top of the Yumi. So actually worked out quite well for him. That could easily have been like, 6, 7 extra kills otherwise. We do have a second TC now from Louis. He has smuggled it into the corner unnoticed. But remember, MarineLorD, for the time being now, guaranteed because of that detail, has the accelerated advantage. He's 1 TC, he's step readout, he's winning the relics. So there is a worrisome time here where Louis is going to have to hold strong in his base against a big push.
I was going to say that. I think that's concerning for loueMT. He is playing on 2 TCs. He is falling behind on relics, so MarineLorD is getting an immediate eco buff with the relic advantage. And I think what the biggest thing is that eventually MarineLorD finds that gold mine to the north. And when that happens, Louis is going to lose a couple of villagers. He's going to lose temporary access to some of his gold income. If you combine all of those together, that could be devastating.
Now, keep in mind, like, Louis has just basically put an extra burden on his food economy where he doesn't have great food access. So that's definitely something you have to be conscious of here. Like, gold, sure, he's stuck to the north side. That's going to be great for ages. An 8k after all. But, like, food is the big conundrum now, and Mount Samurai, Horseman, the Onimusha, these are all super food heavy. So I think for MarineLorD, like, that transition is maybe going to feel a little bit more comfortable. Obviously due to pasture spam.
MarineLorD is looking for the gold miners, and I'm sure he's confused.
No, look at this, MarineLorD. He's going to find the second TC, and that's a lot of villages.
Boy, nice reaction.
Wow, hesitation there, MarineLorD. He understood if he goes in, he's not coming out. So, backs away.
MarineLorD is looking for the gold miners, but he couldn't find them so far, and I'm sure he's like very confused. Where are they? At the same time, Louis needs to be careful not to drag these troops all the way to the north where the gold miners are at.
I mean, if he chases him, it's like you kind of have to chase him, right? Like you haven't got anything else you're doing right now. And if he does rush up towards that gold, you'll at least be close by with the Mountain Samurai. So it's not the worst of ideas per se. But you know what's never the worst of ideas, political? Imperial Age. Yep. when you play Mongols, I mean, it just feels like the best idea you can make, you know? It's almost like when you go for a good old Mackey's and you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to get like the meal. And then like, do you want to upgrade to like the extra large shake? Of course you do. It's the best choice to make. I mean, you know, the diabetes ain't going to help you 20 years from now, but in the moment it feels great. And that's the perfect way to describe every single Mongol player going Imperial ever. The diabetes, I guess, is like their reputation hit when none of their friends like them anymore.
17 mounted samurai, 13 on a Musha as well. The composition is a lot better here right now for loueMT. He's got a much more powerful army on the field. And I love how he's walling himself off. He's definitely insulating himself against the potential counterattack. But as you said, MarineLorD has no desire to counterattack here. It's all about that Imperial. Has 3 relics. There's one more relic all the way to the south. MarineLorD could have picked it up if it was.
They probably
not for
don't
the
see
fact.
it.
he did not scout anywhere near there.
I've seen this before.
Yep.
Even without looking, I knew it. It happens every time on this map. Relic River, like, sometimes doesn't spawn 3 relics at the bottom. Sometimes it'll spawn, like, 2 in the center or whatnot. So it's a little bit problematic, but there it is. It's that extra large milkshake upgrade. You just got to get a huge upgrade to your eco, really, as you're basically generating something like 600 resources a minute with Military Academy on this thing. Actually, I think it's 700, which is just crazy on the return. It's not just that it generates that much in the economy, it's that you're getting the unit straight away.
And let's not forget, there is more to this. When you look at the gold income from MarineLorD, he's got... Oh. loueMT... He is capping the sacred site, and that makes MarineLorD send a unit here, which might reveal the position of this gold mine. That's what our observer is trying to tell us.
Mm-hmm. Might be a little bit awkward for Louis, considering he's also starting to macro towards Imperial. It's okay, though. Like, oh, and there it is. The spoon in place.
If it wasn't for this... Like, it's so funny because Louis probably was sitting there like, there's no way he doesn't find this. So he built a tower that sprinkled on placements just in case, and it's that tower that reveals what's up. Now, MarineLorD is up to Imperial, and he had a decent gold bank. He's getting the elite upgrade for the Kashik, now getting hand cannoneers as well. And that's the upgrade that's going to swing these battles in his favor, and he would have a massive momentum switch if he's able to take a good fight here. Louis is looking for a fight before the upgrades come in. MarineLorD is not giving him one.
Yeah, hand cannoneers with Yam and Khan Hunter aura are low-key, like, busted for Mongols. It's actually crazy how easily you can kite. Never get touched in the fights. So pretty smart by MarineLorD, just building enough cannon fodder while he gets the premium.
Oh, like that's going to be that's going to be a landmark drop.
I mean, it has to be. Castle the Crow time. It's going to secure a lot of gold for him, which is crucial here.
Ooh,
so
this is beautiful.
Look at the
he would
walls
actually have all the large gold veins under his control.
Yep, look at the walls from Louis. Like he's okay, this is moving north, and I'm going to force it there. He's walled the south side. He's also gold harvesting on the furthest south gold vein. He's everywhere.
Yeah, he's stripping the map barren of resources. The whole idea is that by the time MarineLorD gets to those large gold veins, most of them will be gone. And all the small golds are situated to the north. So having strong presence up there is huge. And again, MarineLorD hasn't even scouted this area. So Louis is going to be more... Again, the sacred site is going to reveal the full story. But Louis has been mining on this gold for some time now.
There's no outpost upgrades. He's fine. No, why would you do this, Louis? He's like, I gotta help him out. Why does he not scout the whole map? And what is this mockery? You see a Mongol player and you build stone walls? Dives on in. Brings enough Keshiks to burn this down as well. Army will need to react. Fortifications, I don't think are going to buy enough time here if he just commits. So you need a repair along the way. And upgrades now coming in. Now, I'll say this about Louis. Louis is probably the most effective player at playing mass mount samurai in Imperial that I've ever seen in Age of Empires 4. So this is looking good for MarineLorD on the hand cannoneer switch count. But be weary of what this guy can do with Japanese knights. He doesn't get the outpost kill. Wonder how upgrades come in. Army is outnumbered, so I think Louis is just going to forfeit the area.
Yeah, he will. He will concede this position. He's waiting for the elite upgrade on the Onamusha as well. And one thing I want to say is, MarineLorD cannot build walls. And everything that Louis has moves super quick. The horseman, the mounted samurai, the Onamusha, even the Yumi. So Louis can just run circles around MarineLorD. I expect him to do that soon. Whereas when you look at the south, he's walled off. In the middle, there's the Castle of the Crows. So he MarineLorD kind of needs to funnel towards this position. Whereas if you're Louis, he has all the mobility to try and stretch out the defenses of MarineLorD.
And like for a second there, when you went, MarineLorD cannot build walls, someone in the chat hadn't realized what he's playing and was like, what a noob. But yes, this is the sad life of Mongols. Late game is not necessarily your friend. The fast Imperial build has been successful because you do it so early that you're still kind of condensed, and you just use Outpost to protect and Cargonet to overwhelm. Now, MarineLorD is overwhelming on the count right now, but he's not leveraging it. He did lock out quite nicely with the Hui Pow. Second one coming in again. This is exactly what he needs to claim that central sacred site location with all the gold around it.
Yeah, Louis did start the sacred site timer. Relic split is 2 to 3. Add the sacred sites on top of that. That's a nice little chunk of passive resource income for Louis. And I think what's cool about Louis' position is that it's fairly safe. There's this big funnel point in the middle that's going to be difficult to push through. And then everywhere else, he's got some walls going. I think he tried to re-wall the north once again. That has not come together so far. Yep.
No, even the Rooster against you now. I remember there's a Poleaxe upgrade, so they're pretty damn effective. Hui Bao sieging into the Castle of the Crow, though, and loueMT currently lacking an answer. He's going to switch into hand cannoneers himself. And this is where you kind of wish you could have justified going for the alternative landmark, just to pump those out for free with the tickets. But you know, we said about this, like, Yumi Bannerman is going to give you a nice buff on hand cannoneers, but what's more important is movement speed and range, which is where the Mongols are going to be kings here.
Have you seen the treasure caravans from the Castle of the Crow yet?
It's like decent. Has he actually been? Yeah, it's still on cooldown. So like it's decent at this distance. He'll get, I think, about probably 1,400 resources total, 1,500, something like that. You don't really need that much distance from a trade post to get maximum. Okay, so has secured to the north side walls now. Dive coming in elsewhere though. That's going to force MarineLorD away, and that might enable a second wave of troops to snipe the Hui Pows. A lot of spears here from MarineLorD.
Yeah, I wonder if MarineLorD isn't going to get shaken up by this. He might just focus down the middle, say, okay, he is ignoring this bush. He's actually shifting some of his troops down south, but it's not the whole army. It's really just the fact that he's got a huge army to work with. It's actually a combination of a gazillion types of units.
That's what the Cargonet does. It's like, welcome to the UI. How many rows can Capture Age hold? Let's find out today on this episode of Fast Imperial Mongols.
Yeah, it's like, what's the level of unit diversity that you want for your army? Yes.
Yeah, Mongols in the late game have more diversity than the capital, London. Meanwhile, Japanese, usually a little bit more linear. You see maybe 2 or 3 units maximum. Usually on the front. Second Hui Power has finally arrived. I was wondering where the hell it was. I feel like I've been waiting a century for this. This should be enough to start breaking through.
Yeah, it's being repaired still. And there's another element to this for Louis. He's taking this gold mine while the castle is still standing. So it's not just whether he can hold this position. If he really cannot preserve this position, how much gold is left for MarineLorD afterwards?
I mean,
great blacksmith upgrades for Louis, by the way. He's got every single blacksmith upgrade. Look at MarineLorD on the other side.
Yeah, but you know what's better than blacksmith upgrades? Free units! Dives on in. Repair crew's going to come out. Everyone has to ungarrison just to keep it alive. Hand cannoneers should be winning on the south side of this fight for MarineLorD. And the Hui Pals, if he gets one more out, that should be enough to kind of blitz through this. Needs to respect the rocket launcher, though. It's going to be enough to scare him away. And it looks like because the army commits here, there's now going to be a dive attempt into the back of MarineLorD's base.
Yeah, Louis had to do that. He was actually outnumbered in the middle, so he needs to do something to shake things up. He's actually trying to snipe production buildings here real quick. Just trying to slow things down, but I wonder if this army would better serve Louis just by heading towards the middle and trying to snipe the Hui Pao.
It's difficult because the hand cannoneer spear comp, like, it perfectly counters you here, which is... It's understandable why he's reluctant in that. And we have enough spears here to scare him away. Like, it's so difficult to get in on Mongols against Yam like this. Now, the double PvP power was not enough. But you know what I say in live, Lidicore? Build more. Every single problem. Like if you can't win, more. You know? Like, we're talking about my inevitable death by diabetes from McDonald's milkshakes. Just got to build up a resistance and immunity to them. And similar to that, when you're dealing with a keep that just won't drop, more siege is always the answer.
At some point, Louis is going to have to leave that safe position. That is one thing, and that's where the Heavy Pow comes into play. Louis is fine sitting under that castle. He doesn't want to leave that position, and eventually, when you have enough firepower to just take out the castle, he's going to have to try it. I'm not a fan of loueMT's army count right now. It's just being built so slowly. That's my concern.
Wait, he has an army? Like, I mean, this is the thing. It's just, you look at his income, you're like, what? These numbers don't make sense right now. It's tricky as well because he's falling behind drastically in quality. Like, the spears count out your Mount Samurai, and your hand cannon account is, like, I mean,
yeah.
You know, my daughter can count to that very easily, so that's not a good sign for you. Actually, it's so low, I think my son might be able to count, and he's not even one. Like, 4 hand cannon, he's not really scaring anyone here.
He's trying to go heavy on the siege, though. So it's going to be a funnel point setup. Trying to get some mangonels in. And at the same time, he's trying to steal as much gold from the map as humanly possible. He is taking the large gold wing to the north. He is taking the middle one as well. Try to challenge the one to the south. The problem is that there's just so much more gold left for MarineLorD. This is not a concern for MarineLorD for the next, like, 10 minutes.
I think what MarineLorD done really well here is he also steered his economy north to enable this push where the big golds, what really mattered, could be accessed, right? Like, so we've always seen Louis just trying to stab that south side, but, like, what's his target? He has to dive all the way to the TC, and that's it. Like, just spawning on the map definitely enabled it. Because if you just look at the tree lines in the south, you can't even call them tree lines, you know? That's like full balding on the top, and you've just got the fried tuck look, and you're like, wow, I've got luscious locks. Like, bruh, there's barely any hair left. So, you know, there was... Oh, sorry, is that too burst?
No, I was just going to say, okay. I don't like the fact that Louis is literally playing Mounted Samurai only. We've seen this in a previous game. Sipahi to Spearman didn't work.
Yeah, he always does this. I said he's one of the best players at doing it. And this is one of those examples where success can be a big negative. Like, when you actually have a great success rate with something like this, it just re-enables the belief that it is right. You know, it doubles it down for you. And I think for him, that's been an overwhelming negative. MarineLorD has just used it against him.
Yeah,
is he coming off?
It's not going to work against Hand Cannoneer plus Spearman, and now it's too late to switch. Things are collapsing, and I think this lack of flexibility that we've seen in this game, just being too heavily locked in on the Mounted Samurai, is something that's costing Louis.
Yeah, he's just never able to get the high-value strike, unfortunately for him. I mean, it's just a masterclass on how to leverage Yam and leverage economy location. I think, you know, people who struggle with playing Mongols in the late game, like MarineLorD and what he done here, is a good thing to look at. He understood the weakness defensively of this Civ, so instead of being forced to Benny Hills against heavy cav, he just moved everything in one direction. Just a smart read, and at this stage, kind of feels like Louis is just going through the motions, you know? The motion being, let me queue up a dozen more Mounted Samurai. Because once again, if it doesn't work, build more.
Yeah, now it's 200 population against 160, and really, despite the fact that the Beastie's base, or Beasties I should say, MarineLorD's base is wide open.
Whoa.
Despite the fact that MarineLorD's base is wide open, Louis was never really given an opportunity to raid with these cav, and even if he does, it's not like MarineLorD's power comes from a massive economy. He's got 96 villagers. It's the Kaganet Palace that's really inflating this thing for him, and it's much, much more difficult for Louis to raid.
I mean, this is the worst feeling. Just fending with your heavy cav.
And, well, he's got a lot of mangonels, though. But these mangonels have to come in clutch.
It's 3 mangoes and no adjustable crossbars, if I'm not mistaken. That damage didn't look anywhere near high enough. And, yeah, this is going the way of the gunpowder, it feels like. The Mounted Samurai are trying to break through. There's going to be some step retreat from MarineLorD. So maybe a little bit ambitious standing his ground that long.
It's going to be the same as the Sipahi game. Maybe. Even if Louis holds this off, there's going to be a second wave to this. The cost efficiency or lack thereof for loueMT is going to haunt him.
Okay, so this one's not going the way of the Battle of Nagashino. It turns out the Samurai actually can beat the Gunners. MarineLorD, I don't know, it feels like he was just a bit distracted. That raid coming on the backside, looks like he looked away from the fight, because if he starts back a bit there, I expect barely any of the range to go down. Instead, it's a full retreat. 10 more hand cannons do get queued up. Now, Louis has done a great job to buffer him away that fight, but the gold is still going to be a big question mark now. Like, he's looked good for so long because of the control he's had.
Oh, hello. This is what you want.
Yeah, like, because Mongol economy is predictable. Like, they're always going to be in one location in the late game with food.
Well, he's got multiple cannon towers in there to protect it, but last few minutes have been rather promising here for loueMT, and now he's trying to reclaim this position, get the Castle of the Crow back online.
Another thing that Louis does really well, better than I feel like most players when they play Mounted Samurai at the stage, he highly values Domaru armor. That's the tech that gives you extra movement speed when deflective is active. Now, the reason that's important is for raiding. It didn't look good earlier because he was stuck defending, but now that the map is opening up again, it allows these Mounted Samurai to get in position much quicker.
He still needs the upgrades on the mangonels, but he's finally pivoting into different units. Now we're seeing some Yumi on the back line. We're seeing some mangonels. And, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be a comp that beats Hand Cannoneer, Kashik, and Spearman in the long run, but it's definitely more encouraging than simply playing pure Mounted Samurai.
Can we check the mangoes to see if they do have adjustable crossbars? Because that is quite important. It does. Okay, yeah, so Warp's going to start to hurt a bit more. I believe the Spearmen have elite army tactics. Nesterby's coming in clutch here, though. That's going to be a quick clear for the cannon fodder. And mangoes have been accessed, so MarineLorD zergs forward. Hand Cannoneer is no longer threatened. Now, the rocket launcher from the Castle Crow is going to be slightly problematic, but not when the numbers are this big. MarineLorD, he could go for the dive. Instead, it is going to be a reset. But the wee pals getting sniped out a while ago now means he has the problem he solved before to solve once again.
Louis is stalling this one out, and he kind of needs to. And look at this. Now MarineLorD is heading to the north. MarineLorD is done with all the small gold mines on his side, and this is the window that Louis was looking for. Every large gold vein is under Louis' control, except for the one to the north. He needs to challenge that position and start starting MarineLorD out of gold.
Yeah, and Louis still has, I think, quite a lot left on the southern gold, if I'm not mistaken. He's now, like, full-on blitzing. Earlier on, it was just a tap away. Another thing he done really well, he actually went for the tier 3 mining. Something that a lot of players actually don't do. In fact, MarineLorD is guilty of not doing that at all. The reason that's important is, remember, they changed it a while back so that you get extra resources, a little bit like the tech the Abbasids have, the improved processing. So that 8k gold, it's not quite step readout levels, but it lasts a lot longer for Japan here. Wait, did they not update the UI? I'm pretty sure it gives additional now, no? Or am I drunk?
You might be. But if a push coming in, overchop.
There's definitely one of the
that overchop is nasty for Louis. His eco was untouchable back then, and now he overchops it. Finally, an opportunity for MarineLorD to raid. The first one in quite a while.
Ah, got it. So Louis' weakness is when he doesn't have the walls. Like, the small group is like not in the right position. If he goes all the way to the corner, could be pretty good. I don't think Louis upgraded to a Shogunate in the east corner. If we can just double check. Yeah, like the corner one's more important. Yeah, so like these are pretty weak. So he could technically dive in, but MarineLorD backs off entirely again.
Yeah, he needs to protect that gold mine. Louis wanted to challenge that with the Mounted Samurai. Looks like Louis is done with that. I wonder how much is left on that northern gold. Because Louis... Okay, so 2,000 on this. Louis still has 2 small gold veins and both the big ones. Louis got way more gold to work with than MarineLorD does.
Yes.
So that's the window that Louis is looking for. Essentially starving MarineLorD out of gold while he still has access to some.
And like you've got the Euroshiro drops as well. Now, one thing to keep in mind is we are in a map with neutral trade posts, and you are talking about Mongols, one of the best trading cities in the game. But that takes setup, that takes time, that hasn't even begun yet. MarineLorD is trying to do everything he can to avoid doing that by the looks of it.
He's banking up a lot of resources, though. Look at Louis. He's got 4,000 gold. It's really a matter of taking all the gold he can, then being done for quite some time, never having to make a trade transition. Looks like he's
This
not
is
going to
crazy,
challenge
though.
the Northern Gold, though.
Yeah, we have 2 more mangoes in queue. That's the kind of like critical mass that you need. He's starting to turn these fights into a more kind of like choke-oriented approach, which is great for mango play. Now, we do have MarineLorD forced to react. Bombards are going to get queued up. Bombards, man, like, it just feels like they're terrible snipers sometimes. They're good, but nowhere near as good as cannons, culverins, etc.
This army is bad for MarineLorD, though. Most of them are so heavily damaged.
Yeah.
And it's not even the full army of MarineLorD. He had a force down south. Louis is starting to counterattack this.
There's a lot of troops on that dive south side as well. Even if he gets through it, it's going to be painful up here. The mangoes are moving in range. Bombard's going to be dove. Mount Samurai just hop on in there. Now, it's Yumi against the hand cannoneers, but the spearman's the bigger concern here. This is kind of a race to see if hand cannoneers can clear Mount Samurai first, or if Yumi can clear spears.
Yeah, it's more and more of a push coming in here from Louis. The gold mine was taken away from Louis down south, so that's a win for MarineLorD, but at the same time, he's conceding a lot of ground in the middle.
Big hit.
And it's starting to snowball out of control, I feel.
It is. He's finding the hand cannoneers now. MarineLorD doesn't have much firepower here to defend on the backside, so the Yumi now diving in. At first, the Saints Blessing looked like it was going to be good to minimize the damage to Yumi, but it just felt irrelevant in the end. So even Ford's siege workshops now, Louis, he can feel it building towards him. MarineLorD falling behind on military, struggling to catch up. He has got horsemen coming out to reset against the Yumi. The Mount Samurai line is thinning. So Louis, I don't think there's enough here to break through entirely, but he's got MarineLorD in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, the army count is now favoring loueMT's 200 population against 150. And if he finds all these lumberjacks, that could be the end for MarineLorD. He cannot afford to lose more population here.
Now, mangoes are going to back up a little bit because you're about to dive into stables producing horsemen. You're basically setting yourself up to get killed, and he will be found. One goes down. Others will be protected.
MarineLorD has no food, though.
Oh, it's a castle drop. It's going to be a castle drop on the production to block out the wood to cut the map. How the hell has Louis pulled this out of the bag?
MarineLorD is so low on food, and he's making horsemen. And look at this. The Shinto priests are out there healing the middle. It is just unreal.
Anything and everything to get that dub. Rams to follow up to clear all production here. MarineLorD, he's only going to have food, wood, barely any gold. I mean, that step readout has been working overtime on the north side, but doesn't have much left up there. And Louis has just set himself up a perfect cut point to make sure those poor villagers never come back home.
Yeah, if he swings a couple of units to the north, he can hit the gold mine. Bunch of villagers trapped on the wood line as well. So much more population could be lost by MarineLorD, and he doesn't have the resources to replenish them. The villagers have to make a run for it.
Yeah, and a run to what? I mean, there's still some wood in the corner, I think. Yeah, like they've left this tree line. So, but the problem is, the tree line you're now leaning on, relying on, is about to be breached as well. The outposts are failing him. Most of them do not have cannon placements, any layer of protection that makes sense. Because the other thing is when you choose to go Cargonet, you're sacrificing the stone infinite gen that would get you infinite cannon outposts.
And it was a beautiful move from Louis to snipe that Wei Power a moment ago. This castle is in such a good position. MarineLorD needs siege engines, and MarineLorD does not have any.
No. And you just have a soft reset point. It's Louis. If you try to chase him under it, rocket launchers can almost one-hit anything that you can build at this stage. Cannon's going to be coming out now, but it comes out to a non-existent army. Look at the melt point. MarineLorD, he flops down dead. Louis now taking the lead in game number 5.
Wow. Legacy game for Louis, I feel.
I mean, it's going to be memorable one.
This did not look good for a long time for him. In fact, once the Castle of the Crow fell, we were talking about loueMT having to defend and fight for his life inside his base with mounted samurai. That pivot into Yumi and Manganos kind of turned things around, and at the end of the day, you gotta give credit for Louis for leveraging static fortifications so well. The keep down south, the Castle of the Crow in the middle, and then once he gained momentum, dropping a keep on MarineLord's side of the river as well. He's always been able to kind of funnel the enemy towards a fortified position and leverage that to his advantage. Part of the reasons why he was able to win this game, I feel.
Yeah, I think like the key moment was that Mango fight where we had a raid going on at the same time. So we talked about MarineLords like not really microing the units away, getting hit by these mangoes very blindly. So you already had step one of like adjustable crossbars reveal because it was there in that fight, and then step two is the fact you're not even looking. It's doubly bad. It's kind of like when you charge into a fight with French knights with royal bloodlines and don't realize it, and then you look away at something else. So just a great moment in the game, and I think that was the turning point for Louis. Up to that point, it just felt like MarineLord was doing a great job of denying all raid attempts and gradually pushing his force down the center of the map. But man, this is a crazy one. I mean, this is going to be like a highlight game for Louis' career so far. This is already, I think, by far his best result against MarineLorD. Like, we had the 3-2 in the group stage, but in terms of, like, you know, later on in semis, grand finals, etc., like, this is the standout point for him. Leading now in a best of 9, 3-2. Remember, first to 5 here. So it's almost like you can taste the victory. And, you know, we talked about this game being important because from a drafting perspective, it felt like this one had to go Louis' way. Otherwise, some of the picks looked a little bit shaky or questionable compared to MarineLorD's more kind of stable meta picks in some cases.
And when you look at grand finals like this, when you have to decide who's going to be the champion between two elite players, these are the games which decide such things. You have a closely contested game. Things went well at certain parts of the game for either of these players, but Louis was the one who manages to finish this, and at the end of the day, MarineLorD comes out of this game empty-handed. Now it's Louis up 3-2, but we have the Abbasids out there for loueMT against the Jushi. So Abbasids, not commonly utilized across this tournament for a variety of reasons. Obviously, you love the berries on Lipany. Abbasids on Lipany is as old as the game itself. On the other side, though, you do have Jushi in the hands of MarineLorD. I think we're ready for game number 5, or I should say game number 6 here. Time flies quickly, KP.
Yeah.
Louis now up 1 game against MarineLorD.
I think that game number 5 is the one that's going to live in people's memories. The one that honestly is going to seem probably maybe like the standout game of this grand finals at this pacing, because you said it could be the Amendment swing and just so many details. Like we highlight them even early, like the gold vein situation, the pivot into Yumi to bait and switch his opponent to play a longer feudal. Like this is a wake up call one if any of these were for MarineLorD. Like Louis is playing the best Age of Empires 4 he has ever played. So MarineLorD's going to need to level up. And you know, after all the swings and roundabouts of Japan on that map, I think legitimately you're now looking at this Abbasid pick on Lipany, and your first thought is, what is he thinking? You know, what, like he had Ibids, he had Delhi here. Why this? What is the idea? Is it a throwaway pick? Is he thinking trade wing? You know, because we have seen some people experiment with that on Lipany. It's a bit funky. The biggest concern for me is MarineLorD's scouting needs to be on point. Because after what I saw in that last game, if you let Louis sneak anything, it's going to unravel.
That's a great point you bring up, actually, as we had to game number 6 here. Previous game, loueMT was able to leverage the ability to sneak out across the map and remain unseen for quite some time. That cannot be the case for this game here, KP. It's a 3-2 lead here in this best of 9 grand finals in the favor of in the favor of Louis, I should say. Louis with the color blue as the Abbasids, and MarineLorD with the pink Jushi. And right off the get-go, KP, this is definitely one of the more compact and very, I guess, tight Lipany generations. It seems so easy to section off this map. It's definitely one of the more defendable generations.
Yeah, I mean, the Abbasids, I imagine we've got some creative new build that he's been cooking up here. Wing beginning is kind of interesting. It's decent if you want to deny pro scouts. This is going to be the real stress test, isn't it? Like, you know, probably we're looking at 2TC, 3TC. Can that beat pro scouts that you're almost just assuming Sushi have to do here? I was just checking stats behind the scenes, by the way, and like the interesting thing is this is actually Louis' best result against MarineLorD historically. This is his best. You know, because like we already had in the group stage him beating him 3-2. We're doing it again. Before that, the best he could muster was 2 games. You know, there was the Energy Slapfest where he lost 3-2. Then you've got loads of 4-0s. There was like one time in Elite Classic 2 where he got a 2-1. But in terms of like wins in longer series, this is him already setting a new personal best.
And he's not done.
No,
he is by no means done. And in fact, we talked about this, KP, with the Abbasids. It's not one of the civilizations that did well across the tournament. Then again, it's probably a more map-dependent civilization than many of the other civs are. You brought up the idea that perhaps this is, to a certain extent, a throwaway civ, and he just wants to reserve the juggernauts for the remaining maps. If that is the case, and Louis is able to win here, that's a very bad sign for MarineLorD. A win puts Louis onto match point here. It would be a terrible proposition for MarineLorD to end up losing to the Abbasids and also have his opponent on match point.
Yeah, and like this is going to be a scary timing because Louis is doing the horseman opening. So we're going to see stables drop into ponies. So then you have all three corners of the counter triangle while then gradually going to TC. I much prefer this approach. Wait, is it what is it going for? Or is he just randomly gathered the wood aggressively here? Okay, scrap my thought. It's just going to be greed. That's interesting. So he's just going to kind of use this to force MarineLorD to slow his pro scout timing, I guess. Yeah, and he's already being greedy, so scout opening. I wonder why. I guess like for Louis, if he goes horseman, maybe his concern is he gets stuck in a cycle, because then MarineLorD will mirror horseman. So yeah, just takes the greed. And this should now be an optimal timing on a TC drop towards the deer. Wait, is he... oh, okay, he's melee wing shoving, isn't he? Of course, dude. You know what it was? Last game, that game was so long I forgot. We begin every game by doing this. What a deep opening. Yeah, this is like honestly, the deer shoves is making 3 units look OP. You know, I've seen it from Iabids, I've seen it from Abbasids. I haven't seen it from Lancaster with Abir Kings yet, but they'll get there.
And it's huge if you think about it, because by default, you have a lot more food to work with here for the Abbasids. You have a lot of berries on Lipany. You are playing a second TC, so you are in the need of food. If you can push in the deer, that's going to be a great start. And it also means that MarineLorD is going to be limited on what he can realistically secure with the Pro Scouts build.
Yeah, and I imagine this is now like a hunker it down and tech up, unless you're given a reason not to, which is why we're seeing MarineLorD now add in Chuganu to try and punish. Chuganu can feel a little bit weird sometimes when you play Pro Scouts like this, if your opponent's like being super greedy and hunkered down. But we have to remember, like, it's 2 TC. That's going to take some time to return value. I think that's why it's really smart to get this deer shove in, because the berries are great to start with, but when they're gone, things just kind of shrink in terms of your scale. But we've seen, like, deer with 0.84 gathering rate is just so easy to bolster into, especially with the cheap survival techniques.
So here's the thing. This kind of a game takes us back about 2.5 years in competitive AoE 4. Back when 2 TC Abbasids on Lipany were a thing. I actually recall a Demu set where you had like a 6 versus 7 TC Abbasid versus Chinese match. It was ridiculous. It was a TC fiesta. But the point I'm trying to make here is that we often have seen Abbasids with 2 TCs, and many players try to respond to that with a ram push, which was quite popular in that era. And that thing usually did not come together, because by the time you arrived, by the time you had your rams, the Abbasids got enough from the second TC to start building up their own forces and respond to that. So I think it's a good choice for MarineLorD to head to Castle Age, and that's what he's doing right now, instead of trying to be aggressive with the Jugenu and try to push into this.
Yeah, so I guess like he was worried about that horseman archer spear timing. So he goes Chug to cover like the archer spears, which is what you normally do. And now like assume there's gonna be horsemen, you'll have your own ponies. Like that's usually the thought, right? Because like you have to think like this Chug opening from MarineLorD is basically what you see from other civs, it's just normally archers. You just don't have them. So it works out nicely. The horseman's definitely going to play a little bit of a blocker. And Louis, I think he knows he has to do something here because, like, you can't rush your age up. Not like this. Yeah, Mount Lou Academy is going to be coming in fast. And yeah, definitely not ram pushable, but objective-wise, there's a very clear mid-map objective that Louis has to now worry about. Culture wing time? I mean, you've got the deer shove. Like, Eco Wing would feel pretty greedy here.
Yeah, I think you culture this. Trade does not seem right. You went military. I think you're going culture.
Does this trade ever seem right?
I mean, it's
won this series, right? Yeah, like it's won in this series. It just needed the perfect map for it. I don't think Lipany is exactly that.
Yeah, especially not with these market spawns.
No. Okay, so horsemen are gonna be a little bit annoying, but he knows. Yeah, you're gonna just step up. Like, am I a joke to you? Yes, yes, you are. We're gonna keep attacking the villages. Eco Louis, you greedy son of a.
Now that's interesting. In the meantime, MarineLorD is able to secure the third deer pack. That is one that is originally spawned on the side of loueMT. So MarineLorD does get 3 out of the 4 deer packs. That's a pretty good value for the pro scouts. And I'm not the biggest fan of the eco wing here. I feel like it's a little greedy, especially against Jushi, who can just supervise production and flood you.
Yeah, I thought because he has the northern berries, he might just try to play on limited resources. But this feels like he's uncomfortable with the idea of like the map, so he's gonna have to lean into farms early. Like that's normally why you do eco wing here. It's not that we're gonna see the 3 and then the 4 and then the 5 and then the 6 TC. It's just he doesn't think he's gonna have map control, I guess. So Louis gonna be going to his old infamous style of gameplay, defending. Worked well in the last game.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the long-term game plan is here for loueMT. Is he trying to play late game like he did in the previous one? Just try to start playing the attrition game? Because let's start talking about this, KP. This series has been going on for like 2.5 hours. Could go for quite some more time. Attrition becomes a factor as you go along, which is funny to say considering that Louis is playing from China and it's like 3 a.m. But
dude, they're both degenerates. Yeah, they're both degenerates. Like they don't care. Like Louis, I've seen this from Louis before. Like he gets to this point in the evening, and then you like see a game or two, you're like, well, that's shaky, and then he just goes off for a coffee break, and then he just comes back, and he's like, what the hell, dude? Did this guy just get 8 hours of sleep in 30 minutes? What's going on? And then you have MarineLorD who doesn't like. He doesn't know what light is. I don't know if you've noticed like the pale complexion. I think he might be a vampire. Like you will see this guy scrim in the late hours of the night. So we're kind of in prime time territory for both, actually.
Yeah, anyway, I wonder if Louis is thinking about trying to drag this into late game like he did in the previous one. He's queuing up 8 knights. He's not messing around. But he is doing that against crossbows and lancers, which, again, is the same conversation that we had in the previous game before he started adding Yumi.
Yeah, it's a little bit wacky on the timing. Like, I think Louis' concept is that it was going to be knights v knights, and he'd add in like 1 or 2 camels and win. But this timing by going crossbows so early from MarineLorD, usually like you just try to raid. He's just reacted perfectly. He's seen his opponent isn't playing the map, so he's going to cheaply move out for relics and focus on an all-in timing to punish Louis for this greed. He's trying to wrap that back. I mean, the gold berry's up here. It's the perfect location to camp if you can. It's a bit dangerous, because obviously if you go in, reinforcements can't get through. Also, you might want to scout, because it's against Louis, so there's like a 50-50 chance he's already walled the northern corner.
Nice little raid here. Villagers will flee.
Villagers.
Quick response.
Do you think he needs gold?
I think that tells a lot to MarineLorD. It means that his opponent is going to be super Lancer heavy. When you have 20 or so villagers on gold at the 12-minute mark, that means that you will be spending a lot of gold on stuff like knights.
But now the question is, does MarineLorD remember he's not playing Mongols this game? Because like when you see that many knights, there's two ways you play this, right? You either wall yourself to protect, or your goal is to be so in his face he can't raid you.
Right now it seems to be option number 2. But this is going to be one of the problems for Louis, in contrast to the previous map. Raiding is difficult on this generation. It's so sectioned off. It's not easy to run circles around your opponent with Lancers only.
He's getting crossbows now. And if you can get to boot camp and you get similar count, it's an advantage, but there's a big gap between you both right now.
Those are some big ifs.
He can sneak out the base to the east side to gather gold, but that might now be predictable to MarineLorD. Let's see the wall. I mean, that wall's a little bit of a bait. Like, there are some villages up there, right? But, like, there's only berries in this corner. All right, boys. We had a good run. Time to run again.
Oh, he's trying to swing around from the north. He's anticipating MarineLorD to chase the villagers that left. And yeah, he's running around. so that he can meet these knights head on.
Yeah, but do you want to? Like, the army count is
Do you
not
have
on
a
your
choice?
side. Yes, the choice is ignore these villagers' screams. You're an ambassador player. You're used to that noise by now.
Yeah, fair. Might as well do that. Now, MarineLorD's army is...
Did it again?
MarineLorD's army is somewhat slow-moving. The crossbows slow down the whole thing, and some of the reinforcements could be intercepted. I wonder if Louis is considering a dive here.
Look at what Louis is doing. He's doing it again with the gold. Just like in game number 5, the villagers have snuck out onto the western flank to gather gold. The ones that were meant for berries have gone where MarineLorD presumably is never going to look.
Well, at least he scouted it this time around, but I think he's more busy about these knights coming around, and this is exactly what Louis might want to do here. He cannot take a fight into 21 crossbows, but he can just run circles around the enemy. He's looking for targets, has not found any so far.
Remember what we said?
Yeah, I just want to say, do keep in mind, while this is happening, Louis is building a villager lead on the 2 DCs. He's up by 22. Yes. But most of that is currently being offset by the 4 relics for MarineLorD.
Yeah, but look at the problem here, what's happening again. loueMT thrives when you react to his plays. He thrives when he gets the raid and you have to react. Right now, MarineLorD is looking back at his base. I think he just realized that this is a bait.
Yeah.
Like, I've been here before. He's done this to me before. He's won games against me because of this. I need to stop overreacting and find a way to flip the script. Make it about me, and what I'm doing to him.
Yeah, it was the Baldland game where this was so prominent. Where Louis was able to stretch out the field and MarineLorD was just boxed into his own base. And now he's thinking, wait a minute, I can just push. And realistically speaking, MarineLorD has 18 Lancers. If he wants to chase those Lancers raiding his base, he has the tools to do that. Looks like he's trying to swing south, though.
Yeah, you could just instead keep your crossbows at home and raid with your knights, right? And then you just have a small group of, like, new knights helping defend the choke points. So, like, that's also a viable option for MarineLorD.
Ooh, this could be ugly.
He's sneaking in. Louis, I think he got the early warning about it, but obviously, like, practically his whole army is not here. This is bad right now. Yeah, and his lancers are nowhere near getting home. So villagers have to make, like, it's the last seconds of their life, because it might be.
It will be.
Nowhere for them to go. He cuts away, he runs back into them.
It's opposite villagers, though, so you have to be mindful of the fact that losing a gazillion knights in exchange for those is not a good trade.
Let me put it another
needs
way.
to preserve this army.
There are passive villagers. So what that really means is there's plenty more to kill. Let's go. Pushes in. It's an overwhelming force here. The crossbow count barely exists for Louis. Handful left. And they're about to be killed as well. And the crossbow count for MarineLorD is just out of control. Nice lead the way into the tree line. Louis is running across the map in a panic here. He might get it, but there might not be left much to call home.
Yeah, Louis is busy typing GG at this point. He's gotta be. There's nowhere to run with those villagers. And by the time the Lancers arrive, it's gonna be too late. All the villager lead has disappeared, and now the Lancers will also take massive casualties.
Look at this. He has enough left to body block most of the damage. Kind of stands them in the middle of it, actually. So maybe the Lancers eventually clear this up. loueMT is not ready to call the GG just yet. He thinks he can get the cleanup, but he's not going to be left with much after the fact. And, well, folks, this is only wave number 1. MarineLorD has the second group of crossbows marching into the south side of the base in a matter of moments.
Yeah, this is only wave number 1, and there's just nothing behind this for Louis. And this is the kind of answer you wanted if you're MarineLorD. Previous game, you felt like you had it, and then it fell apart. If you lose this game, Louis moves on to match point. So what do you do if you're MarineLorD? Play probably the cleanest game of the series so far, and get yourself in a position to even the series out.
Well, he has seen the new group. Louis, not faced, says, I still have walls, I have a corner. I've got this. The gold is still being gathered. That's the other thing, Louis. We saw that Japanese game. I don't know if I said it would look this dire at this point in the game. It did look rough. And Louis was able to turn that around. So he's still a believer. Horsemen are going to cut the reinforcements. That's actually quite efficient the way he's done that. The aggro from the crossbows went onto them. The military lead, not as big as it was for MarineLorD. And he has his own issues, remember. He played pro scouts, so food is starting to shrink a bit. And he's having to play now onto the map onto berries.
I think if Louis was able to preserve some of that existing villager lead, I would be a little bit more optimistic. But in the previous game, Louis was not up against 5 relics and 2 sacred sites. There's just such a big differential, and there is enough berries on the field for MarineLorD to just buffer up this whole food problem for the time being. If Louis is able to drag this game out a lot, then maybe. I just feel like
he's got a free villager lead. Come on.
I just feel like it takes too much time for Louis to recover.
And Shallow Monastery. Woo-hoo-hoo. I mean, you got 5 relics. Why not? Indulge yourself. Pagoda's on the way. Also a discount, which could be quite handy on limited food. And he's going to knock at the northern door here. loueMT, it's time to leave. You guys never leave. You're here forever. They got a long, long job ahead of them. No overtime, though. So Louis, I don't know, man. Like, MarineLorD's military count is not that threatening. I mean, his economy, I agree, is great, but that eco lead, yes, it doesn't exist for Louis, but military lead for MarineLorD is kind of shriveled up. And because the farm's already being set up, this horseman spam is sustainable.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, that in the short term, Louis might have an opportunity to equalize things. He needs to do a lot. Like, but he still has the 2 TCs, so he's slowly building up a villager lead again. Do keep in mind, as you said, he has the farming eco set up, which gives him a lot of sustainability. And realistically, all he needs is like one good raid where he wipes 10-15 villagers, and most of the relic differential is gone. Now, if you go into very late game, those relics will still be a major players. But I think the sweet spot for Louis is that late castle, early imp timing, where he could still have a chance to turn this around.
Yeah, and Abbas have their own eco perks to kind of mitigate some of the power of Shushi with this type of build, right? Like, you've got the agriculture tech, which is going to be coming in clutch here. It's why the farms are doing so well. I think you might already actually have it. And then you got improved processing later as well, plus the golden age. Yeah, there you go. That's why these farms are doing so well. Like, it's kind of crazy looking at the numbers. I've been able to get this many horsemen with so few farms. Now, needs to be careful not to run across the map. That's what actually cost him the lead last time. MarineLorD is getting ready for a dive in. And well, Louis, where's the ponies? I think he's getting ready to backstab him. So maybe kind of a baited moment here. Let him dive in.
Yeah, I think he's trying to isolate the crossbows. He's got 21 horsemen. If he can jump the crossbows, that's the kind of wipe that he's looking for.
Yeah, because like the villagers are now playing the berry patches in the mid-map, like this.
Ooh.
So there's risks.
And Louis knows this. In MarineLorD's position, it does not make sense to farm transition. It makes sense to go out on the map, take the food, and push it. And Louis is hunting for these villagers out here.
He's pushing my patience with that lack of mill. There's a lot of workers doing overtime on leg day, is all I'm going to say. So, I mean, these workers, they're going to not put in so many hours on the Fitbit. Yeah, look at him go. Oh, look at this efficient. Tell me he's supervising the mill, though. Like, at least tell me.
The base of Louis, though. Louis.
Oh, please. Oh, come on. It's not even being supervised.
There's no one home.
Yeah, so this is the thing. Congrats, you've dove, but where are the workers?
Yeah, it's getting a little alarming here from MarineLorD.
Do you know where the workers are, Lidicor? They're in the middle of the map. He's somehow snuck past this. They're gathering berries. And I can tell you for a fact they're doing it better than MarineLorD's Western workers.
What Louis needs is still a good raid. He found 3 villagers on the berries, not enough.
He's going center now.
If he finds the ones in the middle, it's a different story.
Ah, but swimming there. And speaking of spears, loueMT got caught with his hand in the transition jar. He's barely got any spears. He didn't even get the veterancy. He's now switching into camel archers, which is... I mean, it's a peculiar one here, actually. He's slow to scale, and you're staring at 31 horsemen. I guess the debuff is what he wants.
Yeah, he's losing a lot of production buildings, and that's getting alarming. Like, he cannot really spare the resources to rebuild 20 buildings. And at the same time,
still trying to poke, but
the biggest problem is that his horsemen aren't finding value.
No.
Like, these trades are just not acceptable at this point. He needs more than that. He needs to start wiping villagers, and that has not happened yet.
MarineLorD being very patient about this. And Now going 2TC, has to worry about that farm transition as well. At some point, he's going to realize my food income's not quite good, what's going wrong. And when it does realize that, he's going to be an unstoppable force of nature. But that moment is not yet.
Yeah, army count is much, much better for MarineLorD now.
Yeah, and it shows. Like, before, Louis was hiding his numbers because he's trying to raid. But now it becomes a little bit obvious. Horsemen dive to the backside of the crossbows. Trying to take out as many as possible. Has got spearman production underway behind this, but it is not as rapido as you'd hope. And the horsemen should just be able to flood now onto the expo line. At which point, Louis has no answer. GG gets called. MarineLorD swiftly answers back.
And that's a punch in the gut if you're Louis. You had a great game in game number 5, game number 6. It wasn't even that you did anything wrong. It was just the fact that MarineLorD played this perfectly. As you mentioned, back when Castle Age started, MarineLorD went immediately into crossbows. So by the time Louis started pumping lancers, MarineLorD already had the Howard counter, and from there on out, MarineLorD was always dictating the tempo of the game, and he just never let Louis leave his base.
Mm-hmm. I wonder, I don't want to say throwaway pick to an extreme, but I feel like Louis maybe was expecting a stronger pick to come out. And, like, removing Shushi is a big edge. Like, to just bluntly call it what it is. Like, Abbasid is on border of being seen a throwaway civ. I think, like, what Louis just shows is, like, quite often at the moment, Abbasid feels like, unless it's got something quirky about the map, you almost need your opponent to allow your greed, if that makes sense. Right? Like, 2TC into Eco-Wing farms, it makes sense from Louis' POV. If he's able to get online, he's unstoppable. But MarineLorD's read on the timing was just succinct as always. Despite Louis' valiant attempts to sneak gold like he did in the previous game, it just didn't really have the same impact here. You could see it as he trended more and more towards units that didn't even need gold.
Yeah, I agree with you about Abbasids, though. Because do keep in mind, what he is left with for the remainder here is Chinese. This was his #1 civilization pick. He is coming out against the House of Lancaster for Sacred Grove. I actually was thinking about Chinese for this map. It's very similar in approach to Gorge. And Gorge worked really well for Louis with the Chinese. And he still has Jeanne d'Arc, a civ that he won a previous game with. There is Delhi, which could be an appealing civilization for Cliffside. In fact, my guess is that we're going to see Delhi on Cliffside and then Jeanne d'Arc for the Dry Arabia.
Yeah.
But this is a must-win now, I feel.
Well, this is interesting because, like, I think MarineLorD tricked Louis. This could have easily been a rematch of game number 1, Chinese versus Malians. That makes sense. Sacred Grove is great for Malians. It's also great for French. And I think, you know, China, they used to struggle in the French-Chinese matchup because you play a long feudal, and Chuganu just lost to Mass Knights over time. Like, as long as you equal the micro, better. But more recently, China just fast castles beyond, and they, like, you kind of struggle in the pacing a little. It's a much more 50-50 matchup. So this pick by MarineLorD in the House of Lancaster is, like, interesting to me. Because, like, now, what's the goal? Are we here to deny Pro Scouts? Are we allowing Pro Scouts? Do we think that manas are better than Pro Scouts? My feeling is it's going to be mana spam, because I don't see a world in which, like, an Abbey of King's timing makes sense. But we might see him just kind of rush out spears to play grief to loueMT's scouts.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you bring up, and I kind of have to agree with that. First off, Malians was the last pick for MarineLorD. But that does not necessarily mean anything. I think what is more relevant here is, as you said, it's possible that he wanted to avoid the Malian versus Chinese matchup that they played on Gorge. And in that context, I love Lancaster. Lancaster gives you the same fundamental logic. Condensed economy that relies very heavily on passive resource income. Mm-hmm. But you do so in a totally different manner. You do have your Lancaster Castle to start with, which makes early aggression against you a lot more difficult. And at the same time, you change things up and you don't play the exact same matchup that you've done in game number 1. Leaves you with Malians as well for a map like Cliffside. Perhaps Dry Arabia try to counterpick the Jeanne d'Arc with Malians. That would be intriguing.
And like, what's even more intriguing is, like, if Louis wins this game, I think it puts his draft in a very scary position for MarineLorD. Delhi really good against Malians, right? Like, especially with Pro Scots being left a bit, you got to, like, maybe say Delhi can do a bit better in that matchup again. And then French Delhi, like, that was a classic one where MarineLorD was able to beat Puppy Paw with that on LAN. So, like, that leaves Ottomans. And I kind of want to see that, man. Like, because the Delhi Ottoman matchup, I think, is probably one of the technically highest execution matchups the Ottomans have in existence. But we'll have to see if he can force it. We head in to game number 7 to once again break the tie in this best of 9 to see who will be on the verge of winning the Elite Classic 3. We're going to kick it off with MarineLorD as House of Lancaster on Sacred Grove, and loueMT will take to the Chinese, and MarineLorD, he's going to be going for that Dark Age Spear action.
All right, Sacred Grove. Now, there are some similarities between this map and Gorge, where Louis went for Chinese. And I think one of the key things is that there is a very clear and obvious path between the two players that's very much open field. If you get caught off guard in that area with infantry, you usually do get cleaned up. I think it's even more so the case here because you are surrounded by 2 forts in the middle. So there is really nowhere to run from that middle area if you get caught off guard.
Yeah, I mean, the center ramp is the highest value, and I think like the goal here is MarineLorD just lame the deer on your opponent's side and then shove in your own. It's smart, right? Because like your opponent's going to try to scout to shove in by the looks of it, and you just essentially get an opportunity to screw with him. And well, this is interesting. Louis, okay, so he's just going to snipe his own deer. Does he really think that MarineLorD's just going to push them all the way across the map? I guess so. Wait, why did he just... All right, whatever. It's giving me harassment onto the gold. So a little bit annoying for Louis, but not something he can't deal with. Remember, with China, you just need 235 gold, and then you don't care about your vein.
I love the harassment, though. I feel like MarineLorD played a very clean game in the previous one. If you can throw Louis off in early game, that could be an avenue for MarineLorD to play. At the end of the day, we often forget the fact that MarineLorD for a long time was known as an amazing early game player, someone that relies very heavily on great micro and great execution. Whereas if you look at Louis, so far most of his game plan relied on mid-late game, stretching out the opponent's defenses, and playing more of a macro style rather than a micro style. So these little early game skirmishes actually help a lot for MarineLorD to throw off that game plan from Louis' side.
Yeah, and like we said, the deer shoves afterwards is just an organic element to screw your opponent a little. Like, honestly, for Louis, it makes a lot of sense just to lame all the deer to stop that, because you know you want to go pro scouts. It's going to be annoying on timing, as you mentioned, because of the harassment here. And, like, with 3 spears, this aggressive, what he's really trying to do is force MarineLorD to add an archery range. Oh, sorry, Louis to add an archery range, which is quite annoying. Like, it's not really the thing you want to be going into. Normally, you just want to straight up stables if you can, especially when you know your opponent's about to be a greedy mother ducker.
Yeah, Lancaster Castle on the stone mine here. Now, the gold is kind of tucked away behind this, but I think we're seeing a clear intent here from MarineLorD. He's going to protect that stone so he can get the stone he needs for the manors, and then he's probably going to shift the manors to the south to protect the gold mine with them.
So, knowing your opponent is doing the Lancaster Castle build, the question now is whether China has an all-in timing. Like, could he just now ignore pro scouts and say blob archers? Because China's very good at that type of build. Like, they generate so much resource off the back of taxation, and they also benefit from the fact that they get their blacksmiths aggressively quick. Like, I still find it baffling that this Civ in Age 2 researches a blacksmith's upgrade and then gets 33% of it back via taxation.
I think the challenge here for Louis is that MarineLorD might just skip Castle Age altogether. He's done that once before. He won with Lancaster using that approach. So what is your timing if you're Louis? Are you trying to, like, time a late feudal push? Maybe rush Castle, get the relics, try to be aggressive in Castle Age? How do you even approach this against a Lancaster?
Yeah, I think China is a Civ that has a pretty good ramp timing into, like, knights to dive if your opponent's being too greedy. So, like, if MarineLorD wants to do that, it probably have to be White Tower, which does weaken his late-game scalability a little bit. You prefer to go King's College if possible. Whether he can go for an all-in siege or just turns it into a macro game is going to be curious. Because, like, China does have their own macro advantage, But we've seen people try to contest like House of Lancaster with 2TC. It does feel weird. It just feels like Lancaster gets paid off a lot more and is much harder to dive in response. And there you go, archery beginning. So it makes sense to counter the spears. The question now is how far is he going to take it? Because we did see him shoving in the deer. That is now going to get denied by MarineLorD. And he hasn't moved back out into the gold, Lidicor, so it's not looking like a pro scouts build, at least not a rush. Okay, as soon as I say that. It's going to be a pro scouts build.
It has to be. It just has to be, I feel. You need some sort of a early eco buff to give you momentum here. And that could be a window that you could utilize. The return of investment on pro scouts, plus maybe a fast castle into monks to pick up relics. That could be a lot quicker than the return of investment of manors. Although, that again, I'm not exactly sure about that statement. The ROI on manors is just absolutely bonkers.
Well, this is like also just a fresh reminder as to how busted Demi-Lancers are. Because I think if the Demi-Lancer option did not exist in Lancaster Castle, Louis probably just plays out into the deer with villagers. Because you're not going to get harassed if your opponent's doing this, right? Like, the problem with this build is that your opponent builds all this crap and then can immediately vomit out, half a dozen or so Demi-Lancers. Or half a dozen if you're feeling weak, right? But a dozen if you're feeling strong. And that just shuts down the entire map. So, I think at the heart of it, the issue I still have of Lancaster sometimes is that I call it the win button. Like, mustering the Demi-Lancers is the win button for the Civ. Like, if I had to highlight one thing that I think probably needs to be changed, it's that. Because tempo is everything.
Yeah, I actually have a good point of comparison here for you, which I think puts the whole Demi-Lancer thing in historical context. When AoE 3 came out, the game played very different from AoE 2 for a variety of reasons. One of those reasons was the home city mechanic, where you could order stuff and suddenly, boom, at one moment you have 20 musketeers popping out of your town center. Up until that point in AoE 2, the way the game worked is that it took time to build a military. If you only had one production building, you couldn't just spawn a whole army. If you played greedy, you might have been punished before you could turn the resources into an army. And AoE 3 did not have that mechanic, and that made things very weird. Oftentimes, there was an incentive to just play super turtley and then magically spawn a whole army inside your base. And to me, the Demi-Lancer thing does this to a certain extent. You're not being punished for the fact that you're not consistently producing units. You can play full greed, and then in an instant have an army that's standing.
Yeah, and so there's an even easier way of looking at this within AoE 4. Think about the Gremlins from the Kremlin. Think about the Desert Raiders. These things got nerfed for good reason. The Desert Raider timing had to be delayed because of how powerful one of those was so early. And the thing with the House of Lancaster build is you can actually achieve a pretty vile timing on the Demi-Lancers around towards 10 minutes to control the map. Now, if we had issues with, one Desert Raider coming out for free at around 4 or 5 minutes, what happens when you over quadruple that count a few minutes later while having a better economy? It's all about, RTSs are all about gives and takes. So, doing this should have a take. And that take is, I am not present on the map. So you can do some of it. But as we see, that very strong-looking arm waving that sword around while screaming Leviosa, it's about to raise up an army that can shut down any map control that Louis was looking to dictate.
Yeah, that's the timing on this. At the minute 9, you have essentially, 9-ish cavalry units, semi-heavy cavalry. Not as good as knights, but you have 8 of those on the field. I would need to do the math on how many knights you can get out with French just by mass producing from the School of Cavalry.
Yeah, it feels like it's not far off this, right? And, yeah, they're not as good as knights, but quite often just having bodies early on is incredibly strong. If your opponent is out on the map, let's say he has a knight or two, you can surround it and club it down. It's the way I like to describe it is, if you throw 5 6-year-olds at me, I can beat them up. But if you throw 60 6-year-olds at me, dude, they've reached critical mass, I'm probably done. There's a point where the little kicks to the shins and the bites kill you, right? And that's the thing about the Demi-Lancers. It's the same logic as to why a bunch of horsemen can beat a knight.
It's And it's not just that, it's the fact that you get them in exchange for building manors, which already give you a nice resource influx. And look at this. MarineLorD is beating his opponent to Castle Age.
Oh my god.
After dropping a bunch of eco buildings and leveraging that to get a bunch of Themi-Lancers out. Again, putting this in the context of the French, which just mass-produce knights, they would be nowhere near being able to click up to Castle Age, even if they made just like 6 or so knights.
Yeah, but like Louis does at least mirror the Demi-Lance account somewhat, right? And he can now rush towards relics. Like, this is a key objective for him. With supervision, you can get them real fast, but the Demi-Lancers are playing blocker. Like, that's the thing. Like, these units shouldn't exist at this pacing. So for any other Civ trying to do knights here, you're kind of coin flipping on whether you catch the relic grabbers. But here, you could have basically split the Demi-Lancers up and find them. Now, I'm very much worried for loueMT here. Because you know what I said about like all those little like 6-year-old toddlers biting you and like punching you and whatever and kicking the shin? Well, if you have a look, MarineLorD has a tech coming in that might as well be called Switchblade for kids. Those toddlers are about to get knives. Plus 6 damage is almost 100% DPS increase for Demi-Lancers.
And they also shadow teched into veterancy. So the moment MarineLorD is up to Castle, it's got the upgrades. 6 Lancers, and MarineLorD immediately has 5 Knights of his own in a queue. So it's not just Demi-Lancers, it's the fact that he's also adding Knights on his own. He's trying to contest some of the relics at least. Louis is already out on the map for those. He's bringing 1 pack home. The mid-map one should be interesting. The one to the north should belong to Louis. And I assume MarineLorD is going to secure the 2 relics close to his base. So really, I'm expecting a 3-2 split in either direction.
Yeah, and now it's just more and more knights. And you know, this is the tricky thing. Like, the Demi-Lancers do it, and then the knights consolidate it. Is like when you do this type of comp, China's only option is to now build spears, right? And like crossbows. Well, what is the unit that Reddit moans about most for House of Lancaster that counters both of those units? That this is the organic thing about this play that just makes it feel really good for Lancaster. And, you know, any other Civ does this. If it was just the Demi-Lancers, you know, you haven't built stables to do it either. And you force your opponent to, like, play counter. So, Louis, I think he just spotted the color of S's there. And this should be in maybe, like, slowing knight production, possibly switching spears.
Yeah, he is going for crossbows, which I think is... For this game, it's fine right now. The problem is that it's not going to scale well against the Yeoman. What are you even going to do against this composition, I wonder?
I think you hunker down. You play for like a late phase. Archer's getting vetted is intriguing here. So maybe he's expecting Spearman from his... I don't know, man. Like, Louis knows this build because Louis actually done this Collar Vestas build as well. He's done it in some crazy formats. So he should be aware that it's heavy maces on horseback. So, like, Archers is of 0 value here. And oh my god, it's going to be hill training. All right. This is the unit that if you choose the wrong landmark, it is worthless. But if you choose this one, Lidicore, these boys are ballers. Hobblers, able to hit for something like 40 damage onto a ranged unit with their charge attack.
I love that MarineLorD is going heavy on the cavalry side of things initially. This map is fairly open at the beginning. He's trying to section it off on the left side, kind of will eventually make a pivot into slower moving troops. For now, he's making a switch into Hobblars because he needs something against those few crossbows. Louis is looking for a fight here because he doesn't have an option. Do keep in mind, he's playing on pro scouts. He doesn't have a farm transition, whereas MarineLorD is sitting on 6 manors. And in fact, not even Song Dynasty. So the economy for Louis is fairly fragile. He needs to make something happen soon. His current economy is not good to scale into late game.
No. Barbican's going to give him a little bit of insulation on economy, but it just feels so late with your opponent already having 6 manas out. And relic distribution barely favored you, right? It's going to be a 3-2 split in the end. Knight's now diving into the back of the base is another problem to have answered. And it's so difficult to wall on this map. Like, it's designed that way intentionally. You know, the early game safe, late game safe, but the mid game is an open book that even a toddler can read. Preferably one without a switchblade.
Yeah, 3 relics here for Louis. So I guess one of the positives for him is that he's got the upper hand in relics. Secured the one in the middle as well. Now he's got Song.
Where did he go? I love how that's still a thing. Randomly, monks just disappear.
This could be huge, though. A lot of villagers down south, and I don't see MarineLorD's army. He's just now swinging south, so should arrive in time. But
okay.
There's a gold mine down here, and there is a boar down here, so prime target for Louis.
Oh, and this is interesting. He's switching spears, and MarineLorD hasn't gone into yeoman. He's going into crossbows. So there's a decent timing here for Louis, because he did go clock tower as well, right? So, like, if the fight slows down because of the crossbows, Nesta Beast can be leveraged. But you have to be so careful. You know, clock tower gives you more health, but like I mentioned, these hobblers, I mean, they've basically got the divine power of One Punch Man in their first hit. It's surprisingly scary. Ooh. They hit harder than a Knightwood, rather, into range units in Siege.
Nice raid here by MarineLorD. Gets a couple of kills. Louis had a quick reaction. Nice little jump back and forth. Only loses... Well, we've lost 4 villagers in total, but I think this raid specifically only killed 1. Louis is looking to push that large clump of villagers down south, and MarineLorD shifted away for a moment with his army. Now he's coming back.
Wall's definitely a nuisance. Lou's like, wait, you build these too? Twinsies? That's a lot of knights, actually. So, I mean... I guess he's just going for the classic brute force, it feels like, right? Spear plus knight. Very food heavy. Of course, you know, he did have the pro scouts to enable that to a certain degree, but that does have its limitations, while MarineLorD's food income is forever.
Yeah, that's the concern. Now, 3 more manors available for MarineLorD. That is where this whole build starts to escalate even more. I like what Louis is doing, trying to poke and prod, see if he can find a weakness, wipe 20 villagers. I think MarineLorD is trying to bait him in, though. Trying to get him to get closer and then jump him.
He's going to push him off the ball. Crossbows. A little bit of a slow reaction there, Louis. A little bit hesitant to turn the engage for good reason. The hobbies and the knights start munching into that backline. loueMT does retreat through to the choke point. The hobblers are kind of getting in the way of the knights, actually. Count's shrinking fast, and loueMT on point with the micro, getting rid of the heavy cav units. But it's still going to be an overwhelming loss. He has to walk away. Numbers in MarineLorD's favor. Louis has got reinforcements rallying, but this is where it gets tricky. The retreat is going to get ugly due to the slowness of the crossbows. Spearmen are arriving to slow things down. Might give him a little bit of a reset, but you can't help but feel momentum swinging in favor of MarineLorD here. The push continues.
This might be it. We talked about this in the context of the map layout. It's very similar to Gorge in a sense that if you get caught off guard, there are no choke points, no little spots to just hide your troops at, nothing. And that's exactly what happened to Louis. MarineLorD baited him into that opening and then jumped him. I honestly did not see whether Louis' crossbows were focusing hobblers for some time or whether it was just sheer power from MarineLorD. Whichever way,
yeah.
Louis was overwhelmed, and there is basically nothing that manages to get back home from his original army.
Yeah, I mean, this is the ego trial of like building knights into House of Lancaster Knights. It's deceptive, but they are one of the best civs. Like the way you have to think about House of Lancaster Knights with Colorvesses is the same way you have to think about building men-at-arms against HRE that can build better men-at-arms, right? It's like it was taboo to think that you'd ever do that, and this civ is very much like that, just on horseback. So yeah, scary position now that Louis is in. He's starting to stockpile resources. I don't think the idea is attack here. There isn't like a logical play. I mean, you could Great Wall Gatehouse to protect your base, I guess, and then maybe try to farm transition behind it, but you'd basically be forfeiting entire map control. So it looks like Louis, maybe that is the idea. He's going to start walling the east side.
I just feel like we're looking at a setup where the villager count is neck and neck, relic count evenly split, but you do have all these manors untouched. Well, at least for Louis, he's got supervision and he's got tax income, so it evens-ish out. But we're getting to the stage where all the deer carcasses are gone, and yeah, Louis now has to move on to berries. First off, it's raidable by MarineLorD. He narrowly and misses these villagers. But more importantly, Louis will need to make a farm transition, whereas MarineLorD already has a nice passive source of food, so it's not as pressing for him as it is for Louis.
Ooh, Sing Shot on the way. MarineLorD thinks it's time. the murder more villagers, but more importantly, to go for the yeoman switch. And remember that yeoman switch comes in really fast because of the muster ability. He gets an extra, 17 from that? So you just start blobbing them now, go up to 15, and all of a sudden you're looking at 30 plus yeoman. And this is the thing as well, like Lancaster, I don't want to say it feels like a jack of all trades Zerging Civ. In some ways it feels more specialized with some of these units, but like Spear, Yeoman at the core of it, so good. If you're ever able to justify Hobbler as well, you just have this ability to crap out so many units that even a Civ like China can't keep up. And he does discover it's 2 TC behind. He's like, is there no limits to MarineLorD's greed?
I mean, he can afford to be greedy because what is Louis going to do about it? He lost his entire army and MarineLorD knows that. He can just go for a second DC. And I just wanted to go back to your point for a moment about the Lancaster Knights, saying it's the perfect answer to enemy Knights. And let's not forget that across the series, Louis was riding the heavy cavalry train to win him games. And in a way, you literally cannot do that against the House of Lancaster. MarineLorD won 2 games at the House of Lancaster unless some miracle happens in this one. And I'm feeling like as we're getting closer and closer to Game 8, MarineLorD is starting to find the answer to the playstyle that Louis brought into this series.
Now, if he sees this, it's going to be an all-in.
He sees it.
Yep, he gets eyeballs on. He sees the farms. The army can just go on by. You're going to spend a little bit of time torching, but honestly, like, you just pull all troops across here. Like, the military numbers are heavily in your favor. Maybe the Nest of Ease is going to make him a little bit reluctant, but, you know, to your whole point of, like, the House of Lancaster being the perfect answer, heavy cav, and etc., in multiple forms. It's not just this knight cav comp. You can play Spearman with Yeoman as well, because the Billman tech makes the Knights feel like they're made of paper. So that there's multiple layers here that just enables Lancaster to be super effective against Cav, which historically is accurate, in fairness to them. Something Agincourt.
Fair. Very, very fair. But yeah, I think MarineLorD, I had this feeling in the previous game as well, but specifically for this one, I'm starting to feel like MarineLorD is trying to, and I think he successfully felt out what Louis wants to do in every single one of these games, and Louis hasn't yet found the pivot point into something else. This very heavily cavalry-based play that he's been successful with in some of these games, I don't think it's working anymore.
I mean, it feels like a necessity in some ways on this map. Like we said, very hard to wall in the mid game, and just an organic choice for China. It's not like MarineLorD didn't do it too, right? There was a very big focus on both sides on Knights. It shows you how dominant it is on this type of map. GG gets called, and MarineLorD now taking the lead. First on match point, loueMT needs to find a way to rally fast.
It's not going to be easy. He still has some of his best civilizations out there, but you wonder if Chinese was meant to be his go-to civilization against a would-be Malian pick. Chinese was his #1 civ in the redraft. So this was a civilization onto which Louis put a major emphasis, and it did not work out in this game. Now it's match point for MarineLorD, and we always talk about this, KP. When it's match point, when you're down by 3 games, 2 games, your opponent has a lot more freedom in rolling the dice. And now, loueMT, he must win or it's all over. MarineLorD, on the other hand, he has the potential and the opportunity, I guess, to shake things up a little. Maybe roll a dice on a matchup that he might not otherwise feel comfortable about and just say, well, let's see if this works out. Even if it doesn't, he still has game number 9 to play in.
Yeah, and I think MarineLorD also is just kind of giving a masterclass preview on House of Lancaster as a civ, right? Like, we've seen him play it twice now with 2 very differing approaches. It shows this civ still has a lot of robustness, you know? And I think, I don't want to see the manners be taken away in their entirety. Like, it's not the most interactive element, but like, a lot of their cool strategies require economy. So like, there's a logic to it. But as we highlight, there needs to be like a balance check to that. And it's kind of crazy that China, like, I think they're one of the better civs at playing feudal all-in. Couldn't even think about feudal all-in here. I don't think it was really on the table. But yeah, just now we head into Cliffside, and we talked about this Delhi pick being a dominant one, potentially, for Louis. He is going to get it into Malians. Now, Pro Scouts meta, Malians were surprisingly effective to Delhi. I'd say they were actually, like, favored there. But now with the nerfs, there's an argument their timings are a little bit weaker, and Delhi benefit a lot from maps like Cliffside with the sacred sites and how easily they can be locked in. So quite possible we're actually going to see a deciding game 9 here off the back of Cliffside.
This is a weird one. Because I've so mixed feelings about this. So many times we see Malians just being able to outmuscle many other civilizations off the back of a powerful economy. At the same time, the Malians did not work for MarineLorD in game number 1, and as aggressive as Louis was in game number 1 with his Chinese against the Malians, he can do the same thing with the Delhi here. So I feel like there is a substantial opportunity for Louis here to leverage Delhi and just try to play super aggro. And that is what MarineLorD needs to find an answer to. In the previous 2 games, we've seen that MarineLorD pretty much figured out how to play against Louis' very heavy cavalry-focused approach. But this could be fundamentally different. It could be an all-in feudal style. And I don't know if MarineLorD has an answer to that. In game number 1, it didn't work out with the Malians. It's going to be interesting to see how things changed for game number 8. And, KB, we got to say this. If we go into game number 9, it's going to be decided on dry Arabia.
Yeah.
You would have Ayyubids or Jeanne d'Arc for Louis. Ottomans or French for MarineLorD.
I mean, that has to be Ayu for Louis, right? I don't know if you really want to play Jean into either of those options. Especially with Pro Scouts being nerfed a little. I think Ottoman's got a bit more breathing room there. And then French Jean is like, it can be brutal, man. If you had a map like Carmel, for example, Jean can look really good there because of the limited gold. But Dry Arabia gives you a 4k in your base, right? And like French, they have really good timings at the start of Feudal Age and the end of a long feudal. Like Jean they have this timing in between around like 13, 14 minutes, but you have to survive and in good shape until then. So, yeah, I think Louis, like if it does go all the way, we'll probably see an Ibid pick. And then MarineLorD likely just picks Ottomans because like, is there an Ottoman Jean fort here is what I'm wondering. But I feel like Otto's is just the safer option for MarineLorD.
Yeah, I gotta say that. I think if you pick French into Ayyubids, you could be in deep trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Otto seems a little bit more reasonable for MarineLorD. Also opens opportunities for Dark Age shenanigans, which could be a big factor. We often forget that even this previous game started with the Lancaster Spearman Rush. So one of the things that MarineLorD started doing in recent games was doing some early harassment to try and throw off this heavy cavalry timing of loueMT. But we might not see any of that in game number 8 here. Match point for MarineLorD. Cliffside coming up for what could be the final game in this series. Delhi for loueMT facing off against the Malians from MarineLorD.
One more game. That's all it would take for MarineLorD to thrust his first major trophy of 2025. loueMT needs nothing but perfection if he wants to set an all-time high for himself. As we go into Cliffside, MarineLorD, of course, will have those Malians to wield a civ that in more recent times has actually stood a chance of shining a torch in the face of the Delhi. But we're talking about a good map for them, a new meta of discoverability. Let's see what Louis has got cooking to try and stay alive here.
The positive note here for loueMT is that he did beat Malians in game number 1. That was off the back of Chinese. And it was a full feudal game.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that with Delhi here as well.
You can. Now, one thing negative for Louis. Look at me, I'm playing like, devil's advocate the other way. MarineLorD got a MarineLorD spawn. That's double back gold, 2 small tree lines forward, 3 to the side. I mean, there's not really anything I'd say you hate about this spawn, to be honest with you. Like, even the deer is backward facing. He could shove them in unless Louis lames them right now.
Louis should. Like, this would be one of those instances where you must lame that deer. Because I agree with you. If you push in those deer to your town center, back gold as well, back berries, it makes it very difficult for Louis to challenge the initial resource deposits. And when you look at game number 1, it wasn't like Louis went for an all-in aggression at the beginning. He was poking and prodding, and he was finding opportunities. In fact, he found so many opportunities that it actually justified going all-in at the end. But it wasn't an all-in opening by any means. And here, finding those opportunities which establish this tempo is going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, so one thing with Cliffside is you spawn much closer together, and I always talk about the central ramp control. Central ramp control is key to the flow of this game. Delhi lean into it quickly because they have a reason to, with sacred sites. Now, usually in a clash against Malians, you're probably looking at Ghazi Spearmen, which means you'll also get an ability to wall that sacred site off. So at that point, the game becomes a little bit more annoying for MarineLorD. I'm wondering if he tries to go Pro Scouts here or just takes the Deer Shell for free. It feels like you want Pro Scouts, but you know, one of the biggest benefactors of the Pro Scout nerf was actually the Civ that pays nothing for it. I think Delhi, more than almost any Civ, benefited from this change. And we are getting the standard. Of course, they did get some nerfs along the way. Dome of Faith is slightly worse than it was before. Still is the go-to choice. It just... The thing about Tower of Victory is, like, the moment your opponent sees it, they know that you have to be all in, right? It's like... Dome of Faith is very effective while remaining very safe and giving you scalability. Well, there's no sheep left. Did he get many in the end? Because I feel like MarineLorD cut him off on the rotation and took the majority sheep because of that.
Yeah,
okay, that doesn't look like a majority sheep.
Delhi
okay, no,
do not need to rely. Okay, that's nice. It's not even the fact that Louis needs those sheep necessarily. He's going to be more reliant on the berries. But it's always a good fallback option. And I think the big thing here is that as long as the Malians do not have a decent amount of cattle ranches and cattle in them, they are vulnerable on the food department. If you can take off a lot of sheep, if you can deny the hunt, you can hit them before they can set up the cattle.
Speaking of that, I'll be interested to see if he's going to lean on cattle or lean on the deer. He has got the mill set up close by. Looking at the gold being accrued. A lot of people on wood, but that's because you want to open stables. So I am expecting Pro Scouts to just be around the corner here. Which gives Louis an opening, actually. It's going to be a bit tricky because I mentioned the gold on the back and the deer on the back. Well, the secondary deer is, I think, quite nicely positioned for MarineLorD as well. Is there anything bad about his spawn? Like, anything?
Good question. I would have liked one more little forest towards the back.
Oh my god, you're that guy. You're like, oh, it's perfect.
You asked me if this could be more perfect, and I told you, yes, it could be more. It can always be more perfect.
It's like, is this the perfect spawn? It's like, well, actually, KP, no. I mean, he didn't spawn in with walls already built and a castle in front of his base, so... Yeah, not the MarineLorD spawn I've come to expect. I think, is he already deer shoving? Because I don't think the deer on the south side got lamed in the end. Oof. Yeah, Louis being very charitable this game, it seems. I don't know what else the scout has got to do at this stage.
Yeah, he's definitely missing out on an opportunity.
Yeah, he's like, oh, that's right. Yes, the sacred site has spawned where it always spawns. Yeah, it's like, it's a bit unfortunate because you could at least wasted your opponent's time. I mean, MarineLorD, it saves him like, what, about a third of the distance, which doesn't sound like a lot, but with the Pro Scout's nerfs is pretty important for the initial deer grab. Archery's going to be the follow-up. So Louis, Ghazi Archer. It's really weird against Malians. You're kind of expecting them to usually go into javelins. That's not the case here. MarineLorD knows he has to answer the Ghazi. Now, that's an interesting interaction specifically between Malians and other civs. It's like most civs with Pro Scouts meta, you can't really go archers against them because they already have horsemen. We have to remember that this civ doesn't get bonus damage on the horsemen until Castle Age.
Yeah, I don't hate the Ghazi plus Archer here. Eventually, the response from MarineLorD will be Javelin Throwers, but he probably needs a couple of Dunsos as well, and we're just going to get to the usual Dunso plus Jav Thrower that you always see.
And there it is. Just your standard scaling. Now, with the Pro Scouts, that does enable Farimba play here as well. Louis is close to his standard timing. Should be, I don't want to say for free, but mostly uncontested here. just due to the kind of like wide nature of the map. The flank sacred sites are hard to deny.
One of the things I think that is beneficial for the Delhi on this map is that it doesn't take a lot of effort to wall off the sacred sites. You're kind of sandwiched in between those cliffs, so you can, even if you secure the one on the flank, you can quickly wall it in, and you don't have to worry about it for quite some time. So I think one of the benefits you get with Delhi here is the ability to just focus your attention towards the middle and not worry about the one sacred site on the flank.
Yeah, and keep in mind
it's
Delhi...
a huge thing.
Yeah, especially considering Delhi technically got buffed in Season 9's changes when they nerfed wall building, right? Because they didn't nerf it on infantry of Delhi. They nerfed it on villages. Like, you actually erect walls reasonably quick as Delhi these days compared to, like, a year ago. And on this map, as you mentioned, it's just, like, such a small choke point, it's easy to do.
And it does more than just, like, secure the sacred site. If you have a wall with a gate on it, you have a fallback point, so your opponent cannot chase you down even if you take a disadvantageous fight.
Trip sacred site now locked in. Micro from Louis there, a little bit questionable. He wasn't pulling back the injured archers, so he didn't kind of min-max the engagement because he has healing behind him. So MarineLorD able with the posture. Not sure if he's going to hang on the sacred site, maybe a little bit paranoid. Instead, he's going to go on the flanks. Sadly, there's already Ghazi camping. So good map control so far by Louis. The Pro Scouts is really not that far away.
Yeah, standard Donzo Javelin here for MarineLorD. Now, in game number one of the key elements of Louis' success was baiting out MarineLorD in the middle of the map and then forcing an engagement out in the open field surrounding his forces. It's a little bit more difficult to do on this map because as you can see, MarineLorD is just unwilling to leave the safety of his base. In general, the distance to cover between the two players is smaller, and you have these choke points out here which make surrounds a lot more difficult to accomplish. So it's going to be more difficult for Louis to bait this army into a bad engagement.
Yeah, you always have that trusty neutral territory. It shows natural barriers. Even trying to snipe Scholars a bit ambitious there. 130 HP doesn't die easily.
The fact that Louis has 10 Scholars is absolutely bonkers, though. To me, it screams that he wants to go in feudal. Because this is not about researching decks at this point. He's got basically everything that he needs. This feels more about combat healing. I don't think he wants to go into Castle Age with MarineLorD having cattle. And so far, MarineLorD hasn't started adding cattle, which is a key consideration here. Louis still has time to punish him.
I wonder if it is ever going to be the cattle, though. Like in this matchup, we've seen quite a lot of Javelineers, and he is scaling Javelins pretty hard. And remember, like, Louis' count isn't really at a point where you can truly threaten. You know, the Scholar count is at 11, as you mentioned, which is crazy. But that's also a crazy deception when it comes to military power, because it means a third of his army isn't actually an attacker boy.
Nice little swing on the woodline of MarineLorD. The Ghazi, I think MarineLorD lost track of them.
Uh-oh.
And this is the first good raid of the game. This is actually a really nice raid. Out of the shadows pop the Ghazi Raiders. MarineLorD able to save the majority of the villagers, though.
No wheelbarrow is why he loses some troopers there. Now, the other thing that was interesting, I love that from Louis, he didn't charge A-click the closest. He charged deeper into the tree line, so he could actually try to body block the retreat. Great reaction by MarineLorD to pull south, rather, instead of seek sheltering. That would have led to additional losses. Nice denial on the berries on the side of Louis. At least trying to deny some food income. But we do have a few scouts, so Louis is going to have the Pro Scouts deer to play with at home as well.
And now, MarineLorD is splitting up his army a little here, which is dangerous when you play infantry comps. This time around, it actually pays off because he has a nice surround on this scav, but he needs to be careful not to be split into 3, 4, 5 groups. Otherwise, he could get easily surprised.
Yeah, like Louis lost his scout there. That was intentional from MarineLorD to blind him, so he can't just easily freely rotate. So next time that type of move happens, if he doesn't bring another scout, it's going to be a death sentence for all of them. Like, that was almost a perfect surround from MarineLorD. Very difficult for him to get out.
Is MarineLorD thinking castle here?
Yeah, and like Furumba timing, right? Like, he has no cattle whatsoever, so this is going to be all about the scale power of the javelins. He's already keeping the Ghazi count somewhat in check, And like the scholar count is getting ludicrous for Louis, so you know he wants to tech soon, right? Like, well, war's getting crazy. Oh, look at that! They're like breadcrumbs leading you to the Delhi base.
It's very deceiving though, KP, because when you look at the top, I guess, balance of power bars, army counts seem neck and neck. The monks count towards that. So in terms of damage dealing units, you actually have a lot less here for Louis, and he has to fall back inside his base while MarineLorD is aging. Indeed, for Imba Garrison popping out. No point to go for the cattle path at this point, I feel. I think he can close this game with the Farimba. Farimba is so good for this high-tempo early Castle Age aggression.
And tempo is the perfect word. The whole idea with Javeliniers is they're so hard to train into. They just whittle away at you. It's not this immediate knockout punch. It's meant to be death by 1,000 cuts. And with the poison, with the kiting ability, with the better movement speed, it just makes it such a, I don't want to say easy build to pull off, but it feels like you're just getting away with murder.
It's easy to preserve the army. I think that's the key consideration here.
Yeah, but you have to always keep pressure up, otherwise your opponent can counterplay it. Right, so it's all about suffocating them. And because the move speed, the poison, like just the great kite ability, and it makes it good. And we'll take out complete. There it is, Javelin gets queued up. Yeah, I think MarineLorD maybe positioned a little bit questionable here. The Donzo count not that high. Ghazi are going to start getting bloody blocked out though. And the Javelin upgrade is now in. They've got the veterancy on the way. So the timing archers, at least able to trade out a little bit before getting disintegrated. But he needs Ghazi at the end of this fight. They're going to be his win condition. And MarineLorD is now doing a good job of dodging that death. Second wave of Donzo coming in a choke point. But Ghazi not able to commit. Javelins have stabilized on count. I mean, Louis, it's once again that deceptive count. Like, it's mostly in Scholars now. He's trying to heal through the pain. But just a trickle of Donzos.
That's the problem. Scholars are great at keeping your army alive, but when you get one shot by enemy units, it doesn't help. And you just don't have damage-dealing units out there. No. There's only a handful of Ghazi Raiders now. They're almost getting one shot by the Javelins.
He's trickling them. Yeah, this is the problem now, right? It's like you're reaching the point of that really tilting kite we were talking about. Oh no, one pony, walk away, shoot. So Louis, he done a valiant effort to actually come out of that trade that well with a military lead. But there's no signs of a tech up. His food income is also exposed on the east side, and it looks like MarineLorD is rotating back that way now.
And behind this, Louis lost all 3 sacred sites. His economy is actually very weak for the standards of this game. And really the only positive that you can say about his position is that he also ground down MarineLorD's army. MarineLorD's army took a big beating as well. But now MarineLorD is going to move on to relics. And again, preserving these javelin throwers is going to be on the easier side of things when your opponent doesn't have a lot of Ghazi Raiders.
Now, Louis is going to pull back to the eastern berries. Those are his safest ones, but that might become a little bit predictable if MarineLorD has scouted the entire map, which I'm assuming this was found by him. It is. Okay, so that's now got a little bit of a risk. It is wide. I don't think MarineLorD's going to rush out to it because there is a threat towards his direct base. But you're already seeing the new wave of Donzos being built up. Those are going to be veteran. Louis is just stuck re-blobbing Mass Ghazi, which is keeping him completely away from attack up here. And he has 0 sacred sites to scale with.
That's the big problem here, KP. If Louis is now done with every single tech, he's not getting the benefit of free techs anymore. He would love to get to Castle Age and start getting the Castle Age techs in, but that would require him to stop producing Ghazi Raiders. If he does that, he gets flooded by all these javelin throwers. He did detach a couple of the Ghazi Raiders to hit the enemy base. They either died or came back home. I actually lost track of them for a moment. Whichever way, now he's up against a fully upgraded Castle Age player. These fights will get increasingly difficult.
Well, we got the Ghazi rearing up here to try and get a backstab. I mean, you have to commit at this point, right? Like, you can't let this javelin number keep increasing. So he comes around the back, forces the javelins to run into him. But it's just not that many ponies. Archer count should be able to clear up the Donzo Swift. But the Ghazis, I mean, they're just once again dying a bit too quick here.
Yeah, the Donzos are beating up archers, and the Ghazi Raiders just got picked apart by the javelin throwers. And now there is just no second layer to this for Louis. All the damage-dealing units are gone, and I think the monks will also just get picked apart.
Second wave of Ghazi. MarineLorD, like, this isn't all the javelins, right? I feel like there's a few missing here. Maybe they're reproducing elsewhere. They're coming out now. But, like, this gets harder now. You know, if it looks like Louis is winning, remember, he's getting closer to the enemy production and further away from his own reinforcements. In a game where he's trickling troops, he throws the archers in his cannon fodder here to try and at least keep the Ghazi alive a little bit longer. You might want to do that with the scholars instead.
I feel like in game number 1, we talked about the relentlessness of loueMT, and that time it worked against the Malians. This time it's not working anymore.
Yeah,
the deck advantage that MarineLorD has is just too big to overcome, and trying to overwhelm him with units is just insufficient. Louis did not have sacred sites for a while. He simply doesn't have the economy to spam units like this.
He's got them back in, but it's not going to be quick enough. GG gets called. We've been here before. We're going to be there again. loueMT was not able to slay the biggest beast that exists in Age of Empires 4. MarineLorD will add another S-tier victory to his accolades, as he is your elite classic free champion.
loueMT, though, we gotta give him a shout out because this is one of his best ever performances. He came into the grand finals, he beat MarineLorD 3-2 in the group stage, comes into the grand finals and put out a very competitive show. There were moments where it felt like Louis is just going to take this and run with it, but then MarineLorD rallying, especially in the final 2 games, you definitely felt like the experience in longer series and on the biggest stage was benefiting MarineLorD greatly. In these final 2 games, he played some very, very clean Age of Empires, and that is not something that Louis had an answer to. Nevertheless, nothing to be ashamed of for loueMT here, one of his best ever performances, and I think we can safely say that he took the next step towards becoming a real candidate for a champion in AoE 4.
Yeah.
He challenged MarineLorD here. He made this series very competitive. Next time around, players will have to look out for loueMT because he is going to be going for the grand finals for the next event that we have.
Absolutely. You know, I think that it's interesting. Like, we had people in chat at the start of the series being like, whoa, this might be the best finals we've ever had. Louis set a really good standard in the opening games, I think. And that kind of seems promising. I think these later games, it was a little bit more, I want to say almost linear. Like, there was a very clean execution, I think, in this game and last game from MarineLorD. But it shows you that Louis is on the edge, man. Like, you know, 5-3 might not look that close in score, but it really, really is. Especially when you consider how these early games went. I think maybe just the redraft is where things fell apart a little bit for Louis. And MarineLorD, we talked about that experience in these longer sets, these longer series, in these finals. Being used to that environment tends to be its own edge. But you know what? We can actually hear from the man ourselves. We've got MarineLorD on the line for a winning interview. There
Hello.
he is. MarineLorD, congratulations on another win. I mean,
Thanks.
you've probably lost count at this point, right?
I'm not sure actually. Yeah, maybe 7, 8, 9. I don't know.
It's been quite a few. You know, like how do you just make them not feel like they're the same, right? Because like you want to be able to bathe in the victory. Is there like some way you're able to truly appreciate every one of the wins?
I mean, it's more
themselves?
that I hate losing. So when I lose, I'm very sad and I'm very tilted. So I better win so that doesn't happen. So when I win, I'm actually not that happy, right? It's just like I did what I had to do. And if I lose, it's more that I'm very sad, right? So maybe that's the wrong way to do it, but that's how I do it.
I mean, like, dude, I used to play Dota way too much. I get where you're coming from. It's almost like you boil on the hate. But I guess, like, you know, is that ever... How does that not get exhausting, I guess, is like what a lot of people are probably thinking. Like, that winner's mentality, because I think at this stage, you know, it's expected of you to come in these tournaments and win. Like, do you feel the pressure anymore? Like, you know, I remember we had Mr. when Age of Mythology released, and he said, I had to lose. Like, I just had to lose. It was getting ridiculous. Do you ever get that kind of, like, worry that there's too much on your shoulders?
No, not really. I'm just, I really like the game, so I just keep playing and I keep participating, right? But obviously it's getting harder, like the competition is improving, I think. Louis is very, very good. I think
I love that
Pepipo,
you say that.
I'm not sure why, but I feel like Pepipo has been doing pretty bad the last 2 tournaments. I mean, okay, he lost to me in this one, but I feel like he would have done better in group stage if it was like practice games. But in tournament, he doesn't perform as well. VC is always dangerous, and we have CSO now that did very well. And Ottoman is very good too, so like we have a lot of very good players right now. And I feel like they can all... Like, I would be favored against all of them, but any of them can beat me once or twice.
I think that was something interesting. Like, you know, we have to talk about the group stage where your clashes with Louis began. He was able to beat you 3-2. Did you, I remember we said at the start of the day, sometimes winning can be a big negative in the group stage because you can maybe risk revealing too much. Do you feel like something akin to that happened here? Almost like Louis revealed a weak spot to you?
I mean, not really a weak spot, but I was very confident about the way we'll draft. And that's very like... When I know how my opponent is gonna draft and what kind of matchup I'm gonna get, I feel more confident and less stressed. So for example, yesterday against BST, since he didn't play the week before, since he was directly into the semi-final, I was a bit more nervous because I was really not sure what he would draft and how he would do it. But since he did pretty much the same as in group stage, it felt very good once the draft was done.
And speaking of drafts, I feel like, was that the big win here in this finals? Because I feel like we had a really good start to the series, very competitive. I want to say the last two games were maybe the cleanest for you. Do you feel like you got a really big advantage going into this redraft after the opening games?
No, I don't think so. I think the last two games I won because I played better, but I think on theory, they are slightly favored for him. I think Delhi should beat Mali slightly, but I got a good spawn to be fair. And I'm not sure about
spawn is
sheep
an
count.
understatement.
Yeah, it was very good for Cliffside.
He got 17 sheep. I think you had a little bit less, but like, Delhi, they never come home, right?
House of Lancaster, I played them a lot. So when I saw he was going to scout to deny my deer pushing, I was very happy because I was like, okay, normally, if I play very well, it's gonna be close. I think going second scout is a big mistake. So I felt like in theory it would be a close game, and then House of Lancaster is obviously very stupid in that game, so I was confident I could get there.
So speaking of like very funky things to do, House Lancaster, I've got to talk about that game number 2. Did you ever feel like he was going to do something to stop you only building spears?
I mean, I was just sending waves, and I was like, okay, he's still making CPI, I'm just gonna send another wave. And like, I think people might see, like, when I lost my my siege and a lot of spears, they could see it as like, oh my god, he threw. But I was on like 6 manor, a very good economy, wing guard. So I'm quite sure, like, no matter what, he's just super far behind all the time. And I just have to send units and units again and again. I think on this map, it's the best save by a decent margin. So when I got wing guard, I knew, like, it's gonna be very hard to lose this one if I play decently, right?
I think the other thing that's interesting about loueMT is just how far he's come as a player. Like, a year or so ago, I called him the Chinese Beastie Cutie, right? He loved playing this late game, playing it really well. We said at the start of the broadcast, it's almost more like Lucifron these days. He's very raid-oriented. He tries to, like, really stretch on the flanks. And he always has these weird little aces up his sleeve. Like, I guess maybe the game in this series that kind of stated that the most was Relic River for you. Because there had to be points where you thought, okay, like, this is where he dies, right? And he always finds ways to thread the needle in the late game. Like, do you see that as an area of the game you never want to go up against him in?
I mean, for this game, Relic River, it's actually very sad because I got this situation exactly, Mongol against Japanese, like 3 or 4 times in practice. And like the first 2 times, I died because I tried edging up with the Mongols. And if I kept going feudal, I would win. And once again, because I'm extremely stupid, I went for Castle Age. And at this moment, it's where like it was pretty much even, right? If I just keep going feudal, I'm quite sure I should just kill him. But as I said, I'm pretty stupid, so I was just, okay, let's go castle, just in case. And it doesn't make any sense, so... But in theory, I think his late game is very good. But he plays it in a very weird way. So if you deny his gold pretty well, he cannot go mass knights anymore, and then it's pretty weird for him. But if he gets all the gold on the map, it's very scary to play against, yeah.
Did you realize just how early he went for that Northern Gold? Like, I think it was something like 7 or 8 minutes.
I saw it. He mined already like almost 2k on it, I think. Maybe a bit more than 2k.
Yeah,
and
he's been munching for ages.
He did that in the group stage, and every time he plays on maps like Cliffside, he does it. But I didn't expect this one to be like that far, right? So I guess I would check the replay, but that's tough.
He done it on Lipany to you as well. I don't think you found it in the end. The berry workers in the north, he snuck them to your big 8k vein.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, the Lipany, it was more like, okay, no matter what he does, I just need to do a big push and he's gonna die. So the Mongol one was pretty, like it was very different, right? And the Abbasid one, he was pretty dead when he got to castle, I guess. Which was actually very scary, right? The Zoshi Abbasid. Nobody played Abbasid in practice. So I just saw the game on Carmel yesterday against CSO. And I was like, okay, he will probably do the same. And it's a worse map for it. So if I play very well, it should be fine. But if you do like just 1 or 2 mistakes, you can really die to this style.
All right, I got 1 or 2 more questions for you. Like this one's quite interesting, actually. I feel like the devs are taking the game in a quite different direction. I don't know if you've sent like in feeling it with the points of interest. Like a lot more interaction. We're seeing Dark Age actually matter a lot. Like what's your feeling? What's your opinion on that direction they seem to be steering in?
I mean, it's a lot of good ideas, I think. But I feel like point of interest, I think they just need a bigger diversity of it. They need way more different ideas. Because right now I feel like if you just do the merchant camp on every map, it's just going to be the same Dark Age rush, and it's not going to be very interesting. But the idea is there, I think it's very good, but for now I don't think it's like perfect, right? They need to improve it a bit. I think Wolf Den should be improved too, so we cannot out-micro the Wolf. I think that's kind of silly. And I don't know, like I think they should just come up with some new ideas. Maybe you can still do some new kind of hybrid map too. And hopefully at some point they do something about Pro Scout, and I don't think deer pushing is that bad, but Pro Scout is very, very weird, and it's giving some very weird game, and it's so freaking strong for Rus, HRE, China, and Zushi. Like especially like the first game, when I played against Pro Scout, I knew like it would be so hard, and he just had so much more than me all the time, and I couldn't do anything pretty much, because he has a 20% more income. So I don't know how they will ever balance this tech.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe it's okay to have maps that are good for it, but like just have maps. The thing I've been like saying we should have is, you know, different food types, right? Like elephants, giraffes that you could Pro Scouts, and then all of a sudden you can have a map that only has no deer or 4 deer or whatever.
It will be the best way to deal with it, I think.
Yeah, it gives a variety, because like it's good to have some maps where things are good and certain things are bad. It's just part of AOV4's design.
And
but,
remove
you mentioned
ship RNG. That's good.
Oh, that's true.
Maybe they can do that at some point.
Did you see the idea about creating like neutral pastures that you'd break into, and then you just like get the sheep out, sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean that could be a map, right? But I feel like they will never really remove the big ship RNG. And I feel like, I mean, it's not often, right? But sometimes it really breaks game. You just have way more than your opponent, and you're pretty dead, or you're gonna win easily. So I feel like they need to do something about it. Other than that, obviously, I think they improve the game very well. The only problem I have with the game right now is House of Lancaster. It doesn't make any sense in any way for RTS to have this kind of sieve. It's like the worst design ever, and they put it all together in one sieve. I think Templar is very interesting actually, so I think they did a great job with it. Maybe it's a bit too strong on water and on hybrid maps, but I feel like they will at some point reach good balance. I feel like with House of Lancaster they need to remove... I mean, manors need to cost supply, I think. If you reach late game with manors, you're always gonna win because you are just gonna be so rich and you don't need to make a lot of villagers. So they need to do something about it. So what I proposed was like they make it like a Fedoria on Age of Empire 2, where like you make a building but it takes you supply.
Oh yeah.
I feel like it will be the best way for manors, and it will not nerf them in early game pretty much.
I think one thing I was saying is like if manors at least have some sort of influence range, so you have to spread them out on the map, right? And then it's like
maybe
at least there's a risk, right? Then I can actually go and burn them down or whatnot. But like I mean, we can dive into this like deep with the thing we were talking about in the cast was the demi-lancers. I think the demi-lancers are like nuts because you get all the greed, and then you get a jail out of free card for that greed.
I agree, but I think they are not the problem. I think it's just like the late game issue with them, where you reach 200 supply and you feel like you have 250 supply. I think everything else can be like, we have so many broken things in the game, so it doesn't really shock me, the demi-lancers thing. Same for Yeoman, like they're very strong, but I feel like it's really about the manors and the fact that they take no supply, or like they just give you so much for free.
Yeah, it's like anti-interactive, right? And like RTSs should let you do things. So there was something you mentioned earlier about the plays. You highlighted a lot of them. The quality of players being, honestly, I agree, higher than it's ever been, and probably only like to get even higher. Maybe with more people trying to come across from different games, more people actually just coming up, like people like loueMT just crawling their way up out of no like RTS legacy. How long does MarineLorD's reign last? Like, you know, we've already seen it impeached by Beastie at the start of the year, but how are you feeling about your ability to flex the level of win rate you had in 2024?
I think that's never gonna happen again. I think I was very good, but at the same time it was pretty lucky. Like, except Master of Realm, where I felt like I would win no matter what. Like, if you replay the tournament 10 times, I would feel like I would win it 10 times. Both other tournaments, I had a decent chance to lose, I think. The meta is always very wild, so hopefully, like, I can win more tournaments this year again. But I don't think I'm gonna go like on a perfect streak. That being said, like, I think this tournament I played pretty okay in the playoff, and I think the maps I lost today, except the first one, I feel like if I just play slightly better, I would not lose them. So I just need to improve more and make less mistakes.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure to dig deep into that brain and get all the thoughts, MarineLorD. But, mate, once again, congratulations on a phenomenal win in the Elite Classic 3. And I look forward to seeing more of you in the future. Oh, what's he got for us? Oh, the cat. The cat is... That's the real reason, isn't it? That's the only reason you won.
And to be fair, actually, last time when I lost to Beastie, she didn't come the whole day. What a bitch. She's actually the curse.
Oh my god! So like when you sit down and the cat's not there, you're like, okay, GG. This is
that's gonna be harder.
All right, GG's mate. Go get some rest, and we'll see more of you soon.
Bye bye.